So we had all these demonstrators the other day. What an ugly bunch of people they turned out to be. Ugly inside. Can you believe they were throwing bottles at the police? What sort of peasants are you? I mean, there's one poor soul, Unmask the Truth, and he's got a whistle in his mouth as if he's going to a discotheque. Poor soul. None of these people would be allowed in. They're far too old and ancient and crumbly and a bit simple. You want to walk through the streets of London? We don't mind you walking through the streets of London. You start throwing bottles at the police, they're going to arrest you, and I want to see you go to prison. It won't happen, of course. It'll be one of those things that go, oh, you know, everybody's got a right to demonstrate about it. I pray to God you don't get coronavirus. But, of course, according to you, it doesn't exist, so you're never going to get it, are you? Be interesting. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We take all your texts and emails on the programme because that's what we do. We are nice. And, of course, this weekend, in fact, starting today, you will be going up with the tree. Do you have one up, Nick? Do you have no. Will you be having one up later, do you think? I think it's nice. Will you be having a big one or a little one? Which one? Sorry? Big. Because mine's only 6 foot. But to be honest with you, I think that's enough for anybody. And then I just bought a little one the other day, which is about big, about sort of three. You can't see it, can you? Probably about 3 foot. But it's in a pot. But unlike some Christmas trees you buy in pots, this grew in the pot. Whereas some of them, they put them in the pot after they've grown. Don't ask me how it works. But you must check. And there's about £5 difference. So I paid 30 quid for a little one. Which I think is quite, that's okay, isn't it? 30 quid. I don't know what to put on it, though. I really don't know what to put on it. Whether just lights, yeah. But it's because it's not so big. Might have to go and buy a small set of lights. But that's okay. Angel? On the top. Oh, well, so I thought you were talking to me. I thought, how peculiar, honestly. We've become so familiar all of a sudden. No, we don't do angels. I don't think anybody does anything for the top of the tree. We used to have a star that you push the light bulb into the back of it and it flashed on and off. That was very irritating. But, no, most people... Do people do fairies and stuff like that for the top of the tree? That's quite nice, though, isn't it? But I don't know why the fairy is at the top of the tree. I'm really not sure. Unless it's something to do with Father Christmas, who was in his house making toys, and there was a knock on the door. And Father Christmas was very, very het up, and he was very, very short-tempered. So he eventually struggles himself to the front door, opens the door, and there's a little fairy there. And she goes, because they're always irritating, aren't they? Hello, Father Christmas. And Father Christmas, yes. Oh, what shall we do today? And it's at that moment Father Christmas decided on what to do with the Christmas fairy. And, as I say, she's never looked back since. In the Middle Ages, of course, we all remember the Middle Ages. Go through your photo albums. And they used to put a picture of a small doll representing the baby Jesus at the top of the tree, clinging on for grim death, I should imagine. I mean, why are we at the top? Put us down in the bigger branches. It also became common to put a star on top to represent the Star of Bethlehem. We did the star. We didn't do the representing the baby Jesus or I don't remember seeing a small doll on the top of a tree. I don't know why, actually. I remember seeing fairies on top of trees and stars, but I can't remember anything else. Or pictures. Middle Ages, yes. Where do they get a small doll from? Toys R Us wasn't open then, was it? How would they know where to go? Did they go to Debenhams or Selfridges or something? I think they went to Costco. Oh, there was a lovely thing the other day. It was so funny. It was somebody in Costco in America, because there you get the very aggressive people who don't want to wear a mask. And Costco said, you wear a mask. And this woman's standing there waving bits of paper. You can be fined $79,000 for not admitting me. And he went, yeah, whatever. It's fake. That's fake, okay? But the stupids out there are You've opened the trees, have you? Look at that. In one, nearly. And there's a woman arguing about the Costco thing. Where in your charter does it say we have to wear a mask? Well, we've only just started the pandemic virus, okay? You're not shopping in here unless you're wearing a mask. So she goes all funny about it. So in the end, she says, I want my money back. So they go, OK, fine. So they take her card off her, destroy it, give her her money back and say, now you're trespassing. Off. And off she went with her tail between her legs, because she had a tail, because she was one of those people. Steve says, as Christmas is about the Christian religion, no, it's not. No, we don't have to keep going on to this. You know you're talking rubbish. It's got nothing to do with Christianity. It's got nothing to do... It's pagan, okay? Pagan. That's what it is. It's because we went from one season to another, and it's because people take care. Have you not got a coat? You've got a coat. That's all right. Don't you walking outside there. Not that you catch your death. So have you got a scarf? What's that? Have you got a scarf? And I get... Hey, you're mocking me. Mocking Stephen. So you've not got a scarf? Oh, you've got gloves. Well, a fat lot of use that is around your neck, isn't it? You can't put gloves around your neck. Yeah, well, you could do. Mary, Queen of Scots had... Oh, it doesn't matter. That's another story, isn't it? I'm just going to go down that route today. Have a safe journey home. We have to say, we have a ritual here. Bye-bye. Take care. We always have to say goodbye to people. It's a bit like the Von Trapp family. So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, adieu, 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 to you and you and you. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, or the Waltons. I used to like the Waltons. You know, I interviewed John Boy Walton. One of the biggest thrills of my life. One of the biggest thrills of my life. I've had a few thrills in my time, most of which I can remember, thank God. But he actually came in. He was doing art, I think, in town, and he wore hearing aids in both ears. He was, I'm not sure if he was profoundly deaf, but he was ever so nice. It didn't look any different. And I've seen the Walton House. God, I've done everything, seriously. And then I finally made it to here. And I forgot to do my blooming insulin this morning, so I've just done it now. I had to do it quickly. I said to the producer, I said, look the other way. And he did. He was very good to his word. He looked the other way whilst I dropped my trousers and did my... You've got a mirror. Yeah, there's a mirror, a little camera under this desk, just so you can see me doing an injection. Then he said, don't worry, he said, because Jake would have done it for you as well. Yeah. Have you ever given an injection? No. You're not doing mine either then. Definitely not. Oh, I can't think of anything worse. I mean, I don't... I have to do it sort of... So what I do is I do it along the side of my thumb, or whichever... thing there, just so, because I'm not actually injecting into the thumb, but if I put the... Oh dear, I'm bleeding as well. If I put the needle next to it, it sort of goes in, so it feels as though your thumb is going into the flesh, but it's not, you know what I mean? It's sort of, it kind of takes off the thing of just, you're putting a needle into you. That's all it does, it's nothing. It still sounds like you're quite right, Edge. I'm still bleeding as well. I did that the other time. I was wearing the wrong colour shirt, and I put the shirt on, did it before the programme, and, what? Oh, it's green, the shirt, but, I've definitely bled a little bit. Doesn't matter, though, for goodness sake, I've got 8 pints. How much do you need coming up to Christmas? I'm looking forward to Christmas this year, actually, because we finally worked out what we can do. And it's all to do with bubbles, and it's all to do with households, and it's all to do with different people who are allowed in and some people who aren't allowed in, and what can you do and all the rest of it. So we've sorted it out. We are sorted. There's going to be a lot of sitting outside, I suspect, catching pneumonia. But I just hope the roads aren't busy. I don't think they will be, actually. I think people are going to heed the advice because, as Boris has said, listen, we're on a path, and we'd quite like to stay on the path. Of course, the stupids in town yesterday... complaining and throwing bottles at the police. As far as I'm concerned, I hope they throw the book at you. Stupid people. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And enjoying your show now on Sundays, Steve. A bit stressed out with all this working from home. I'll switch you on around this time on the radio. Calms me down a bit, says Gary in Woolwich. Calms me down. I had to do 2 things yesterday. I had to send something to my brother, so I thought I'd drive down the motorway. Big mistake number 1. And I did it in the early hours of yesterday morning. Because I thought if I do it, there'd be nobody out on the road. Of course, there isn't. There's no lighting. There's no nothing out on the road at that time. And I'm going down the motorway, and I'm not really paying attention. I just was aware of the fact that there are no lorries. There was nothing on my stretch of the motorway at all. And then all of a sudden it happened. I got flashed at by a speed camera. So, because they put them on poles on the motorway now, they're not like the normal speed cameras. And I thought, oh, for God's sake, it's the last thing I need. Anyway, then I go to my brother's place. They've closed all the exits coming off the motorway. I was looking for coming off at exit 12 or whatever it was, and it's closed. So, of course, I didn't know where I was. So I had to turn round and came back. So I'd driven for an hour and a half to not do anything and then come all the way back home. And that annoyed me, as you can well imagine. But I was okay. I couldn't find my way around it at all. This was 4:15 in the morning. I don't think he'd have thanked me for going, yes, what do you want? Hi. Yeah, would you like to come and meet me and let me know where I go? Lovely, I love it. But so I came back home and I had to put it in an envelope and then send it to him. So I then went and posted it. And I had to send all my receipts to the lovely lady who looks after my receipts. She then sorts them out, staples them all together, a bit like doing the Steve Allen's a little bit extra. And then she sends them off to the accountant. And then today, I've got to sort out the VAT for the accountant. I just tell him how much it is. And he then sorts that bit out. And then what else have I got to do? Oh, I've got to do an invoice for LBC for December. We've only just been paid. And now all of a sudden we're doing invoices for December because most people get paid before Christmas. So, and just remember, as I keep reminding people, every single year it actually gets, it's a long month, January. It's 6 weeks. Because so in other words, if you struggle normally in a month, you're going to struggle even worse at Christmas time. And just think of all those poor people who don't have jobs to go back to. It's going to be very difficult, very difficult. Tier 3 for me in Manchester. I think we get paid on about the 20th. I'm pretty certain. You're trying to work out the bills, are you, for the 20th? It's funny, isn't it? It's funny when you sort of think about it. You think, oh, we're going to be paid then. And then you think, and then we've got to go all the way to the end of January. January's terrible because you know what happens in January? All the blooming bills arrive. Do they sit there at home, going, right, Jake, that'll be a bill, and that'll be electric, gas, service charges, all sorts of things. It adds up quite quickly, and before you know where you are, you've sort of lost everything. I went to the bank the other day. I went to the NatWest, because what I do, at the beginning of every month, I go and take out a lump sum, and I sort of save it in my place. I've got a plastic jug, and I put this money in there. And by the end of the year, it's added up to quite a bit, but it covers Christmas and all sorts of things like that. And so I go to the bank. I go to NatWest because we own it, and so I go, can I have X amount of money? But in 50s. I only want it in 50s. I don't want 20s. I've got 20s, thank you very much, 50s, because I'm giving it away as presents to people. So she goes, I can't. This is in the NatWest in Twickenham. She said, the man here, builder, you can always tell they've always got their logo on the back, builder, and he was taking all 50s out. He was obviously on some little racket. I can't imagine what that racket would be, a builder who deals in cash. My goodness me. So anyway, so I thought, that's all right. I'll go to Royal Bank of Scotland in Richmond. So I get on the bus, sit there in my own seat, looking out of the window, looking at the amount of people who are not wearing masks and things like that and not doing social distancing. And I get to Richmond and I get off and I walk into it, which is empty. The bank is completely deserted. And nobody now sits behind a counter. Have you noticed? They all stand behind a desk and it's all put, with sort of a clipboard. Yes, how can we help you? So I'm standing there. There's nobody there until some bloke decides to pop his head out the office at the Royal Bank of Scotland in Richmond, opposite the station. Yes. I said, a withdrawal. He said, problem. He said, our machine's broken. Have you ever heard of such a thing, honestly? And he said, we've been waiting for it to be fixed for 3 days. He said, have you tried NatWest? I said, yes, I've tried NatWest. I said, they haven't got any either. So in the end, I said, that's all right. So I sort of, what's he doing? Is he touching things? He's not allowed to have a tree. He's not allowed to. Look at him, honestly. Oh, we need to do a break as well. So not only are you having a tree, I've got to do a break. And I'm only halfway through my story about the Royal Bank of Scotland. Get there eventually, I suppose. Nice heavy company. Steve, you just pointed out Toys R Us wasn't open in the Middle East. Can I also point out it's not open now either? Middle Ages, not the middle... Oh, sorry, Middle Ages, not the Middle East. I don't know why you think of the word middle and the East goes next to it. So anyway, so there I am, still trying to desperately find my money, which I didn't find yesterday. So, back home again. And then yesterday, I went to NatWest in Twickenham, because I can use that, because we own it. And so I go in there, and there's like 3 or 4 people queuing. You have to stand on your own circle. It's a bit like doing Twister, but you don't go anywhere. And it was quite nice. I was quite happy with it, and and the girls are sitting there, and for some reason, wearing a mask, not socially distancing or anything. What a stupid man he is. What a stupid man. And then there's a woman, and she's obviously doing international banking or something, transferring money from Australia where it happened. Anyway, so I'm standing there thinking, I'm going to need to sit down in a minute. Honestly, my legs have given up completely. And then eventually we sort of get there, and I go, hello, because I think if you're cheery, it means that they're going to really like you. And so I went, hello. I said, could I have X £100 in 50s? And she went, Ever so sorry we haven't got any. I said, you didn't have any yesterday either. I said, there's not a world shortage, is there? You know, because I like to know about, if there's going to be a pandemic on £50 notes, I want to know about it. And so she said, no. She said, oh, wait a minute. She said, somebody's just paid in £50 notes. Hello, that was for me. So she said, you were in yesterday. I said, I know. I said, and I relayed the story. I mean, she looked as though she was getting about ready to shoot me. You know, I went to here and then I had to go to Royal Bank of Scotland and I said, and luckily found them here. So, of course, they always want to give it to you in an envelope. Was I just fold it up, put it in my pocket. I don't want to make it look obvious if I've sort of taken money out of the bank. Always being aware of people. But there was people queuing forever in there, you know, to sort of sit down and do your banking and everything else. And I quite enjoyed it, actually. I enjoyed the experience. Barclays has closed in Whitton. Good. Doesn't bother me. I'm not with Barclays. I couldn't care less. It's bad enough losing some of the branches that we lose at the moment. But people say that to me. They say, oh, you know, Greggs are cutting down on their staff. And I go, I know. You know why? Nobody's going in there. I was in Greggs the other day. I was on the Saturday when I was coming back from the bank with no money or machine. And I thought, I'll nip into Greggs. And I'll get a bacon baguette to cheer me up on a Saturday morning, seeing as I didn't manage to get the money out. And so I had the bacon baguette, £2.60, and it comes with a free bag and a tissue. And I thought, well, how lucky is that? That's the morning sorted out for me, so I can stand there by the bus. But of course, every time a bus pulls up next to me, everybody turns and looks at you. It's because I'm trying to sort of eat this bacon baguette, you know, and try and make it not look as I'm shoving 12 inches in my gob at the same time. So I was sort of there, and everybody's looking at me, and I wanted to go hello and just wave at them, and I thought, no, that looks a bit silly, doesn't it, really? And Paul, the Tesco driver, says the bank story started off slowly and gradually petered out. I don't do petering out. Not on this programme. Tesco driver. Keep that bit quiet. Goodness sake, honestly. And Connie says, on Saturday morning, I turned the radio on for Andrew Castle, and who was on the radio? It was Steve Allen in conversation. I was very confused because I thought that in conversation with his back. Well, it wouldn't have been anyway on Saturday morning. It would have been the best of Steve Allen if it had been anything at all. How bizarre. Perhaps I'm on the emergency tape. Who was the guest? Perhaps I could try and remember, which is good. Steve, my daughter works at a well-known computer company in Bedfont and has been told they're not allowed to celebrate Christmas. Got to be called end-of-year celebration so as not to upset all the other religions. Oh, I don't think people bothered about things like that. And there's far more bigger things to worry about, aren't there? Much bigger things. Well, I've mentioned that now. Your tree, for example. Your tree. I mean, I'm surprised the bulbs are still going. Are they still going? You haven't had any breakages? Oh, you don't? You see, mine are on 24 hours a day. 24 hours a day. And in fact, I've now worked out on the tree, it can do individual colours, then it can do twinkling, firework effect. I'll tell you what it does. And you may think this is slightly peculiar, but I have the control for my tree as well with me. Somebody's got to have. And I don't think it'll work from here. It'd be funny if it did, actually. So it does steady, which is just steady, glisten. I can't remember what glisten is. Firefly, twinkling, random twinkle, chasing. I've got indigestion now telling you about it. 2-colour variable, fireworks, 7-colour morphing, 7-colour slow fade, light show, select favourite, play favourite, cycle favourite. I like 7. I like 7. 7 is colour morphing. That's because each bulb is a white bulb, but it also becomes 5 other colours on the tree. They're little white bulbs. It's the latest technology. Do you not have that? Well, £5. Well, I'm quite scared at £5 they aren't going to go up in flames. I like it. I like it. What's the best nightclub you've ever been to? Your favourite back in the day? I don't have favourites of things like that. This is not BBC local radio. Steve, bus route 110 won't serve Twickenham from the 12th. I think that's Hounslow, isn't it? The 110, which actually doesn't, or is it Staines? Doesn't really bother me, actually. So Steve and the Groovy Gang, Tier 3 for me in Manchester next week. Or at least we're all alive and well and able to grumble. Yep. But don't ever lower your guard on it. Don't ever lower your guard, really. Like those stupid people in town yesterday. Never known so many people get arrested. They're quite clearly people who want to cause trouble to the police. That's all it is, actually. It's just people who sort of don't know how to behave. So, as I say, we all keep our fingers crossed. They never become ill. The GC turns whatever she turns. She finds it difficult to turn full stop. But she apparently is going to be 40 in January. Still behaves like a 3-year-old. 40 years old, but she wants a big bash. Yeah, we all would like that for her as well. And it's a case of she's a big fan of Madonna. Oh, she'll be turning up for you, darling, doing the entire show for you, I shouldn't wonder. No, you'll end up with nobody. Unless you want a bookage for singing. It'll obviously be done on the cheap. She said, I'm going to spend a lot of money. I thought, no, you'll be going for freebies like you normally do. And so she's there. She also doesn't want to be known as the GC now. She wants to be known as Saviour of the World. I mean, how stupid you have to be at the age of coming up 40 and still single. Oh, dear me, honestly. Very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. So what have they done? Oh, they've kicked somebody out of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, and that's the Para-Olympian. To be honest with you, I'd forgotten about her anyway. So I wasn't too familiar with her. I don't know who the next one is to go. Is anybody particularly irritating on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here that you don't like? Not been watching it? No, not too busy. They're all fine, aren't they? To be honest with you, they're actually a bit dull. Is Russell Watson... See, I liked Russell Watson. Definitely. I just think he was great. He'd been in a couple of times for me. Yeah. I mean, you probably... Because different people see different things in people, don't they? Shane Ritchie's son, called Shane Ritchie Jr., because they're nothing if not chav, said he's a bit worried that his father might sort of talk about things which you don't talk about in this day and age, things which are, un-PC. And it's a case of... I don't think he will. I think he does have an off button. I think he knows how to do things like that. I don't like Victoria Derbyshire, but there again, I never did. I never saw the appeal. It just looks like she's wandered out of a BBC, air drying cupboard where they open the door and go, "We got another presenter for you." Here she is. She'll be a little bit bland and boring like the rest of them. Steve, how's your health? Says John. Very good. Very good. I'm fitted up today with my thing under the arm, my Libra. My little Libra. And it's quite good. But I can't make the blooming thing stay properly. So it's there. But I was trying to bring the numbers down. Because numbers we were doing earlier on were sort of pretty high. So I can't contain my excitement on that one. That kicks me off Monday, is good. So anyway, over at one of the Oxford universities, they decided to celebrate Diwali by giving everybody a little bag of golden bears made by... Who makes them? Haribo. Gold bears. They're just called gold bears, okay. I don't think I've ever had them. And they gave them to all the Muslims. What a fat lot of use that is, Hindus, because they've got beef extract in there. I mean, I don't think it's a serious amount, but it's still beef extract. You'd think they'd know this, wouldn't you? Being at Oxford and being cleverer than the rest of us. Taxi graveyards all over the place at the moment. Because nobody's earning any money. And one of our rarest flowers is back to blooming life. It's 100 years ago. Do you know they had a plant that you could buy? There was a shop, I think National Geographic shop up Oxford Street or Regent Street. And it was a plant that grew in the time of the dinosaurs. And somebody had found one. It was still and then they took cuttings off it and they now sell them. And it's like a prehistoric plant. Because I've got a plant in my bathroom, and why not? It's my bathroom. And it doesn't grow in earth. It grows in air. It's an air plant. And it's been in there now for 10 years. No, it's real. It's real. It takes the moisture out of the air to survive. You don't believe me, do you? I can tell you don't. Yes, you've never heard of air plants. There's loads of them. It's an air plant. Oh, you start. It's air plants. It's all right for him not to know. But no, you're not too young. Absolutely not too young. How old are you? You've grown to... How old are you? That's not too young. Too young would be, I'm only 12, or something like that. There you are. All these are different air plants, but mine doesn't look like any of these. It looks like... I'm trying to find something it looks like. It doesn't. It looks like a fern. You know what a fern looks like? It looks like a fern, but it's an air plant, and you don't have it in anything. There you go. It looks like that one on the left. Asparagus fern, but it's got no sort of earth in it. It just sits on top of this little image. I've got all Chinese characters in my... I can't help it. I lived in Hong Kong for 2 years. I'm strangely drawn to, to pagodas and junks and things like that, because I think they look lovely, and so it just grows on the top there. He's sort of holding it, but it's not in anything, and it just takes, if you have a shower or something like that, you get steam in the bathroom. Well, that goes into the atmosphere. You don't do this, no. You don't get out a lot, do you, really? And I can understand him not having it. Yeah, lockdown. It's very good though. A friend of mine gave it to me years and years ago. And I put it in the bathroom, and every so often I look at it thinking, how many more years can this thing go? And apparently it can go forever. So I was very excited. But no, today, so I've got to do the VAT today and an invoice. And then I think I'm up to date with everything, because the next big thing we've got, isn't it? Paying your tax at the end of January. That's about the most depressing time of year. Just when you think, oh, we've got a bit of money over Christmas, along comes the tax man. Oh, no, not now, please. Please, not now. Steve, do you think Santa should get tested before he starts his chimney rounds? Not really, no, because he doesn't see anybody. He literally comes down your chimney, deposits the presents, then goes back up the chimney again, so he's not seeing anybody. I think only in a couple of films. He's also got a mask and loads of sanitizer. I mean, that sleigh is way down. He's effectively doubled the weight of the sleigh because of hand sanitizer. And he's making sure that the reindeer's hooves have been done as well, because you know what they're like, messy creatures. And he is socially distanced from them. He's at least 6 feet away from the 2 reindeer at the back, which I think could be Donner and Blitzen, but I'm not sure which ones it is. Yeah. He's been shielding. But he's been touching the toys, hasn't he? I think he's wearing gloves for touching toys. I suspect he probably is. I'm feeling one of those funny moods today, actually. I don't know why. I feel as though, I don't know, I just feel it's sort of something, because I bought this little tree. John's going to deliver it this morning to me. And then I shall take it up the lift. And it's only a small little tree, so this will make 4 trees I've got. And I keep thinking, I see them and I think, perhaps I should buy some more. Put some lights on them and things like that. It's a cheery time, isn't it? There is a house quite near me. Luckily, it's far enough away not to be considered the same borough. And it's a case of, in their front garden, they've got everything. Blow up Father Christmases, blow up North Pole, blow up Mummy Christmases, blow up this. I've never seen so many things blown up in their front garden. It's not as far as Felton, but it's fairly close. It's heading in that direction. I think they've overdone it. I don't mind lights around the window. And if ever I had enough money, soon, I would like to buy a house and then I'd bring somebody in to decorate the house for Christmas. That would be the ultimate. They do it at a few stately homes. They have people come in and they take, stuff. And you can't find, at the moment, mistletoe. Can't find mistletoe. And I'm looking forward to bringing some in here. I'm going for it whether they want it or not. It's a case of snogsy on the way, okay? Listen, I'm in show business. Some people sort of say, you're in show, nobody kisses in show business. Are you serious? Of course they do. Everybody does it. Ted says, how about a job as a bailiff? There's plenty of work soon. Well, I suspect you might be right. And somebody says, please go easy on Victoria Derbyshire. Michael's in Hitchin, poor soul. The further out you get, the more Victoria Derbyshire fans you become. She was very good on the radio, wasted on television. She's totally wasted, definitely. Could we not get one of those prehistoric plants in your hanging basket, says James? Do you know I haven't got any hanging basket at the moment? My begonias are still up and lovely. Really, I mean, I'm surprised. We're now in December, so they've been running all the way through the summer and still brightly shining. Seriously, but I mean, I couldn't believe it. I thought they'd have died. I might even have to go back and get some more again, because when they arrived, I bought them as little plugs. They call them plugs, little tiny things. That's about what's that, Joe? 1.5 inches? Yeah. About 1.5 inches. And they come in a little plastic box, which is sort of, it makes it look as though you're making an Easter egg or something, 'cause it's got 2 things. And so it grows in its own little container. And when they arrived, I looked at them thinking, they're a bit disappointed. But they couldn't have looked better if I put geraniums in there. And they're not geraniums, they're begonias. It's spelt differently. And they've got them in orange. Mine are only small little flowers on them, but really nice. So I might have to go this coming year. I mean, I should tweet. I think I did tweet. I can't remember, did I tweet a picture? I did quite a few pictures. I'm pretty certain I did, but they're really nice. I think they might be on the Steve Allen thing. My friend Lynn's got her tree up. Same size as mine, only hers has got snow on the branches, so I can't wait to see that once we're allowed to sort of, self whatever it is we do. I can't remember what we do, actually. I can't remember. All these different things. Right, where's this gone? On my... Oh, it's so annoying. On my... Oh, there it is. On my Twitter page, it's got... I'm sure that I had... Oh, where's it gone? You know when you look... It's not on there. I think it comes under my photos. Are you checked on my photos as well? Really? No, you haven't. There they are. On my photos. Are you on my... You're on mine. That's clever, yeah. Yeah, I've got... Wait a minute. Look at that groovy gang thing. Yeah, look, that's the... There. See them?
That's on your photos on your phone.
On my photos on my phone, yeah.
It's not online, that.
Oh, it's not online?
That's just yours.
And you... Is that funny or something? What's the matter with that? I thought... I wasn't sure if you had the actual pictures.
They can't see all your photos, thank God.
They can't see... Exactly. You can't see all my pictures. Thank goodness, eh? I love doing that. I love going into somebody else's phone and sort of immediately going to their photos to see what photos they've got. I do that with even people that I know. I'm not proud. Listen, if somebody's foolish enough to leave their phone down there, especially if I'm eating out with somebody and they leave their phone on the table and go to the toilet, I'm on it like I can get into anybody's telephone. It's an art I learnt. Yeah, apart from I'm the only person I can't get into my own phone. This morning it was being silly. It was playing silly beggars. Wouldn't let me do anything at all. So I thought, right, I'm going to turn you off. Wouldn't let me turn it off either. Can you imagine, honestly, as we come into the festive season, I keep meaning to change the phone, but to be honest with you, I can't be bothered. Yours is very nice. It's flash. I know it's golden because you're luckily richer than I am. I'm supporting a family of 6, and everybody else. Apparently, mistletoe is in very short supply this year. The annual wholesale market at Tenbury Wells was cancelled a couple of weeks ago because of the virus. I don't want the virus, but I do want the mistletoe. I bet I can get some, but I can get some by next Sunday morning. Brace yourselves. I can't. Oh, you're off next week. Oh, who have we got next week? Oh, right. Oh, nice. So, I ordered, Steve, says Shane, a screen protector for my phone. Locally, runny nose now. Locally, it was damaged. As you know, I received my Prosecco glasses from the UK in perfect condition. Can you believe it? It's always the way, isn't it? And David says, need to double check, but I think the government is allowing us to spread our payments due in January. I think you might be right. They allowed us to do it last year because of the coronavirus. They were sort of saying, you can defer some of it. You can defer some of it. But I have to be honest with you, David. I don't like anything hanging around. I really, if I can afford to do something, and I'm very good. Well, actually, I'm not very good, but the people who look after my accounts are very good because they make sure that we've got the money saved in there. So we've always got the money ready to pay the bills because I'm sure it's a lovely idea to try and defer something if you're on a sort of a bit of a limit, but I like to get it paid and sorted. I think I learnt that from my parents. I was very bad with money when I was littler, and now I'm not. Wayne, the trolley dolly. Morning, Wayne. He said, do you know if the usual Christmas market in Trafalgar Square is going on this year? It's my favourite, but we haven't been down there for a few weeks. I'm not sure. I can't tell you that. Can we find out? Do we have a Trafalgar Square market? I think there's one on the South Bank. That's where I get my German sausages. I like those, with the cheese in. We had one of those. Which one? Oh, right. Currywurst. Bit common. And it's like they're all cancelled, are they? Oh, God, they're all cancelled, Wayne. They're all cancelled. That's a bit disappointing, isn't it? We're not going to have sausages either. Why can't we just have sausages? Bring your own sausages in. He likes curry sausages. You see, I think you could take the roof of your mouth off if you're not careful, because the inside of a sausage gets very hot. I would sort of leave it for a little bit to cool off before I put it in my mouth, I'm telling you. It's room. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. So there's no Christmas markets. But, and here is the good bit. here is the good bit, that if we don't have any Christmas markets this year, is that not an indicator that next Christmas we might be back to normal? If they're thinking that by the, what did I read the other day, either the 7th or the 9th or the 11th of December, they might start rolling out these vaccines. Now, if they can get enough of them, and I'm led to believe that they've ordered, I think, about 100 million, because, you know, you're going to need 2, if not 3 for certain people. And then, you know, if we can be good over Christmas, if we're not good, they'll put us into lockdown again. We've got to be extremely good. And then by this time next Christmas, we might actually be able to do hugging, kissing, snogging, tongues, you know, and sort of, you know, drinking and socialising and pubs open and theatres open. But we've got to be good. We've got to be good. Because if we're not good, it's not going to work for us. And I sincerely, I think it could start being rolled out this week. That's what I'm praying for. Of course, the people who don't believe in it, we don't care about you. You can go and sort of do whatever you want. You're nasty. Horrible piece of work. Horrible. How you could ever throw bottles at the police for desecrating our streets really, really annoys me. Really annoys me. Stupid people. As I say, you can find them on YouTube. In America, they call them Karens. Somebody says, did you own a penny farthing? I had a penny farthing. I had pennies and farthings. I had lots of old currency, which is quite nice, actually. I like looking at old things. That's why I'm sitting in this studio. And he means the bike, exactly. They use them. You can still buy a penny farthing. You know why it was called a penny farthing? Because the wheel at the front was big, the size of a penny, and the little wheel at the back. But mind you, getting on it, trying to ride the blooming thing, you're quite high up. What? Honestly, you can't imagine me on a penny farthing. It's something you can only dream about. It's like imagining me in sort of a pair of Speedos diving into a pool from the top board with Tom Daly. Again, something that's just in my imagination. I couldn't dive off a top board. I can't even dive from the side of the pool. I can't even, it frightens the life out of me. I feel quite physically ill when people sort of say, oh, you know, could you dive? Because we used to swim all the time in Hong Kong and no, I can't dive. No, I can't. People used to push me in, but that was children whose parents didn't like their children, and so. But I never did anything like that. I always wanted. I watched Tom Daly doing it, and he gets right to the edge, and his feet are actually over the. Well, I felt ill watching that bit. It's not nice. I shouldn't imagine anybody here dives. Do you dive? No. No, it frightens the life out of me. It's like, you know, when you see people climbing these skyscrapers in Dubai, and he's clinging onto the top with no safety harness at all. I mean, I'm quite moist at the moment, even thinking about it. It's very worrying, isn't it? People do think, and then you get people who sort of climb up buildings or round under caves, and there's, I don't know what sort of hands they've got, but I couldn't support my own weight. You definitely couldn't support your own weight. It's just not possible. I think you'd be gone. You have to be wiry. Look at these people. Look, this is it. Look, I mean, just awful. He's just literally Justin Castigo, and he stands there and if he fell, that's instant death. It's just appalling. Perhaps these people don't have any fear of heights, whereas me, I can't stand on a chair. Seriously, I look at them and I go, yeah, it's very clever, but it's not for me. Look at this one here, French Spider-Man, the second one down on the photos. Look at that, that's how far away the ground is. He died, yeah. Did he fall off? Oh, right. Oh, he fell off. There you go. There's a lesson for you, everybody. Don't go anywhere near it. Oh, dear me. Terrible. Steve, you're funny with your Twitter account and telephone. I don't know anything about them. I seriously don't. Luckily, I've got friends who know how to deal with it. A friend of mine, Danny, he works on a radio station up north, and he sent me a thing yesterday, which was very sweet, and it was a picture of me, Danny, and our friend Jordan, and it was 5 years ago. He said, this is 5 years ago yesterday. And he sent me the picture. He said, where has the time gone? And I said, I've got no idea. And so it was a picture. I don't even know where. It was taken in Joe Allen's. And 28th of November, 2015. And he wrote, 5 years. And then I wrote, oh my God, where has the time gone? Because it just disappears quite quickly. And we can't wait for things to get back to normal. Soon as possible. Steve, seeing you on a penny farthing, says Shane. No, Roger, would be as weird as seeing you driving down the road in an Austin Allegro. Don't use filthy language like that on my programme. It's not necessary. Austin Allegro. Shane says, I couldn't dive. I think I'd freeze on the diving board. I couldn't even go up there. Tom Daly took his husband up there, didn't he? And they got to the top and he went, oh, can't do it. I mean, I got nervous for him as he climbed up there. Obviously, Tom Daly does not have any fear of heights. Because he went up and he said to Lance, come on. And they go to, and Lance, no. And he had to sit down. Very high. It's as high as the moon. I don't know. There's 16, I don't know, 30 feet, 16 metres or something. I don't know what it is. Whatever it is, I'm not doing it. They could, even if they offered money. I couldn't even go and then sit on the edge and then just drop into the water. I absolutely couldn't do it. I'm sorry about that. It makes me a terrible, terrible wuss, doesn't it? When there's all sorts of things you can't do. And that would be one of the main things that I couldn't do. The height of the platforms, 10 metres, which is the highest, 33 feet. I thought it was about 30 feet. 7.5 metres, 25 foot, and 5 metres, 16 foot, giving the diver enough time to perform the acrobatic movements of a particular dive. Yes. For me, it would be, ah! That would be it. I'd be fine with that bit, but I've no intention of doing acrobatic movements for the entertainment of the public, thank you very much indeed. I mean, just keeping my shorts on would be the problem. Because as you dive into the water, your shorts kind of leave your body for some sort of out-of-body experience. I just can't think of anything worse than doing it. I had to take a picture once. There's a place in Twickenham. It used to be a theatre, but it's they do boxing and they do martial arts for the kids and everything else. And it's got a little theatre in there. And I stood on the steps. They said, do you want to turn round, Steve? I can't turn around. I can't. So I had to hold the camera over my shoulder, pointing it at this. Oh, seriously. Saddest thing. I get funny going up ladders. Do you know, when I was younger, I was fine. I didn't bother in the slightest going up and down a ladder, but not now. I always think that they're going to sort of, when we had the trees put up, the boys came round to do the trees for me. And I remember thinking, rather you than me. I can't do anything like that. I'm really terrible. Steve, thank you for keeping my spirits high and getting me through this year. I was in with COVID-19. I almost lost my life, but I'm here doing well. I owe it to the NHS, my husband, my sister, and you. You've been my friend every morning whilst I was hospitalised. Now you're my regular soul pill that heals me and makes me smile, says Georgia. She says, if you're ever in Greenwich at 4 a.m, don't worry about waking me up like you did with your brother. I'll be up. I forgot to listen to radio over the years, but now I'm such a fan of LBC and especially love you. There you go. We are a team effort, Georgia. They have to say that. All presenters say, they say, oh, it's a team effort. You know, we don't mean it. We just have to say it to keep them quiet. And, so they feel part of it. You know, so when people say to them outside in the real world, so what do you do? And they go, oh, I work on the radio. And they go, oh, where do you work? And they go, I work for LBC. Oh, right. Are you on air? No. Do you work on a particular programme? We do. Who do you work for? Steve Allen. Never heard of him. What does he do? He's on at 4 o'clock in the morning. Oh, God, that one. Oh, goodness me. Is he ever happy? Is he ever happy? Mr. Misery. I love the idea. The PC, he has been fired. I did tell you that last week. This is the PC who went in his uniform, fool of the First Order, 20 years unblemished career, doing really well. What does he do? He thieves from the supermarket. And what does he do? He puts carrots through twice. So, for the sake of 10 quid's worth of Krispy Kreme donuts, he's out of work. He's unemployable. Nobody will touch him with a barge pole. He's what's commonly known as a bent cop, because they shouldn't do things. And also, he was in uniform. He swapped out. So the bill should have been 14 quid. He paid 4, and he's trying to convince the board of people deciding on his fate that it was a genuine error. No, you know how much Krispy Kreme donuts are, and he's paid the price. You can imagine what the wife said, can't you? Oh, my goodness me, Christmas will not be the same this year. But at least we've got Georgia, which is good, and a happy, Merry Christmas to you this year. Listen, if we've managed to keep your spirits up during all the bad stuff that's been going on, then that's what we're here for. But it's a team effort. It's not just me, it's other people. And anyway, so that's very good. So listen, we'll take a short break. You'd love the conversation we're having in the studio at the moment. I tell you, I'm absolutely revelling in this one today. It's possibly one of the best one of these days. I always remember, do you remember years ago I told you we were in another building and then somebody said, I can see you in the studio, Steve. And I went, yeah. And it turned out that a previous presenter had left the computer hooked up so you could see in the studio, you could watch the programme in the studio. And I said, no, you can't. They went, yes, they can. And they showed me. And all of a sudden, I could see that people could see us. Well, exactly. We took that off very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. That was fun. And then we did it one time because people got a bit excited and they said, is it possible we can see what you look like in the studio? Which is exactly the same as I look like anywhere else. I'm just sort of sitting in a studio with a pair of headphones, half on, half off. And I've got some bits of paper and a whole stack of papers and everything. There's not really a lot to see. Radio is actually very, very boring because most of it is in your mind as to what people look like. And Lord knows, I've had people over the years going, I couldn't believe that you look like that. which is good. Steve in Dunedin, New Zealand, 6 p.m. here, just listening to you cooking a spag bowl for dinner. You are perfect to cook by. Oh, I've got an Auntie Enid. I think we could be living tandem lives. You can't have an Auntie Enid like my Auntie Enid. I mean, seriously. It's a bit... Where are you going? Oh, what is it? Oh, how lovely. That's lovely to share that. Good. When you come back, one of us might look different. OK, just I'd say that now. Steve, I was a North Sea diver in the early pioneering years in oil and gas exploration. Now, that was a proper job, says Derek in Aberdeen. I should imagine you earned a fortune. An absolute fortune. The North Sea oil workers used to earn a lot of money, but you wouldn't want to. I mean, I could barely stay awake for that amount of time. But Derek loves the show. Got up just to listen to you. Thank you very much indeed. That's what we like. Seriously, if ever I don't say anything else to you ever again, I hope that by this time next year we've all had our inoculation, we've all had the injection, we've all had the bits and pieces which make us feel a bit better, and we're not going to get it, and then we can go out hugging and kissing and partying and pubbing and doing all the things that people like normal things. Like normal things. That's all it is. It's only, we're not asking for anything else. Oh, we would just have a nice, nice. What do I want? I knew you were going to ask me what I want to do the most. And the answer is, I want to go back to my two favourite restaurants, which is Joe Allen's and Little Italy. And I want to go back with my friends. Because we've not done it for ages and ages and ages. We did it at Soho House in Mayfair, where there was about 6 of us, I think, and we were sort of socially distancing, and then we lost all of that. So I can't wait for that to get back together. Just the very idea that we can go out and live our lives. Otherwise, it makes you very dull and boring. What's the thing you're missing? What are you missing, Jake? You want to go to the zoo? Oh, right. Which zoo? What, London? Your pardon? Paynton Zoo? Oh, OK. And what does Paynton Zoo have that no other zoo has? Oh, right. OK, you've never been to the zoo there? Oh, right. That's a bizarre thing to miss, isn't it? I was a member of London Zoo, and so that means we could go to another zoo, because they've got 2. They've got the London Zoo, because they moved a lot of animals out into the countryside. Joseph says, why do you wear headphones in the studio if you don't take calls? Every presenter wears headphones. Every presenter wears headphones. I mean, I know thousands of I don't know thousands, that's a gross exaggeration, but I know lots and lots of presenters who do music-based programmes. They wear headphones all the time. And also, I wear headphones so that my producers can talk to me, because they're lonely, and they want somebody to talk to, and that's just the way it is. Put it this way, I now spend most of my week with a pair of headphones on. I don't know why. Everybody wears them. It becomes part of it. It also means you can hear what you sound like, and don't even ask what that means, because I've got no idea. Because some people, if I wear both my headphones on, it sounds too odd. It sounds very odd. So you have one on and one off. So I can hear what I sound like on the programme, and then I can hear what I sound like in real terms as well. And it's called learning how to be a broadcaster, I suppose. And you never stop learning. You're always learning. Sometimes I'll do something and go, oh, I quite like that. That was quite nice. And then sometimes I'll try something and I go, I don't like that. Shan't try that again. But luckily, there's still a few things on my wish list. which is quite nice. I have a wish list of sort of things to achieve by the age of death. How many pieces of paper? There's not that many things. Not that many things. I've got a couple of little things that have recently gone on the wish list, and I've thought, oh, that'd be nice. But it's like Christmas, isn't it? I never worry about Christmas. I enjoy the festivities, and I enjoy driving down the motorway and seeing the lights and all those kind of things. But that's about it. I want to sort of, I don't necessarily go round to loads of people's houses, because most of my friends can't stand Christmas. They don't like it. They don't like, lights on houses and everything. Look at these stupid people yesterday fighting in London. Look at them. Idiots. Throwing stuff at the police. These aren't people who want the coronavirus to go away because they don't believe in it. These are idiots. In America, they taser people at the drop of a hat. These people, they just want to be arrested because they're stupids. Look at them. Got some stupid woman trying to defend her boyfriend throwing bottles at the police. I think people like you, darling, should be taken to the courts. They should open up special courts. Oh, it's all so difficult for me. It's so difficult. Pain in the rear end, I think. So that's why we wear headphones. That's why I've never known a presenter who doesn't wear headphones. There used to be a programme years ago, it's called Night Caller, I think Clive will tell you all about it, and it was somebody in America, and he was walking around the studio but not wearing headphones. He was able to walk, and I wasn't quite sure how that operated, but, doesn't affect us at all. Talk about an out-of-body experience. You ever had an out-of-body experience, Jake? You ever? Never? Dreams. You've had dreams? Lucid dreams. Okay. But anyway, Simon in Essex, he said, I was in Turkey 30 years ago trying to get on the back of a rescue jet ski when the pilot revved the engine, sending my trunk shooting back from my body. I not only had to swim back, but had the embarrassment of emerging onto the beach looking nothing like Daniel Craig. Yeah, but he didn't look like Daniel Craig before you lost the shorts. So why do you think things would change if you come out? It's that picture of Daniel Craig coming out the sea, isn't it, in his shorts? But most people wear these sort of baggy Hawaiian shorts. I think a nav. But that's just... I like Speedos, yeah, but you've got to be slim to wear the blooming thing. You can't wear them if you're our size. It just doesn't work. I mean, if you're a Russian weightlifter, of course, it seems to be fine, but as neither of us are Russian weightlifters, it ain't going to be happening. Shane says, I'm wearing headphones listening to you on my phone. That's good, isn't it? I think it's amazing. I can send a text to a friend of mine in America, as you know, and I get a reply back almost instantly. I mean, how fantastic. I never get over how fantastic things are. I bet you want to know what's on the front of the papers, so I shall tell you. Geo's My Squeeze, Ranveer besotted with Giovanni. Axe celebrities paid £500,000. These are people, they were going to put in the celebrity thing, but because it's losing audience, big time, losing seriously big time, they've decided they're not going to do it. Oh, look, dreary old Rhiannon Sugden. Oh, you've killed my career. Oh, you've done this. Oh, I'll never work ever again. I wish you'd go away and stay away. Make it so much easier. And an exclusive, a new ID for the world's most evil mum. I mean, this is the woman... Mairead Philpott, whose 6 kids died in a deliberate house fire, was blasted by critics, including her own mother. She tasted freedom yesterday after serving only 8.5 years for manslaughter. All 6 children are dead. What do you have to do in this country? What do you have to do in this country to be sent to prison? When they say you'll go to prison for life, and she serves 8.5 years for killing 6 children. 6 little I mean, I just don't understand it. So she's now free to roam the streets. You know what'll happen? I can predict this now because it's happened every single time. It's a case of somebody will find out where she's moved to or where she's living, even though they give them an identity. It's awful. Bruno Tonioli is said to be worried about his future on Strictly after the success of Tony Beak. They stuck Tony Beak on the panel, and to be honest with you, it was a bit naff. He's a bit like an oil slick. He's a bit like David Dickinson. David Dickinson, who sounds like he gargles with nails. Doesn't he? He's still on the telly. Yeah, they do. It's called Dickens' Real Deal. And that's where you have a lot of dodgy-looking antique dealers all sitting there. He's got £50 notes. He's got £50 notes. And then somebody will take something there, and they'll go, OK, here it is. And they go, that's lovely. That's lovely. OK, well, I'm going to put some money down on the table. And thus in starts the meanest bunch of people you've ever seen in your entire life. So, I mean, it's a bit like Des O'Connor on Take Your Pick. Did you ever see Take Your Pick? I loved it. Did you ever see Take Your Pick? It's really good, easy. You'd even understand it. It's not too complicated, Jake. And they did the yes/no game, and then he'd go, right, open the little locker, take out the piece of paper so you knew what your prize was, and there'd be about 3 silly prizes, like a cucumber or a wooden spoon or something, and then 3 good prizes, but not, you can tell the year by the fact that they weren't really fantastic prizes. Yeah, you've got a Sierra or a music centre. Well, that was considered a big deal. And he would take out the bit of paper and he'd look at it and go, I'll give you £10. And he would find your level where you would agree to take the money, which I thought was very clever. Because I used to play along too, because we didn't know what it was either. And then he'd say, right, and they'd go, no, I'll take the thing, open the box or whatever it happened to be. And he'd say, okay, so I've offered you £75. And I'm thinking, take the money. There was somebody on Tipping Point the other day, and it was £2,500, and he could have gambled it for 10,000. There was no chance he was going to win. He was an idiot. And, I feel I can say that because I'm a watcher of the programme. And it was a case of, they said, do you want to take the 2,500? He said, I'll take the 2,500. I thought, thank God for that. A sigh of relief. And then I watched them all back on that programme where Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Yeah, but they did all the winning ones, all the people who won $1 million. And, of course, the one that was interesting was Judith Keppel, because it turns out she'd only just recently visited the church where Eleanor of Aquitaine was buried. And so she knew who Eleanor of Aquitaine had been going out with. I don't think they showed Charles Ingram. I think he's finished now, isn't he? I mean, his dreary old bag of a wife. They turned up on, what was that programme they turned up on? The Farm. Do you ever remember it? Lying on a bed in his white pants, Jeff Brazier, lying next to Major Ingram's wife on the bed. God, no. Rebecca, yes, we remember Rebecca Lewis. All before your time, isn't it? Yeah. Believe you me, Rebecca Lewis, she goes down in history, I think. She has to, doesn't have any choice. Apparently, the original presenter of Take Your Pick was Michael Miles. It was. Very good indeed. The technical term for wearing headphones, says Ray, is called foldback. I just call it wearing headphones. I've never heard of it called anything else. Steve, if you want an out-of-body experience, watch Steph's packed lunch TV show. No, I can't watch it. It's too dreadful. It is too dreadful. There's too many people on it. There's too many people. And, either it's going to be the one person or you're going to fill it up with a load of old has-beens that nobody's interested in. I'm seriously not interested in any of it. The Strictly Stars caught in a clasp. This is Ranveer and Giovanni. Leaving a filming session, she's got her arm through his. Uh-oh. This always bodes badly, doesn't it? Once the newspapers, they say that Ranveer is besotted with Giovanni. And they were sort of holding arms and this kind of stuff. I think once people start like this, it's happened so many times before. I don't think it's a curse. I think it's just loose people. It's a case of... Oh, it might be very innocent, but I don't walk out of here with my arm through yours, do I? So, same sort of thing. Yeah, and you would let me. And, as we walk out the building, oh, so where do you work? I work on his show. See, please wish my twins, Brad and Chloe, a happy birthday today. 22nd. They're not up this early, but we listen to the whole show back later in the morning, which is nice. They love your sharp tongue. Oh, I'm sorry about that, actually. I could cut myself, couldn't I? We'll be sipping champagne from our glasses later this afternoon. Well, there you go. Listen, I've got a few left, only in the singles. Steve, online I can hear the producers talk, but on the radio I can't hear them. It's best way. Best way, seriously. You don't want to hear them. Seriously, they've got nothing really important to say. No, they have, but it's when we go to a break that we have conversations, the like of which I've never had in my entire life. Honestly. It's almost entertainment in itself. It really is. One of the producers, anyway, I can't begin to tell you because it's a very good story. Very funny at the same time as well, because it told me a lot, which I didn't know before. So. A mystery man known as Mr. C, who showered Fern McCann with gifts and attention, is a businessman called Charlie Wilson. They apparently build houses, and he's going out with Fern McCann. Oh, God. Fern McCann's choice of men is not normally the best, is it? Let's hope this one's a little bit better. And Furno has a daughter with Arthur Collins. Now, he's serving 20 years for the acid attack. Let's hope it is 30 years. He'll be thrilled, won't he? Somebody else taking over the looking after of his child. And here's Christine McGuinness. Good God, she's not still around, is she? Christine McGuinness, they say, starts her purple reign in colourful lingerie. What sort of man who'd be married to her would allow her to pose like that so that people can leer over her? Oh, yes. That'll be Paddy McGuinness. Anyway, The Real Housewives of Cheshire star. I wasn't aware she was still in the programme. Have you seen some of the people in there? Oh, they're ghastly. They really are horrible. They're horrible. You need to watch them. They really are. We've scraped the old barrel for this set of people. They're terrible. They don't like each other. There's a black woman in there, and they've accused her of sending malicious emails, and she said they all rounded on her on the table. Every single one of them was a nasty old baggage, and they picked on it, and she said, I'm telling you, I've not done these things. Well, we think maybe you know that. And all she had to do was say, listen, where have all these things come from? And it gave her name. Say her name was Elsie Jones. It's from Elsie Jones. That proves it's you. No, that's not my account. My account is Elsie Jones Official. That's the difference. It's like I have a tick on my account, and that proves that I'm who I say I am. And she was right. And then one of them went, oh, if she's proven right, we'll have to all eat humble pie. I thought, what a horrible bunch of women they are. They really are quite ghastly. So the I'm a Celebrity bosses have sort of given money, 50,000 each. 50,000 each. That's for isolating 10 reserve stars. I mean, when you look at the guest list, Phil Tufnell again, Joey Essex again, Vicky Patterson again, Joe Swash, about as unfunny as anything you can think of, and Charlie Brooks. But apparently they were all given 50,000 quid, so it says here. So it says. I mean, I'm not too sure actually whether or not it's true, but it doesn't really make any difference. It's just a face, of the programme, and you think, I don't know how they need these people on there. They're not interesting enough at the moment. So what do we have? We had somebody who killed 6 children, in a house fire, who's coming out of prison early. And here's a man who broke a paramedic's jaw. Jamie Davis complained of breathing difficulties. Medics who went to his house found nothing wrong. So they told him they found nothing wrong. He then made another 6 999 calls. Anyway, he's been sent to prison for 7 years. For that, he punched somebody in the face. He's a rather stupid person, a bit pathetic. But he gets 7 years in prison, whereas somebody who had the misfortune to lose 6 of their children in a house fire is out of prison after 8 years. I don't understand. Why don't we... If we say to somebody, when you go to court and they say, right, so-and-so, so-and-so, life, why can't it mean life? Why does it mean only if... Why don't they just say it's a few years? No point sort of changing things. Martin Bashir could face a police probe into the TV chat with Diana. He's in the spotlight over claims that he fraudulently obtained the royal scoop in 1995. Well, I should imagine loads of journalists have done stuff like that. I don't know really why it was such a big deal. Although, according to one of the papers, she sort of said that she wished she hadn't done the interview after she'd done it. This is speaking to a friend. You know what it's like, you meet all these friends now. Also, glamorous Maura Higgins, just don't get her to speak. Unveiled her new romance with Chris Taylor. She lapped up messages of congratulations. Is there something the matter with her? Why do they... I mean, who these people are? I've seen her without makeup. Frightening. Very, very frightening. Galileo, Figaro. And former boyfriend Curtis Pritchard, with whom she reached the final of the hit show last year, it was the knife in the back he'd long feared. I wouldn't worry about it, Curtis. Listen, while you're still going ahead with your career, she'll be sort of dragging out her weary old carcass. A bit like Rhiannon Sugden. They go, oh, isn't she glamorous? Really isn't. Really isn't. Britain is going to face a Christmas gift shortage. Get my gift over this weekend, Joe. Don't sort of miss out. I know what Jake's bought me. So, that thing we were looking at in the break. Yeah. Very reasonable. Very reasonable. And you could have it done in silver. You could have it in silver as well, which I think is quite nice. But apparently the kids are going to miss out on things like PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X and S. Many of these things are stuck at ports, waiting to sort of Or just tell them Father Christmas is going to be late this year. They'll understand it. I mean, if they're under the age of 3, they won't have the faintest idea what it is. Just say Father Christmas is going to be delivering later and leave it at that. Much, much easier, isn't it? A shocked teenager gave birth in a hospital toilet after having no idea she was pregnant. How is it that people can give birth without even realising that they're pregnant? It must be like really bad indigestion, mustn't it? Michael Miles lived in Syon Court in Twickenham. My brother and I used to play with his children. He used to play the yes-no game with us at parties, says Janet. Ooh. And this one says, Steve, sausage, egg, bacon, fried tomatoes and fried slice. Is a fried slice fried bread? Is that what we think a fried slice? Oh, OK, that sounds nice. We're going to need some beans to post the fried tomatoes. I'd rather not have fried tomatoes. I think beans would be nice. But sausage, egg, bacon and a fried slice, definitely. Thank you very much indeed. Just deliver it here. So much easier. I can share it with the boys. Because have you eaten all the Christmas trees? Are there any Christmas trees? You've eaten all, one left. I love the way people always leave one in. They go, oh, I'll just leave one in there, shall I? Makes it look as I'm not... Oh, you just put it all in your mouth. Doesn't care. Really doesn't care. What's this a picture of? It's a picture of... former footy star Jermaine Pennant. Banned from driving for 56 days. His 4th disqualification. He's also got to pay a £525 fine after exceeding a 70-mile-an-hour motorway limit. The latest ban came last week after he failed to appear at a magistrate's court. So that it's his 4th disqualification. That's not good, is it, really? I mean, I'm reasonably good, but, with a lapse. So we'll wait and see what happens there. Plus, George Clooney has vowed he won't play romantic leads anymore. He's too old. I mean, he's only just turned 50. I mean, he looks older to me. And why is 50 too old? I mean, there's no hope, is there, if they say that? But, no, he's 59. Sorry, I do beg your pardon. He says, the star of 1996's One Fine Day said, as I just turned 50, and I said, this is going to be the last time I'm going to be doing anything romantic. He's only 59 now, but that's okay. Let's say 59 is young. I should imagine most people of 59 listening to this programme as virile as anything. Don't you think so? I think people think you get to a certain age, you go, oh, shan't be doing that again. And then people do, as you get a bit old. Charlie Chaplin was still having sex at the age of 90. At the age of 90, which only goes to prove there's life in the old dog. Yes, he had children much later in life, yeah. See, some people are quite sort of fertile. And obviously he was up for a bit of fun. Why not? Spent years making people laugh. Why not? Why not? Steve. What about Hailder's theatrical Viagra, Nicole Kidman? I'm not sure if I think Nicole Kidman is theatrical Viagra. I'm really not sure. I quite like... who do I like, actually? I don't know. I mean, I can't think of any films that I'm chasing at the moment. I don't think there's anything out. Although I'm sure there must be films that are coming out, but I just can't think of anything at the moment that I'm sort of going, oh, I can't wait for that film. So I don't seem to have any of these sort of things around me at all. Charlie Chaplin welcomed his 11th child to the world at the astonishing age of 73 years and 3 months. Prior to his son's birth, he'd fathered 10 other children between 1919 and 1959. Wow. That was quite good. So somewhere out there are 11 children bearing Charlie Chaplin's name. They are related to... I wonder how much money he left. Did he leave a lot of money, do you think? They were saying the other day about Diego Maradona and saying his fortune of 75 million. I don't think he's got anything like that. I really don't think he's got anything. I think well, the rumour we heard on the Friday was about 100,000 quid. Which is not a lot of money. Not a lot of money. What else we got here? James Blunt flew 14... Good Lord. In today's money, Charlie Chaplin left $400 million. That's in today's money. $400 million. Split 11 ways, yeah. He was my dad. It was my dad. $400 million. That's quite nice. Mind you, I was reading 35 mil each. Mind you, that's interesting. I was looking at the Arcadia stuff the other day with Philip Green, who apparently is still going to keep all his money. It's just all the people who aren't going to be there, but they can sell off bits of the business if that's the way it goes. But he tried before to refinance for 30 million. It's not that he hasn't got 30 million. His wife's got 1.2 billion. So, I mean, could she not lend him some money? That's normally the way it works, isn't it? I think so. I think the idea is if that shop goes under, I mean, Top Shop, you know why? They haven't embraced the internet. And if you don't embrace the internet, there are other shops. Andrew Castle was talking about this yesterday morning. There are other places where people go to sort of buy their sort of clothing. You know, but am I doing that other side? The others, yeah. Talk about the internet, which is very important. I have got some news for you, which you don't want to miss. Let's have a check, though, shall we, on Monday, the 29th of November. Now, you may have noticed, if you're a listener to LBC on Global Player, which is on your phone or computer, that we're asking you to sign in to continue listening. Now, it's quite exciting because it's the next evolution of the LBC and the Global Player app. It means we can do lots of clever things. The first thing to note is it's totally free. No catch. It means that we can tailor some great extra content, personalised just for you, by recommending shows and podcasts. Plus, if you're signed in, you'll have personalised content for all of LBC's sister stations like Classic FM, Smooth, Heart, Gold and Capital. And again, it's all for free. So please remember to sign in next time you listen to LBC on the LBC or Global Player app, and your life will never be the same again. I promise you. It's fantastic in a very, very nice way. And there's no charge. It's all completely free, which is good, isn't it? 26 minutes to 6. Steve says, David, putting 50 or 100 million to Arcadia will be throwing good money after bad if Philip Green is still in charge. New money might work, but only with a new owner. Well, that's what they're thinking they're going to be doing. They think they're going to be hiving off bits of the business and selling off the... But it's the fact that they didn't pick up on how big the internet was going to be, and that you don't need to order your clothes by going into a shop. And so it's very nice to see them, but to be honest with you, you can order stuff now online. If it doesn't suit, you send it back again. And you can do it with a lot of the main operators. I mean, Top Shop, I think, stopped being cool at the same time. I used to go past the one in Oxford Circus, big one there, because they used to have a gents, nothing in my size, and a gents outfitters, and all the girls would go and buy their stuff, and it ran its course. In fact, I heard somebody on Andrew Castle's show the other day saying it ran its course. That was about as far as it was ever going to go. But I didn't realise what else came under the Arcadia banner. There's loads of stuff, actually. It's Dorothy Perkins. I mean, bless her heart, she's done her best, hasn't she? There's a limit to how many clothes she can run up. Burton's was another one. You see, I remember going to Burton's and I joined Club 24, which means you paid in. It was like Club 1830 without the holiday or the sand between your toes. And it was £10 a month and you got £240 credit. And I think people thought you paid £10 a month and you got £240 credit every month. But of course, because my friend Jimmy, he went in there and he bought socks and pants, and then he'd used all his money up. There was nothing, you then spend the next year and a half trying to pay it all back again. Makes no difference to them. They just wanted to find out who was going to be sort of buying. So I had a Club 24 card. But as I say, once you've got yourself into this sort of debt situation, it's very difficult to pay it back. It's like having a Barclay card. The whole idea is, and it's very clever if you can do it, pay it all off at the end of each month. So you're just... So I had a Club 24 card. But as I say, once you've got yourself into this sort of debt situation, it's very difficult to pay it back. It's like having a Barclay card. The whole idea is, and it's very clever if you can do it, pay it all off at the end of each month. So you're just using it for the extra credit. But the moment you pay the minimum, forget it. That's it, because you'll be there paying it for the rest of your life. And it makes no difference to them. You actually look, you pay off, they go, or you can either pay all of it off, or you can pay this much, 100 and something pounds. So you pay that bit off, you look the next month, you still seem to owe the same amount of money. It's not easy. It's very easy to get yourself into debt. The amount of shops I go into where they go, oh, do you have a so-and-so card, or do you have a card? I don't want one. I want to pay for everything that I've got. And whilst a Sparks... No, I don't have a Marks and Sparks card either, no. The only card I've got is Costco. Love Costco. Love Costco. You can buy anything in Costco. It's so much great fun. Great fun, I love it. But I did go past the other day. I came back on the motorway, and I was going to go to Costco, but the queue was so big, and I thought, no. Didn't fancy it, actually. Steve, signed into Global Player app. The date of birth defaults to today, so it took a while to scroll back to my birth year. One of those signs, says Paul, that says I am officially old. Oh, right. Steve, never mind Charlie Chaplin. Stevie Wonder's got 9 children from 5 different relationships. I interviewed Stevie Wonder in Vienna years ago, and all I remember is his sunglasses were very dirty. You know, I felt like getting out me a little bit of cloth and cleaning them, but he was loving it, and they were all, you know, because when you go to another country and you interview people, he was on tour there, and Dale and I went to see him when he was over here. I thought he was fantastic. I thought he was absolutely brilliant. The only person who sort of came on stage and he sounded exactly like his sort of records. Very good. 84850. Steve, I've been signed in for a while now. It's a great app, says Shane in Sydney. See, told you, which is very good. Very good. We like people who use the app. Now, what have I done here? I was trying to find sort of a newspaper that's got a bit of scandal on it. Here we go. Let's have a bit of scandal, shall we? From the Daily Star, things went Trump in the night, says Holly. She says that people just constantly broke wind in the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Which is, I know, a bit naff, isn't it, really? James Blunt flew 1,400 miles for chicken wings. He's a former British Army captain. He plants a tree for every ticket to one of his gigs. Oh, that's good, isn't it? And so this is a 3-hour, 30-minute return. But if you really like chicken wings, they're really nice. No? Do you know what's very popular? No, I wouldn't. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't want to go on a flight. You know what's very popular in Marks and Spencer's? The chicken donuts. Have you had them? Yeah, they're apparently their most popular item in their Christmas range. Whereas I quite like, but I'm going to have to deep fry them. I think it works a little bit better. The little tiny sausages, which are in batter with a curry sauce. I might go for that, actually, today. I don't know, really. I don't know. Anyway, Holly Arnold says it's windy in the camp because they all keep breaking the wind. Contestants, including Shane Ritchie, don't care about letting rip in front of the others. Holly said it was all breaking wind and snoring. Oh. Yeah, well, that's the trouble. Most people snore nowadays. Look at those. Chicken nugget Dunkin' Donuts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 for a £5. Yeah, I know. Well, you think that's expensive? Oh, do you? Oh, right. Well, it's a donut with chicken in it. What do you expect? I mean, I should imagine, actually, Joe, you'd be eating a whole box of those, wouldn't you? You wouldn't be kind of sharing those out between 3 or 4 people. I could eat all of those. You could eat all of those, couldn't you, Jake? Yeah. No danger. Easy peasy. You just literally eat them and they look... Presumably, they're sort of done in a round and then they dip them in the batter and then they fry them. They sound delicious. No more than 5 minutes. Have you had them already? Oh, right. How do you know it's no more than 5 minutes? Oh, right. Less than 5 minutes to eat them. I like the little chicken Kievs from Marks and Spencer. They're very nice. I could eat a whole box of those without too much effort. I know it makes me look cheap, but I mean, what the heck? It's only Christmas once a year, isn't it? Have you not got a Marks? Oh. I was going to say, if you needed anything, just ask me next week and I'll just bring it in for you. I can do sort of, but you're not here next week. Oh, what a shame, you miss out. It's the only week I was going. There you go. What can we do about it? Reality star Olivia Attwood, who seems to be all over the place at the moment. So she's encouraging women to check their breasts. I didn't even know who she was, actually, until somebody who was setting up our breakfast show for Nick Ferrari said, I like her. And I thought, they all sort of pop it. We don't know what they're famous for. Nothing, really. I can't think of these people being famous for anything at all. And Strictly star Harvey is a hit with Randy Cougars. He's bombarded with flirty messages from older women since signing up for the dance contest. He said, it's the older generation that's been sending me messages. Oh, I never know how old people are who send me messages. I generally have to go by somebody's name. The name is normally an indicator of how old somebody is. So if you see the name sort of, Enid, you would think that would be an older person. If you see the name Jake or Joe, that would be sort of young, somebody younger. Tristan would be sort of quite a young name. Sue, of course, would be a name around 50. 60. And I can remember once, actually, I can tell you a story. I can tell you a story of somebody who didn't like the fact that she was called this particular name because people assumed she was old, and she thought she wasn't old, but she was. And it's because it's an old name. You won't find young girls nowadays being called Joan, They won't be. They'll be called Kylie and Holly and stuff like that. They're the sort of the young, trendy names. So whoever is in the newspaper is going to be having their name used. So Olivia would be a very popular name. Also, James would be a good name for a boy. Holly, very popular name. And I should imagine Diego will be soon a very popular name. Do you have a middle name, Jay? You're boring. You don't have one? Oh, right. Nobody in your family have one? Oh, right. That's a bit odd, isn't it? Because we all had them in our family. All of them. Not this generation. Such a snob over the names, honestly. Did you... You wanted one? Well, just stick one in there. Well, what would you want to be? What would you want to be? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You must have thought... You're Douglas. Oh, that's... You see, again, that's an age thing, isn't it? Yeah. Mine's William. My dad's middle name. So, my brother's William as well. It all gets very confusing. But Jake, apparently, not a clue. Not that he's... Alexander. Oh, OK, that's OK. Yeah, that's quite a good name, isn't it? Is that because you thought about the quiz show on the television?
No, it isn't.
Thought about... It's not the meerkat, is it?
Also, no.
Yeah. Oh, OK. I don't think I'll ask. Much easier. Steve, for our Canape menu, we make mini ball donuts with melted cheese and crispy bacon centre. Very popular, says Kevin. Oh, they sound delicious, Kevin. They sound delicious. So, mini ball donuts with melted cheese and crispy bacon centre. Oh, that sounds lovely. You should offer that as a sort of an idea to Marks and Spencer's. They sound delicious. Steve, have you put your outside Christmas lights up, says David in Ipswich? I did yesterday, but I'm worried it might be a bit early. No. He said, but then again, I have been using my Groovy Gang glasses a lot. Exactly. Don't you worry about anything. Never too early. Never, ever too early. You know. Locked into the spike after the Tyson fight. It was a draw, says Waj. Didn't even know he was fighting. Mike Tyson. It was a draw, was it? That means they were very evenly matched, which means that, you know, it wasn't a proper fight. Also, another one here. Let's have a quick look. Somebody's saying, of course, Arcadia is actually owned by the wife. She's got Philip Green's wife, apparently, owns it. He's the chairman only. Is he? Yeah, we'll get back to you on that one. It's not going to make any difference, actually. I was reading about M&S's chicken donuts, Steve. When you mentioned that they're going down a storm, apparently they've sold 50,000 portions in the past 2 weeks. And they reckon they'll have sold 1 million packs by Christmas. Oh, they sound quite nice, don't they? A chicken donut. Oh, it's too exciting. How old are Karens? Says Karen. Well, they're generally middle-aged. They're generally middle-aged. That's all I can tell you. We do have them in this country, not as many as they've got in America. And they're I mean, just type in nasty Karen and you'll be horrified at some of the things you see these people. They are just dreadful. Screaming and shouting. Oh, dreadful. So old, not, you know, middle-aged, probably between 40, 55, something like that. Jane says, Merry Christmas. They're never too early. It's never too early to say Merry Christmas. It really isn't. And the millennials are giving their babies names like Betty and Joan, says Mary in Oxford. She says, by the way, I think it's a hipster thing. And filled baked potato skins are lovely on Boxing Day. I like the skin. I definitely like the skin. Yeah, it's the best bit. It's the best bit. It's the healthiest bit for you. And I quite like it with sort of chicken and sweet corn, which would be quite nice. And then just sort of eat it, like, just eat it. You are? You're not? Oh, perhaps you've never... Have you ever... Oh, no. Why do you not like sweet corn? Oh, right. The corn on the cob is sweet corn. It's also... What else is it? Come on. You know what else it is. Corn on the cob is sweet corn, which is also... No. It's... Come on. Cornflakes. That's what corn is. It's cornflakes. Yes. Yes, yes. Those little funny things you empty out of the box in the morning with a picture of a cockerel on the front. That's corn. Corn. Cornflakes. That would be the clue. You know, not maize flakes. No, it's cornflakes. Did you not know that? Wow, what did you think it was? No. Did you know that, Joe? Cornflakes are corn. Oh, you didn't know either.
I thought it was the other cornflake pack.
No, cornflakes is corn. It's just that they sort of blow it up and then it looks like cornflakes. And it's really odd. Well, it wasn't to him. That's what I said. I said the clue is in the word cornflakes. Popcorn. Yeah. It's the kernels of the corn. Of course it's the kernels of the corn. What do you think it is? Have you ever seen popcorn? You get a little packet and you put some of this butter in a saucepan, empty these things in, and then hang on to the lid for grim death and go... Yeah, it's corn. Like corn on the cob. Like the cornflakes. The clue is in the word corn. I don't want to make it any more obvious. But yeah, that's what popcorn is. Yeah, no, don't feel stupid, honestly, for goodness sake. Honestly, that's ridiculous. Feel really stupid. But yeah, so it's corn, as in cornflakes. That's what we like to be. We like to be educational on this programme. We like to... So when you go home today, you can say, guess what I learned today at school? And they'll go, what did you learn today at school? I learned that cornflakes are, in fact, corn. And that popcorn is corn. And they'll go, did you not know that? And you go, no, I didn't know that at all. I've now learnt it. You'll be sitting down for Christmas lunch. You'll be telling everybody about it. It will be the best thing ever. Sula says, I'm in hysterics that you're teaching the producers about corn. No. I thought it was the look of incredulity on his face. Steve, what's the male equivalent of a Karen? I don't know, actually. I think there is a male equivalent of a Karen. Darren? No, I don't think... I can't remember. I thought it was John or something like that. I'm pretty certain. Pretty certain. Steve says, Natalie in Dubai. What do you think of my name? Old or not? Natalie. I think Natalie would be young. Steve, how old are those with the name Joanna? I would think sort of middle 20s for Joanna. But, and then, Steve, I couldn't sleep last night. The upside to this was I decided on my breakfast, bought some bacon in the pork shop last week, so we had bacon and cheese, says Andy in Turkey. Bacon and cheese baguettes. Well, that sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I could go for something like that. I don't have any... What? Kevin is the male version of Karen. Kevin. Like Kevin as in Coronation Street. Kevin, who runs the garage, or he might not be running the garage anymore. I lose track of what goes on. I went online to order my M&S Christmas food. A lot of items already sold out, says David. Well, I mean, you can order up till quite late to get it. And it's also a case of you can actually, get all these things if you order online, or just do a little bit of driving around, or failing that, go somewhere else. That'll teach you, because if they can't be bothered to stock up properly. And absolutely love the Global app, says Dean. I must have already registered because I've just checked and went straight to the live link to your show. Yes. See? There you go. If he says it's he loves the Global app, and Shane as well, that's your recommendation. That's your recommendation. Steve, I work in IKEA. There's a whole generation of tots called Mabel, Elsie, Wilf, and other old person names, says Jane. I've never heard of anybody called Elsie or Mabel. Your nan? Yeah, but she's your nan. That's why. We're talking about, young people. Little tots called Wilf. I mean, who would actually call a child Wilf? I mean, it's just... Boris Johnson. Is that what they called it, Wilf? Well, that won't catch on at all. You want to go for Steve. It's much more sort of, generational. I quite like being Steve. Actually, given I had a cousin called, what was his name? Can't remember his name now. But anyway, he actually changed his... I know, good story, great. I can't even tell you the whole story, because it might identify him, but he actually changed his name to Barry. Julian, he was called, and then he wanted to be Barry, so he changed it to Barry, so we had to start calling him Barry. Because some people end up being given names that they don't like. Of course, Jake's got no middle name. Which is, basically it's like losing out on life, isn't it? No middle name at all. But it doesn't matter. You can always sort of pop one in later on in life. Just go and sort of register yourself as a business name. That could be enough. Oh, I think it's a couple of quid or something. Can't remember. I don't know. Nick Ferrari's doing his column in the Daily Star today, and he's talking about the case of the runaway ISIS bride, Shamima Begum, resting with the Supreme Court. And he raises a very interesting point here. He says her legal team says she needs to be allowed to come to the UK to brief them and possibly give evidence. Yeah, right. Do it over Zoom, I think, a lot safer. Once here, she will never depart, he writes, either willingly or otherwise. Supporters point to the fact that she was just 15 when she left East London. So she didn't know what she was doing. Says Nick Ferrari. Hasn't stopped people worshipping every utterance from another young woman when she was 15, a certain Greta Thunberg. So she knew what she was doing, but apparently, if you're Shamima Begum, you have no idea what you're doing at 15. She knew enough, didn't she, to get the money and get herself over to ISIS, you know. To complete the cornflakes packs, the cockerel on the box has a name, Cornelius. Cornelius. That's a very old name, isn't it? I haven't heard that since Hello, Dolly. I think Michael Crawford's character was called Cornelius. I'm pretty certain. My new niece is called Elsie, says Chris. Oh, right. I'm not sure about Mabel and Wilf, even though Boris Johnson's gone for Wilf. I mean, that's not... I'm working with people, they just don't look like Wilfs. Because it's... No, they're definitely not. Steve, my other friend, has 2 tots under 7, Arthur and Ivy. I had an auntie, Ivy, and nobody Arthur, I don't think. My friend has 3 sons under 16, Billy, Sydney and Ernie. Well, that's okay. There's a pop star called Mabel as well. Look at that. And, Steve, your thoughts on Primark, opening 24 hours a day from the 3rd of December. Shoplifter's paradise, I should imagine. Always worry about the stuff like that. And, Steve says, Shane, I was named after a Western movie called Shane, but I don't like Westerns. I've started watching a few Westerns, actually. I don't mind them. They're actually quite good. I've seen a couple of John Wayne movies. Get off your horse and drink your milk. He was very good, John Wayne. He was sort of like the all-butch American hero, which we quite liked. Susanna Reid has done one of her toughest interviews yet on death row. So she's headed to Texas to quiz Dali Routier, who faces lethal injection for murdering her 2 sons. An insider said Susanna will be finding out if she's as innocent as she claims. So it's a woman on death row. And so they allow people access, and then she'll be executed, unless there's an appeal that goes through. And it will be a case of, it'll be lethal injection, which is, I know a lot of places are not keen on doing things like that, but they are, so she'll hopefully find out whether she's innocent or guilty. A Christmas special of For the Love of Dogs has been axed. Very worrying, because Paul O'Grady is not best pleased at all. He hates things like that. And Saffron Barker says nothing is off limits on her new podcast. I'm sorry, darling, I've never even heard of you. Who are you? Who's Saffron Barker? Do we know? I've got no idea. She said she's already made her mum Wendy a star on her YouTube channel. She says, I talk about more things on this podcast than I would any other podcast. Oh, she's YouTube. Oh, dear, there she is. A YouTuber. She's 20. She comes from the United Kingdom. Riveting. And I was going to say about Real her first book. Boring. Very dull. There was a woman got on the bus the other day. I was going to Kingston, and she was only a youngster. You know, she couldn't have been any more than 14, 15, with as much makeup troweled on her place as to not look out of on her face. Not her place, on her face. When she got off the bus, because she'd got on and I couldn't see her, she was wearing sort of one of these, the crop tops and the tracky bottoms, and false eyelashes on, looked ridiculous, and caked in makeup. Really looked stupid. Really looked stupid. You'd think that parents would sort of stop people, wouldn't you? Laura Anderson, do you know who she is? No? That's a picture of her. She could be anybody, actually. She's going to be back in Scotland. I don't know who... Oh, she's a former Love Island... Sorry, Love Island, forget it. She's of no importance to anybody at all. She's another one, although she's got her clothes on, which is a bit of an impact, I think, for anybody who's been on Love Island. There she is again. Oh, dear. Oh, no, I'm doing it. And so she flashes her cleavage. Well, it's the only thing she can do. You know, simple as that. Listen, coming up very shortly, the news at 6. We're whizzing through this morning. Honestly, it's going so fast. But do find out more, please, about the global player which we were talking about earlier on, because it's a cracking thing and it's really good. Steve, you were spot on with our ages. Both my friend Sue and I, Joe, are 50. My mum's middle name is Agnes. She hates it, so she didn't give it to me as a middle name, says Joe. I knew I'd be right. You can always tell, can't you? Comedian John Richardson has a daughter called Elsie. And do you remember actress Maud Adams, who was a Bond girl, says Paula? I do. What's the matter? Oh, right, okay. Let's talk about Sue's. Priyesh says, what about AV? Old or new? So tomorrow you've got the 30th, and then the day after is the 1st of December. Which means, already I'm getting Christmas films every day on my television. Every day there's the Hallmark channel, which my friend Ian sort of put me on to because he loves all these Christmas films. And some of them are very good. He says, you talk about me on air. I can send you a text to say I'm listening. Ain't tech grand? It's very clever. Very, very clever. I'm amazed it's so fast. It's almost instantaneous if you're actually sort of texting somebody in America. What we pay for it, I've got no idea. I've never worked that bit out, Ian. So I'm hoping it's okay. Cornelius was played by Roddy McDowall in Planet of the Apes. I hated Planet of the Apes. I didn't like any of the films. I thought the makeup was very clever, and the rest of it just didn't do anything for me. I like something a little bit more humour there. I just thought it very dark. Steve, my mum's name was Agnes, and I'm afraid she did give it to me, says Pauline, as a middle name. Oh, but I think Agnes is okay. If it's family name, that's okay. Jake's having a bit of a run-in with this one because he doesn't have a middle name, and so he fears the worst. But it's okay. It's okay. You can get by. Loads of people don't have middle names. Some people have loads of middle names. Some people just sort of add them all up. Look at poor old Harry and William. You know, and even Prince Charles, they've got names that go back. You think it's quite cool? Oh, okay. I never thought about that, actually. Why have one name when you can have 6? You just wouldn't fit them all into the passport. That would be the problem. Steve, my name was Gladys. Changed it to Sue Ann. I'm feeling glad all over. Dave Clark 5 came out. Right. Most people, it's the family name, isn't it? If somebody in your family's been an Agnes or been a Sue Ann or something like that, then you tend to get it as well. I look at it as just extending the line. I think that's a good idea. Don't cry. Don't cry about it, honestly. Honestly, the things we have to sort out on this programme. What Diana told a pal over the Bashir interview, this is the Martin Bashir interview, I fear I've made a terrible mistake. Well, it certainly went down in history as a monumental interview, and it was something that we all watched because we couldn't quite believe it. I personally think that the royal family shouldn't be putting themselves up for interviews at all, because it takes away the mystery. We've had it, the Queen had a documentary made about her, the Queen Mother was in there, Charles has had them, and people just went, oh, he talks to plants, and all these different things, Sarah Ferguson, everything. And at the end of the day, I don't think we need to know anything about them. I really don't. Jackie says, have we got to sign in to listen to you in the future? Yes, I think so. You can do it the next time you actually sign on. It'll be quite easy to do. Quite easy. And there's no charge for it at all. J-Lo looks amazing at 51. She strips naked for the cover of her new single, In the Morning. So we're a big fan of the naturist scene round here, big fan of it. And PC Simon Reed of Cambridgeshire is sacked for the gross misconduct. He was found guilty of buying a £9.95 box of donuts for 7p by sticking a cheaper barcode on there. Seriously, how much of an idiot do you have to be? It is the kind of thing somebody with no brain would do. So perhaps it's just as well that they've caught him out now before he got even further down the line. Do you think he went back there and got away with 7p? I bought it for 7. I don't know. But now there's no job. He won't qualify for anything at all. All he did, he was thieving. He was doing what other people do, but he's a police officer and you don't expect him to do things like that. Also, the hair salon owner, Sinead Quinn, who comes from West Yorkshire, has been fined for opening up during lockdown. They keep telling people, don't open up, you cannot. I'm booked in Thursday morning for my haircut. I'm going to look sensational because I like it. Jake's not having his hair cut just yet. No, you're going to leave it a little bit longer. 2 or 3... Oh, blimey, I wish I could go 2 or 3 weeks. But anyway, this Sinead Quinn got fined £27,000 for opening up during lockdown. I shouldn't imagine she's even got £27,000, but it's a case of, you know what the rules are. Wasn't there a gym in London that they've closed down because they kept opening it up? And you think, wait a minute, you know what the rule is. The rule is you don't open these gyms up, and nail bars and hairdressing. You can't have it, much as though you probably... What? I think I might sneeze. Thank you. It's so cold in here, I can't begin to tell you. It's absolutely different. My poor little hands have gone quite pale. Quite pale, but it doesn't matter. I'm tough, I don't care. Doesn't make any difference to me. Shane Ritchie's son is the nervous wreck watching the show, waiting for his father to crack rude jokes about his mum and the Nolans. So easy to do the Nolans as a crude joke, isn't it? Or a cruel joke. And he said, Dad's toughest trial is not ripping into the Nolans. Yeah, bless him. Listen, smooth AJ Pritchard has been showering his girlfriend with presents whilst he's holed up in the I'm a Celeb castle. Her name's Abby Quinnan. She obviously loves the fame and attention, but he's been sending gifts to me while he's been in there, says the model and dancer. Says that they're all models and have you noticed now they've sort of moved themselves up the elevated scale? So it's not just model, and but I'm dancer as well. That's nice, isn't it? He arranged for them all. One was a stay in Soho farmhouse. I also got some flowers and a candle. It's so romantic. Yeah, don't worry. It'll be finished by next year, love. All these things finish very quickly, don't they? Campmates were emotional, coming to terms with Holly Arnold's tearful departure. It's a game. It's just a game. That's all it is. They're being paid money. You know, if we were lucky enough for us to say, if we had the casting vote, OK, do you like them, do you not like them? We're not really bothered. Take their money away. OK, you've got nothing. See you. Bye. You know, I'm sorry. You've got to be harsh. You've got to be cruel to be kind. Holly, who's the one who's been evicted, wants to be a singer. Good luck with that one, dear. Good luck with that one. They always have to start putting out obviously their agents have said to them, listen, when you come out, what do you want to do? Not to be model. OK, why don't you tell them, you want to sort of go into the world of modelling and you'll do topless. Because that's all it comes down to. It's people trying to further their career and appeal to their agents to try and get them a job with whatever it happens to be. But Holly wants to be a singer. Yeah, I want to be a test pilot, dear. But it's not going to be happening either. I want to go on a zip wire in Vegas. I nearly did it, but then I bottled out. And it's in old Vegas. Make some noise. Yes. Oh, that's the point, yes. I just want this to be over, so all my friends and all my friends, we're only a small select group, and then we can go out and sort of have drinks and have liver and... My friend Danny says liver and bacon he's missing, and onions, which I like with mashed potato at Joe Allen's. And then just opening up a bottle of Prosecco and sitting in the corner by myself with a straw. Keeps me fairly happy. Also, Strictly's Harvey. There's obviously something the matter with him because he spells Harvey H-R-V-Y, which isn't how you spell it at all, is it? But he reckons he's got older women feeling horny. Yes, it's because he looks like a child, that's why. He's 21. He's an ex-CBBC host. Good God, he's a bit young, isn't he? He's been ex-host of Children's BBC. Dancer Karen Howard says she will work celeb partner Jamie Lang so hard he'll end up with a six-pack. I know. Still can't grow hair on his head, though, can he? That's the odd thing. He's got that sort of sprayed-on stuff that Joe Swash seems to like. That's why you don't see Joe Swash without his hat on very often. Brits are drinking more tea. I'm drinking more tea during lockdown. It's very good. I bought a packet the other day of tea in a supermarket. No, not Builders. No, I bought Twinings. It's so poncy, isn't it? When you pick a tea out and people go, "What do you have, Steve? Do you have Builders tea?" And I go, "Actually, I mean, I don't know what I have here. The tea here is very acceptable. I have tea every day here. It's delicious. But I bought some other tea, and it's quite refreshing, actually." Builders tea. Do I look like the sort of person who's going to be drinking Builders tea? Of course not. Claire Balding says she refuses to cover men's football because it's toxic for female hosts. She said women broadcasters suffer vile abuse when they offer opinions on male matches, which she blames for the worst kind of tribal behaviour. She's probably right, actually. I used to have a producer years ago who said to me, "Don't you ever start talking about football." I said, "Why?" She said, "You don't know anything about it." I do so. I do know about football. I said there's a goal at one end, a goal at the other, and the idea is you have to kick the ball into it. She said, do not annoy me. She was joking, of course, but she said, no, please do not annoy me. It's a case of you don't know anything about football, so don't talk about it. And I said, well, I'll give a good go. Jackie says, I don't sign in. Is this to do with mobiles? I only look to see who is on next. Are you wearing short sleeves again? I had to fit my diabetes thing under my arm, so I couldn't do it with a long shirt. It's the only way it works. More tea, more wee, says Jackie in Watford. Well, you're not wrong, actually. I didn't realise till the other day that the more tea you drink, the more times you go for a wee. It's the way it is. It's the way it goes. Donnie says, first Sunday of Advent today, Steve. Will you be watching a live stream of Holy Mass? I shall certainly try. Steve, one of my mother's middle names is, wait for it, Bertha. Named after the woman down the street or something, says Beverly. Bertha. Always used to be Big Bertha, didn't I? But I can't remember what that was. I might have just been making that up again, actually. I'm a bit rubbish at things like this. And, Steve, my mum's middle name was Ethel, which she hated. She said, if we put it and her age in the paper, she'd come back and haunt us. Yes. I used to think about things like that. Also, Wilfred Pickle's wife was called Mabel. He was a radio, film and TV actor. Have a Go Joe was a popular radio show he presented with Mabel. There you go, which is quite nice, isn't it? I quite like the idea. Didn't David Bowie call his son Zoe? Yes. Well, it's either David Bowie Zowie or David Bowie Zoe. Because, did you notice that they sold all of his stuff, all of his artwork that they sold, whereas I thought they'd want to keep that, but obviously not. Obviously not. Also, wait a minute. Who is the most... Now, Priyesh, I can't do that joke. It's rude. Very rude. Steve, my daughter's middle name is Sybil, after my nana. Sybil. Steve, don't forget Auntie Edna. She'll be very upset, says Enid. I know. I mean, to be honest with you, she's been a stalwart. Donnie says, will there be an LBC Carol service this year? I do not know. My friend Pickers would like to know if you'd like to join the British Spanish Society. What the goodness sake is that? What sort of, do they have sort of get-togethers and sort of meals and stuff like that? I like the idea. Still to come, singer Dua Lipa seems to have hit a purple patch, entertains fan in a live streaming performance. Lovely. I mean, you won't like the picture. Well, you might like the picture. It's of her sitting there wearing another one of these peculiar outfits with her bottom hanging out. I don't quite understand why that's... I mean, she's showing off, they say, her curvy figure in a mesh catsuit. I don't think so. Not on this programme. Just have your company. Bad news for you. The actor David Prowse, who played Darth Vader in the original Star Wars trilogy, has died at the age of 85. His agent said it's with great regret and heart-wrenching sadness for us and millions of fans around the world to announce that our client, Dave Prowse, everybody called him Dave, MBE, has passed away at the age of 85. I think it was announced some years ago that he had dementia. And I used to like him. He used to pop up on television. They used to do sort of interviews with him. And he was the Green Cross code man. That was how we all learned. Stand by the side of the road on the zebra crossing, look right, look left, look right again. Then run like hell across the other side. We used to like that. He was supposed to have taught us how to use, the Pelican Crossing. Nobody had known really up until then. He made a career out of it, but he was big. Big. He was very tall. He must have been about 6 foot something, I would think. 6'7", 6'6". But he's died at the age of 85. So that's a shame, isn't it? Sort of bring you the bad news. The good news is, if we can have good news on the back of that, Andrew Castle is here from 7 o'clock this morning with LBC's Weekend Breakfast. He'll be looking again at the Christmas regulations after Sage said relaxing the rules could lead to a big rise in infections. 10 o'clock this morning, it's Tom Swarbrick. We were talking about Tom Swarbrick only a moment ago, weren't we? Boys were talking about him. He's very tall person. Over 6 feet, I should imagine. Well over 6 feet. And he's back with Swarbrick on Sunday. Tom's previewing yet another big week for the government, with guests including the Foreign Secretary, Dominic Raab. That's all coming up later this morning, right here on LBC, which is quite nice, isn't it? I think it's a nice, easy way, because, I mean, what do you want to do today? There's nothing to do today, is there? Oh, unless you're going out to pick up your tree or something like that. That'd be quite nice. I've got a little one at home, which is in the in the pot. And but I'd have to decide what to do with it. I don't know whether to put battery lights on it or mains lights, because most of the mains lights come in sort of hundreds. I think 100 would drown this little tree. I don't want to see it drowning. And I've just bought some, what do they call them? Like, things you put candles inside them. And you hold them by the top. And, no, not the actual case that it's in. A case. You've got a case, and then you put a tea light inside and light it, and then you shut the little door on it. Candelabra. Do you know, honestly, once one of us starts forgetting, the rest of them go completely. It's hopeless, isn't it? It's a lantern. It's a lantern. But this is a lantern like no other. Have you seen the ones with the fake flames? That it looks like they're really good. I've got some poles. I bought some for my brother. I thought they were so good. And it looks like they're illuminated from inside. And these ones I've just bought are very good. Very, very good indeed. You get 2 of them. Yeah, I mean, you can get... That's an outside thing. Go to Amazon. And... Flickering Flames. Try Flickering Flames. See what's going on that one. Might not be anything. I mean, it's only because I think flickering... No, not games. Flames. Hopeless, isn't it, really, honestly? Sometimes, well, that's right. Try that. See what happens. There you go. These things here on the left, these solar torch lights, look fantastic. They've got a little plate on the top which charges up for sunlight. And then when you put them on timer, and they go... They're really good. You've never seen them before? Oh, they're fantastic. And there's one here, you can get solar lights, Black Friday deals, about $15.99. Go down, see what we've got else on there. I mean, I think they're fantastic. They really are. I mean, if ever you're looking for something that's unusual in the garden for Christmas, anything from 15 quid up to about 30 or 40, you can get 4, I think, here, with the flickering flame effect. So they don't cost anything to run. There's no batteries. It's just a little thing. So I leave them charging up all year. And then occasionally go for a complete burst of having lots of flickering lights. But the other ones I bought the other day came in a little case. What did I call it a moment ago? Oh, you're hopeless, honestly. You're supposed to be remembering for me. I can't remember these things. Lantern, that's right. Flickering lantern. Can you put in flickering lantern? See what that brings up. Because they've got this new one, which looks even better than the old ones. And I like to recommend things that I think look quite pretty and you can cope with. And, which is lovely. So it'll be on Amazon. Flickering lantern. Look at them. Yeah, that's not... See, that one... solar flame. Go down a bit more. See if we can find something. Go down. No. You can get... Look at these things here. You get a set of 5 candles and a remote with a flickering wick. And to be honest with you, you wouldn't ask for anything else, would you? It's to say, what did we get for Christmas? Flickering wick. And it looks lovely. But I mean, I can't wait to get the new ones in. They said they should be delivered today, which is very good. I ordered them yesterday, and very pleased. Sorry, Prime, of course. Yeah, but I do check. Do check whether they're coming from China or coming from here. So I like to make sure, because sometimes Amazon hide where the company is. And I don't want to buy from China because sometimes it takes weeks. Steve. Sad news about Dave Prowse. He was also the Jolly Green Giant and a cousin of my late dad, John Prowse. Brightlingsea. Oh, right. Oh. Steve, can you wish my wife Stephanie a very happy birthday? Love from Justin and Immy. There you go. And Big Bertha was Tommy's nickname for a particular type of large German gun, says Mike in Somerset in World War I. Aha. Lovely. Very nice. Steve is another one here. Nothing wrong with old names, says Paul. Clarence Oddbody being my favourite. Do you know the best place that a lot of TV writers go to? Cemeteries. They go to cemeteries to find old people's names so they can, so you might find your granddad or your grandmother immortalised on a TV programme, which is quite good. Steve, Lily Allen, says Angela, named her daughter Ethel. So I think Ethel's okay. I don't think there's anything the matter with that. I think that's quite a nice name. Never be embarrassed about your name, unless you haven't got a middle name. In which case, you could be a little bit embarrassed about that. And Mr. Neil has shared a... Look at that tree. Look at that. Wow, Neil, that is very nice. And Lorraine has made wreaths and everything else. I've got a lovely wreath to go on my front door today. That's going on. But the tree looks lovely. That's an 8-footer. Jake's is 8 foot. How he got it home, bless his heart. He's only 5'3". Did you drag it through the streets? Yeah, fibber. Didn't drag it through the streets at all, did you? Did it come in netting? It did come in netting. And has it started losing its needles yet?
Well, no, but it's not real.
Oh, it's not real?
It did come in netting.
Oh. It's a fake tree that came in netting? Because it's so big? Oh, right. I'm obviously on a different conversation here. I'm having another conversation here. So it's a fake tree in netting because it's so big. I don't get that at all. I seriously don't understand that. That's very odd. Well, I know, but most fake ones come in a box. Have you ever heard of that, a fake tree? Oh, did you buy it from outside a shop or something? Oh, you didn't buy it? Where'd you get it from, then? Yeah. Have you been doing a little bit of light shoplifting in one of those huge places which sort of cater for the DIY enthusiast? You just walked out the door with it and they thought, oh, he works here. Family got it. Oh, lovely. Is it 8 foot? Is it thick? Relative, right. Because I saw one the other day and it was a fake one and it was so thin and weedy, I was very disappointed. I like a bit of girth to it. It's got could be a bit... I know, why don't they do that? Why do they not build them a little bit wider? Makes perfect sense. Did you have to pay for it? It was new. Is it? Oh, you didn't buy it? Oh, so it came from your parents. Wish I'd not asked, honestly. It's driving me mad now. Over in Towie, here she is, poor old Gemma Collins. Oh, I've lost Freestone. Yeah, of course you have, dear. Of course you have. But she's ready to give her GC Diva image up in a bid to save the planet. She's had time to reevaluate her life. I shouldn't imagine there's enough hours in the day to reevaluate your life, love. I'm no longer the GC. Now I'm Gemma, saviour of the world. I think you're back on the booze. I'd stay away from it, dear. You're mad as a fruitcake. Mad as a fruitcake. She's got a big birthday coming up next year. I mean, I've watched the Diva forever. To be honest with you, you quite clearly don't know what a Diva is, because it's not some blousy old bleach blonde person with too much makeup on who the only person she could ever find was Arge. On, off, on, off, on, off. Also, a Tory council leader who boasted about trying to kill moles with a blowtorch could face an investigation. Well, I don't think you can do things like that, can you? I don't think that's a councillor. Council leader who boasted about trying to kill moles with a blowtorch. I don't think you should do that at all. I really... Admittedly, no, we don't recommend that. But I have seen, as you go through the countryside, and I have been through the countryside, sometimes you see a whole field with little hillocks that sort of pop up. And they're all over... Have you ever seen those? Mole hills. Was it? I thought they were hillocks, which is a little hill. Hillocks. And it's so what people do, I think they actually put an explosion into it if you're trying to get rid of... Jasper Carrot does a very funny sketch on trying to get rid of moles. But you certainly don't set fire to them underground. I mean, that would be a very unwise thing to do. Not very nice. It's not their fault they're here, is it? Not their fault. And they were talking about this earlier on. This is a gender swap who's won the whole family over. This is somebody here, Ella, used to be Evan Clark, and then at 18 said to his mum, I want a trans. And sitting next to him on the bed, she calmly asked if he was gay, because most people think that if you're going to trans, you must be gay, which of course doesn't work like that at all. But he said, no, I want to be a woman. I am a woman. I don't want to be a woman. Fast forward 8 years, and Evan has now transitioned to Ella and is working at transgender clinics. Amazing, isn't it? There was a very famous Page 3 girl called Tula. Tula was a trans over, and in fact did an advert for vodka where she was being towed on a pair of skis behind the Loch Ness Monster. Very famous, Tula was. And she became a Bond girl. I think she's the only Bond girl in living memory who is actually somebody who has transitioned. She was a Page 3 girl. She also did Page 3 with her sister. See? I'm a mine of information. Oh, Caroline Cossey. Cossey, born in Norfolk. And Interesting. Working as an usherette in the West End. You know, a lot of people who were transitioning used to work at the Hippodrome for Peter Stringfellow. A lot of people used to work there. In fact, it used to fascinate all the sort of people going in there. They couldn't work out, you know, is that a woman? But one of them was very, very tall. She was, with heels, about 6'7". I mean, that was pretty big. But it's a very interesting story. Very interesting story. Morning, Steve. Very sad to hear about David Prowse. Darth Vader says Joseph scared me silly when I was a kid. I just thought he was asthmatic. But he was the first one. Chris says, can you tell us again why Paul O'Grady's not doing a Christmas special? It's called Coronavirus. It's been around a little while, about the best part of a year. Steve said, James in Kent, I nearly spat my coffee out with some of your double entendres. I don't know what you're talking about, really. Absolutely ridiculous. I don't do double entendres. And, Steve, do we know why Sandys haven't put on their Christmas lights yet? Twickenham didn't look quite as festive as usual without them. Can you have a word, says Angela? I don't know why he's taking so long. He's normally lit up. It's like a 6th runway in Twickenham High Street. When I hear the name Ethel, I think of The Streak by Ray Stevens. Do you ever remember The Streak? That's why they call it The Streak. It became very fashionable in the early late 70s and early 80s to take your clothes off and run down the street. It was called streaking, and it became very popular. Colleges did it, students did it. Some students, and there were loads of people who did it. I myself did it. Broadcasters did it. I myself did it. I ran down a street in Harlesden, stark naked. Yeah, I did. Everybody did it. Everybody was doing it. It was just one of those silly things to do. No, not for charity. No, just to sort of run down the street naked. I think it was like a bet. It was like a bet. I bet you won't run down the street naked. Yeah, I will. And I did. I sat on the nude beach at Brighton once. That's not very appealing at all. That's all stones, if you're not careful. Steve, it'd be so exciting to say hi to my daughter Izzy today. She thinks she was your youngest wannabe Groovy Gang member at 16. Oh, I don't know. But she's got the tote bag, the tea towel and the glasses on display in her room. Her present is to see you live next year. Well, you never know, Chris. You never know. There could be some live shows. And this one here, Steve, tree and train up early to bring a smile in these difficult times. Oh, look, it's got the train going around but that's nice, isn't it? Does it change colour, your tree, or is that it's just blue? Because it's quite, the sort of the home of the Ice Queen. I like the train, but I've always liked trains around the bottom of a tree. They're very cheap. Very cheap. I bought one for, I think, Corey last year. They're like 15 quid. Don't tell him. I told him I spent 50. And, tax deductible. And and you just put it around the bottom of the tree and it just goes poo-poo, poo-poo, like that. Which is good. Poo-poo, poo-poo. The train goes around the track. I've got one that's on the tree, but it's not actually on my... Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's a nice one. Is that Joanne? Oh, Joanne, that's a nice tree. Look, see, you've done what I want to do at the bottom, because it hides the stand. Is it leaning a bit to the right, your tree, Joanne? I'm not sure about that. But she's put some little presents around the bottom. I might do that. We're thinking one of the neighbours, we could get them, the kids, to make fake presents. We can put them around the bottom of the tree. I might do that today, but I've got some other things to do as well. Might have to go and get some chicken donuts, as I'm on a diet. Actually, I bought the other day, some smoked salmon and egg mayonnaise. I might have that today as well. I'm very fickle. I don't really care, actually. Isolate 10 days before Christmas. That's the price for family visits. And silly people stop going out on the streets and annoying the police officers. They don't want to have things thrown at them. Thank you very much indeed. Why my AJ is so happy to strip off by his lover Abby. You can't shut her up, can you? I mean, she was the other week she was being abducted for £20,000 or something. And apparently she's a dancer and something else. But she's going out with him. But he's actually been very quiet on the programme. He doesn't really say a lot. But I suppose when you've got, as I've discovered, when you've got looks, you don't need to develop a personality. You just need to sort of sit there and people look at you and people gravitate towards you. So, sorry?
You've got looks and a personality.
Yes, I mean, I'm lucky I do have the looks and the personality. In fact, I am almost the complete package. Almost. I mean, it's a very difficult thing to believe, I realise, for people who are sort of jealous of me. Steve... I'm afraid my Georgia is the youngest Groovy Gang member, 4 weeks old and hasn't missed a show. See, there you go. We can't do that. Izzy, you've been eclipsed by a 4-week-old child. A 4-week-old child is now the latest member of the Groovy Gang, which we love. Steve says, Rose, your show is like a radio hug. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? A radio hug. I can't wait to go around hugging people. I might do it this year without even being invited. I don't, No. Not even a close yes? We phone HR. They're going to phone HR because I want to do a hug, because I just want to sort of go, I want to be your friend kind of thing. Our tiny tree is up, Steve. The outside lights are on and I've had my first sherry. Christmas needs to come early this year to brighten up December. We sat last night by the log fire watching High Society with Sinatra and Crosby. Lovely film, beautiful songs, one of my faves. And thank you for being there every morning, says Liz in Stroud. We lost our mum 2 years ago. Next Tuesday, Brenda, Olive, Bertha. Good old names. Never forget, do we? We never forget. I was watching a thing on the television the other day. What was it? It was a man whose sort of wife had died. And I remember thinking, that's the worst time, isn't it? When the person that you've been with for your entire life all of a sudden isn't there anymore. Not like they've moved round the corner. And it's always a difficult time, and will be this year more than ever. Talking of Amazon, can you tell your listeners to be careful what sounds like a genuine Amazon voice calling the phone, advising you of a possible fraudulent charge? Oh, they never do that, Bernie. Bernie, they never do that. I mean, I know people will fall for it, as you and I know. It sounds and looks genuine. So if you get a call, do not press 1, because that's what they say. There's a charge made to your account of £399.99. And what it is, it's a sophisticated system. What they're looking for is bank details. So don't listen. If somebody asks you for money, they're fake. Okay, if the bank want to contact you, they'll write to you. They won't contact you, apart from by saying, on my thing, they said, somebody's just tried to access your account from, and they named a place, and it was me. They said, if it's you, don't do anything about it. Because I'm ultra careful. But I realise that there are people, older people, who are taken advantage of. So we have to make sure that we look after them, please. Somebody has written, no, I can't be bothered, actually. The Biden vote fraud. I mean, honestly, I ask you, what's the point? Steve, Dave Prowse always said how disappointed he was that they didn't use his voice for Darth Vader instead of using James Earl. I know, but he was 85. To be honest with you, I thought actually, I thought he had a good innings. For the last few years of his life, he wasn't great. But I thought he did very well. He got to 85, for goodness sake. Bless his heart. So we've lost him, just in case you've turned on the radio. We've lost Dave Prowse today. And he was the first Darth Vader. He was the one who frightened everybody. People get very frightened. But mind you, I got frightened by the Daleks. So what point? Still Beverly Callard over there. And who was the other one? Doing dance move. Jordan North accused of peeing on the privy floor. Oh dear, that might go against him actually. In the Giovanna, who's married to Tom Fletcher, I thought she was his mother. She looks so old. He looks young, and everybody else looks amazingly young. But for some reason, she looks quite old. But AJ Pritchard's girlfriend reckon his cheekiness has won over the show's fans. He hasn't said anything, dear. What's he said? We're waiting for him to speak. And so far, he hasn't done very well. 10 children, ex-fiancé and the taxman in the battle for Maradona's £75 million riches. I bet it'll turn out he's got nothing like that. We heard the other day 100,000. 100,000. Dolly Parton says, I'd rather wear out than rust out. She's 75, I think, now. 74. She's got no plans to retire. Well, good for her. Good for her. Also, your chance to help the Christmas appeal. We've all got Christmas appeals. There's big demands on your money at this time of year, and we like to give something back, and so that's why we've got the Steve Allen Groovy Gang glasses. And we've sold about 5,500 of them, and I've got a few single ones left. So if you want one, all you have to do is just go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, and click on the Steve Allen link, which is right at the bottom of the page for the presenters. Then you'll see my Groovy Gang glasses. You can have a look at the picture of the beautiful glasses. And I think you'll find as well, my little videos. I did 3 little videos. I think they're at the same place.
They're on your Twitter as well.
They're on my Twitter as well. Woo! There you go. Steve, what's your number one Christmas movie, says Sunil. I don't actually have a number one. I just like anything that's got snow in it. And I'm going to be watching something with snow in it today. Because I'm going to do my VAT for my accountant. Then I'm going to do my... No, I'll do that tomorrow. And I'll do the invoice. I keep putting it off, actually. I keep putting it off because I always think I can put my feet up and rest, which would be quite nice. Do you use product in your hair, Jake? Have you got product in it? None. It's just naturally like that. Oh, wow. Many, I know. Well, obviously, I can see. It sort of looks a bit like a bird's nest, doesn't it? I mean, it's an interesting look. Whereas, as you can see, Joe doesn't need to worry about anything. I shouldn't imagine he even combs it. He just literally runs a finger through. Very thick, is it? Very thick. Yeah. Has he got what? Oh, right. You wake up like that? Oh. Too much information. He said he never touches it first thing in the morning. I know he's lying. He's telling you, you're touching it all the time in here. I've never known anybody like it. I mean, I try to do the same with mine because now mine needs cutting. So Thursday will be the day that I skip down Twickenham High Street going, yes! And it's at 9:30 in the morning, so I know I'm going to look perfect at about 9:45. Kasia always lies. She goes, yeah, that's fine, Steve, looks good. Yeah, I've told... Oh, there's more food on the television. Oh, dear. I wish they'd stop showing food. It's almost like turning on the radio and some bloke's talking about food all the time. How irritating is that? Wouldn't find me doing that at all. It's 11 minutes to 7. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. And there's also another email saying you've missed a payment on the TV licence. Missed a payment? How do you miss a payment on the TV licence? Well, you can pay the TV licence in instalments, can you? I'll just pay it all off. It's much easier. Have you seen the new Christmas movie Last Christmas? That's the film that's got the music by George Michael. Mind me, that's a bit old, isn't it? Oh, no, wait a minute, you're right. There is another Christmas movie using the music of George Michael. You know, they did Last Christmas, I gave my... But I think there's another Christmas movie called Last Christmas. And I think they've used the music as well from it, but it's new. And I don't know why I know that or even how I know that. But there you go, Last Christmas, 2019 romantic comedy. Oh, yeah, but he's quite old. And so it's inspired by the music of George Michael. So it came out 2019. Actually, it's very interesting. Written by Emma Thompson, who co-wrote the story with her husband, Greg Wise. Oh. I might have to get that, actually. I might have to get sort of a festive film in this afternoon. Is it available on Amazon? Yeah. Is it? Fab. I love that. You're just saying yes just to placate me. Yeah. I just want to know if I can afford it. Because if it's too expensive, I can't afford it. But I do like to buy anything with the word Christmas in it, which is very exciting. Very exciting. It's in. It's there. It's on Amazon. Is it? How many copies have they got? Oh, I wish we'd not mentioned it because there'd be people buying the blooming thing. That would be terrible, wouldn't it? But I quite fancy the idea of seeing some festivities. Loads of copies. Oh, how much is it? £7. Very bargain. Absolute bargain. I should buy 2 or 3. Lily Allen has had a busy week, splashed out on a lot of balloons. I bought a birthday card the other day. I should have brought it in and showed you. And it looks like an envelope. You write on it, Happy Birthday Joe, Happy Birthday Jake, whatever it is. And then you bang it with your hand and a balloon appears. It's got a balloon in it, in the card. Isn't that cool? Not impressed at all, are you? I don't know why I bothered telling you that story. I thought there was such a good story. And I've got the other one. You've seen the one which it's got the best quality music on, and it's about $9.99 on a website that I go to. And it's a big card, and it folds open, and you put the little character who's magnetic in the middle, push the button, and it plays the music, and the character moves all the way round the card. But the quality of the music is stunning. So much better than it used to be. These ones have got orchestras and everything, all built into the card. Very clever. But the card for the balloon is very good. What on earth is going? It's like an Ewok has walked into the studio, isn't it? Or one of those people from those films. I don't even know what an Ewok is. You mentioned Ewok earlier on. Is it Star Wars? Are they the ones that just move around sort of quite they've got the little hoods on? The teddy bears. Oh, right. I don't know. I used to quite like Chewbacca. But then I suddenly thought that the inside of that suit must sweat really bad. Oh, that's an Ewok. Oh, dear, I'm not sure about that. Oh, and where are they from? Are Ewoks from anywhere? Oh, from Star Wars. Oh, right. Are they evil? Oh, they're good, are they? Oh, right. Ah, right. Because I'm never sure with half of these things. Somebody says, oh, no, you can't. Oh. Very interesting. Very interesting. Gemma Collins, according to Helena Watts, who's down the showbiz rabbit hole, we wish, turns 40 in January, and COVID restrictions is tapping up rapper Burna Boy to perform at the No Expenses Spared Bash. I've never heard of Burna Boy, but I'm assuming he must be cheap if he's trying to get publicity this way. She dreams of hosting a huge celebration, says, I could take everyone to a private island. You won't, of course, dear, because you haven't got the money. I could have a massive party that goes on for weeks. No, you won't. You can't afford it. Okay. And she said, I'd have Burna Boy perform and I'd also love Madonna. Okay. Do you want to take a guess, ladies? You know, which one will be turning up and which one won't be turning up? Okay. And also she's got her own gin launched. Ugh. Can't think of anything worse. It comes in the same week the Rolling Stones brought out their limited edition gin. So who's the biggest diva? The GC or Mick Jagger? Jagger, definitely, she says. He's a Rolling Stone rock star. Yeah, but he's not a diva, dear. You're not a diva either. You know, divas aren't people who look like you or do anything else. But she says, I'd like to see what's on his rider. Mine is sugar-free Red Bull, gin and Smarties. And so you'd be saving the weight loss where, dear? Would you like to explain that one to us? Would it be the Smarties? On that note, Gemma says she might one day open her own supermarket. Oh, listen, we can get you a job stacking shelves immediately. Tesco are always looking for people, dear. Honestly. A woman in the paper today. There's always one. Always one. We got one for today. And this is a woman who faked terminal cancer to dupe devastated friends into paying £8,500 for her wedding. Makes me very angry, people like this. This woman shaved her head, gave newspaper interviews, and said of the cancer, it's gone to my brain, my bones, it's everywhere. And so, interestingly enough, friends launched a GoFundMe page to give her and her partner James a wedding that they deserve. It was her dad Derek who was dying of cancer. It wasn't her at all. And he did die before the wedding. Why is it people tell these lies? Is there something the matter with them? Why would you ever want to do that? So in other words, it was your father who died of the cancer, but you sort of pretended it was you. Not nice. Not a nice person. Anybody else watching the what's the Netflix thing on the royal family? What do they call it? The Crown. You watching The Crown? You like it? You watch it? You finished? Oh, have you finished it? You bought the... Oh, right. Oh, right. So you watched episode 7 of season 4. You watching that one, Jake? Cool. That's what we liked here. I haven't seen any of it yet. And Charles had said, that's when he first saw it, he said, I saw a pretty little thing. And he was standing in a field, you know, and you could see right through this dress. She was a nursery nurse, as indeed a lot of those Sloane Ranger girls were. And she'd been picked out, presumably, because she was young. And she could have children. So it's exactly what she did. She had an heir and a spare. And Charles was gallivanting off with Camilla, who I like as well, actually. I don't not like her. I just feel that poor old Diana must have felt so blooming fed up with everything that she had nobody to talk to. You know, she couldn't go to the Queen because the Queen would not be taking sides against her son. Definitely not. She had nobody... I mean, all she was stuck with was Sarah Ferguson. I mean, honestly, it's enough, isn't it? Also... there's a disaster which led to love for a single mum, Vicky. There's something nice about love at this time of year. And so they've had a cowboy builder cost this poor woman 80 grand. But she said, I'm building a new life with the man who came to help me. And there's a picture of the bodger, who's a horrible person. Horrible person. He's what they call a cowboy builder. They take your money and give you nothing. Nothing. I've got a good feeling. Unfortunately for Jake, it's all gone pear-shaped. He's just not in the real world, are you, Poppet? You're just not. It's like he's living one of those sort of peculiar Technicolor dreams where you're sort of there and you think, if I just close my eyes, I could just go to sleep. I've done that on the motorway, driving down a motorway years and years and years ago. I'd finished doing a nightclub in Richmond. I drive down the motorway, and after Slough, there's no lights on the motorway, and it's hypnotic. As the white line goes past, as the white line goes. And, you know, you open all the windows on the car and you sort of try and do everything. I was smoking at the time, so smoking. And it didn't make... All I wanted to do was, I think you can equate it to the Titanic or a ship going down, because you hold your breath for as long as you can and then eventually just go, oh, sod it. You know, and that's how I was feeling. I was sort of thinking, I could just close my eyes now. And then you think, no, you can't. So you open another window, eat an apple, chew some gum. It's very dangerous. It's very dangerous. But they always say pull into the side of the road if you're feeling a bit tired. But they didn't have any hard shoulders after Slough. It was a bit... And also, because it's so pitch black out there, cars rocket past you at some phenomenal speed. Of course, I have had that sort of desperation thing where I've sat in traffic jams for so long, I need a wee. And so I've had to sort of pull in onto the hard shoulder, open all the car doors, and sort of stand in between the two car doors, which is the only way to get to it. It's the only way to do it. But, so apart from that, yesterday was quite a nice... I didn't really do anything at all, actually. Didn't even go and collect my little tree. Checked on the other tree. Everything's working quite well. And then today we'll be doing invoices. It's that time where they've got to be in by tomorrow. And you're suppressing a yawn, aren't you? Is that really difficult? Could you just close your eyes, Jake, a little bit? Is that nice? Is that really nice? I had a producer once who did that, and he did actually fall asleep. He did fall. He sat there, and I thought, he's fallen. Well, don't worry, because we've got Luke up in a minute, and if anybody can keep people awake, it'll be Luke. You know what he's like? He's got the whip going on that one. Oh, you'll go home with bruises, but at least you'll be awake. Because it's funny, isn't it? It's like, you know, you feel tired, and then you go home and you go, I can't sleep. You become overtired. Whereas me, I don't have any problem sleeping at all. I just sort of climb into bed. Do you get second? I know. It's that, you know why? It's that journey home. If the journey home is any longer than sort of 25 minutes, I mind you, I've fallen asleep on trains before now. The walk from the train, how long does it take to walk from the train station? 3 minutes. Oh, that's all right, yeah. But you're right, it does give you second wind, and you sort of think to yourself, oh, I'm very tired. And you go in, you go, oh, I just want to go to bed. And you almost can't be bothered to undress to go to bed. You just sort of kind of fall onto the bed, and that's it. But, is that what... I know. It's awful, isn't it, really? Because sometimes I use... Hello, it's a nice new outfit, Luke, this morning. You've really raided the bottom of the wardrobe, haven't you? By Jove, I tell you. What did it say on the label? Please buy me. I should imagine. It's very nice. I'm not sure about it. I'm not sure about the colour. I see you more, you see, in bright colours. I think muted colours are a little bit sort of... I feel you're hiding something. That's 90s. Yeah, I'm not sure that's a good idea. It's nice, though. I mean, it's obviously it's an old favourite, isn't it, of yours? You obviously like it. It sort of pops up with amazing regularity. Mind you, we get exactly the same with Jake. We get sort of different outfits, and he's got some I like and some I don't like, but it's not up to me. Heavens above, I don't make the decisions. So, pardon? Yeah, it's you just only have turtlenecks, don't you? Do you possess shirts? Yeah, oh, okay. 1 or 2 shirts. Oh, okay. If you're going out somewhere really, really posh, do you dress up for it, or do you go, oh, I don't want to dress up? Wear a shirt, yeah. See, I think you can get... I've been to the Royal Variety Performance on numerous occasions, and I've just worn a turtleneck as well. It's so much easier. I don't want to wear a shirt. Just a turtleneck is sort of fine. And, you know, what are you doing in there? Nick Abbott, I know he rearranges the studio, but he's happy doing it. It's not as if he's sort of making it difficult. He's just sort of... You're just being finicky. It doesn't. All you got to do is move a few screens around. It's not like there's hundreds of them. They're not in the wrong places. They're in the right place for him. Steve, where in Slough are you based? Do we sound like we're coming from Slough? I don't think so. I think you'll find we're coming from Leicester Square, in the heart of London. We are literally within a spit and a throw of Trafalgar Square, Covent Garden, Buckingham Palace, Admiralty Arch, Whitehall. It's all around here. The Strand, everything. Yeah, all the things that people who actually come to London, you know, people come over here and they want to see all the tourist attractions. I see them every day. Tourist attractions. I see things, I think, oh, I'm quite grateful I go past these things. And especially at the moment, because you've got the Christmas lights on. And the Christmas lights are very festive. Especially if people put them around their windows in their houses. That's quite nice. I like that. That looks, you know, it just sort of brings a bit of cheer, doesn't it? You know, for those people who can have a miserable Christmas this year. Mainly people working for Arcadia, by the sound of it, if 13,000 are going to be dumped. And that's exactly what it is. The trouble is these companies get so big, and they don't move with the times. They just assume that they're always going to be there, and that people are going to always be buying their clothes there. But it doesn't work like that. We're very finicky, aren't we, about the clothes that we buy? As indeed, if you were sitting where I'm sitting this morning, you would realise just how true that was. It's a case of, is that the last polo neck in the shop? Yes. Who's buying it? I am. You know, and that's the way it goes. People see things that they like. But you can buy stuff online. It's so much easier, isn't it? So much easier to go and buy stuff online. You do charity shops. Yeah. I was wondering who'd actually buy my top, and lo and behold, look at that. What are the odds of that happening? The odds of that happening. Steve, a car like yours is whisper quiet at motorway speeds, and it's easier to doze off. Those in old bangers don't have the problem. Yeah, I mean, I have to be honest, it is quiet. It is quiet. But there again, most cars are sort of quiet, aren't they? I always want somebody to drive me. I'll be more than happy. You know, for I could just sit in the back and then lay down. You know, I'm TV compliant. Of course I have. Yes, I had them in a car. Yeah, and DVD players in the back and stuff like that. Yeah, I've got all of that. Yeah, all singing, all dancing. A plug socket in the boot to plug a fridge in. So obviously not an Electrolux or something like that, but it would be a car boot fridge. You can have all sorts of things done. In fact, I saw one a short while ago. You lifted up the arm in the back. On my one, I've got headphones, cordless headphones. So you can, yeah, so much easier. I thought everybody had them. Of course, I realised not everybody does. And then in another one, it had a bottle of Prosecco and 2 glasses in there. And it was chilled. It was actually a chiller unit. I thought, well, that was pretty cool. Because in the front, I've got these armrests that come down. You lift them up and you can keep things in there, like change for the parking meter. But you can't put money in a parking meter. Not in London. It's all on. It's on credit card. Cup holders automatically. Yes. And wind down windows. Good Lord. Yes. We went electric some time ago. We did. Jackie says number 10 has a lovely tree. Apparently so. It's very nice. Very bushy. Very bushy. I like a bushy tree. I like a bit of girth, and I like a bushy tree. You bought your tree? Oh, well done. How much you pay for it? £35. It's obviously a very small one, and it's because 5 foot. Yeah, around our way, the 6 foot's coming at 40 quid, and they go up. But the normal ones are sort of 30, 35. A Norwegian pine. Is that blue or is it green? Green. Lovely. How nice. Is it sort of needle drop free? Oh, needle drop. Oh. Well, because what you're going to do is make sure that your place is so cold, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Because if it's hot, it will dry out. Because it's a living thing. You're supposed to put them in. You can buy these things now for putting your tree into and fill it up with water. It'll get through loads of water. I mean, even on my little fountain, which I've got in the sitting room, which is like an imitation candle that lights up and flickers, it's got a fountain in the middle of it. And that can use up quite a bit of water. Oh, that's a good idea. Leave it outside. That'll be nicked. And why are you leaving it outside? So, oh right, yeah. We used to have my next door neighbour used to bring a tree back from market and it'd be like a sort of 10-footer, and then we'd have it outside so we could both see it without it cluttering up the sitting room, which was really. I thought that was really nice actually. I would supply all the balls and the lights. Yes, you can. You get outdoor lights. Most lights now are indoor and outdoor. Well, you think they're just indoor? No, they're outdoor. That's why they're all little LEDs. Even my imitation tree I can have outside if I so choose. Look quite pretty actually if it snows. It'd be quite a nice thing. But apparently over the weekend people were buying trees and wreaths. Wreaths now running out at about £6 for a proper wreath made out of holly leaves and berries and stuff like that. You can get proper decorative wreaths for £8, which are a bit smaller. And a lot of people buy the £6 wreaths because they go and take them to the cemetery and they put a wreath on the grave, which is nice, and it'll stay there for the whole of the festive season, which is nice. I think people should do that. Steve, did you watch Junior Eurovision? No. Never even heard of it. Never even heard of it. Steve, I'm a supplier to Arcadia for 18 years, says Jonathan. They owe me thousands, which will probably force me out of business, as they'll do the same to other people. Yeah, the little people suffer. The little people suffer. You're quite right. Because, no, it might not be true, but it's a case of there will be people that have supplied stuff to Arcadia, and what they do is they have a pecking order. There'll be so much in the pot, and they'll go, well, actually, it was sort of enough to do, 10 people at the top of the list. The little people further down the list won't get anything. But they're the people who need to survive. My father bought a business years ago in Southampton, and it was servicing. And I mean, he should have seen it. I mean, he was a bit naive when it came to business, and I can say that because he was my dad. But he bought this business servicing all the council lorries. It was an electrical business. They specifically targeted lorries and vans and everything else. So if anything went wrong, his company would come round and do them. And it was great for the first 6 months. And then what happened? The council changed all their vehicles and they bought brand new. They didn't need doing for 3 years. So effectively, he went out of business because there was no work. It was mainly a contract with the council. Terrible, really, isn't it? Steve, I was in the virtual audience of the Royal Variety last night with Different Experience. It was done from Blackpool, wasn't it? I think Royal Variety. And that's quite... I normally go. I haven't been for a little while, actually. Because you can't sit in the theatre anymore. Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne, pictured in the paper, sharing a sweet kiss. As he says, he's not proud of cheating on her. Well, of course, the big surprise to me is that anybody would want to sleep with Ozzy Osbourne. I mean, look at the state of him, for God's sake. I mean, really, you can understand Sharon. I mean, she's a catch. She'd be somebody that you go, I like Sharon Osbourne. But Ozzy Osbourne? Sharon... I mean, what sort of relationship would that be? A very dreary one. And, Steve, my dad, God rest his soul, fell asleep on the Circle line. Actually, Kevin, loads of people used to do that. You get on the train, the underground, and the Circle line, it just goes round and round and round, so people fall asleep on it. You're good at waking up at your stop. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. Oh, wow. I had to do it once. I overshot my stop by 2. But then, of course, you've got to pay to get out and then pay to get into the other side of the station. It turned out to be quite expensive. But luckily, I was okay. You have Christmas trees for $45, says my friend Ian. He's in America, obviously. He says, at the Dallas Christmas warehouse I went to today, they had $500 trees. $500 trees. Well, quite big. I mean, $500. I mean, the one in Twickenham, I think, is £2,000. Well, not that massive. I mean, it's a decent size, but it's not like something you've just brought in from another country. Have I seen 12-foot trees? Well, of course I haven't. How's that going to work? I have to drill a hole in the ceiling or something. You haven't got a 12-foot. You've only got a little one. But you need to. So you obviously haven't got any lights, have you? Oh, Poundland's very cheap for things like that. I'm not sure about the lights. I would get lights from a garden centre, if you've got any garden centres around there. But you can get your balls in there. Very popular for balls. Yeah, it's not a big enough tree to have a star, is it? Poor little thing, honestly. No, you could have a fairy. See no reason why not. Somebody here, Paul Cooper says, got every size and type of Christmas tree you can imagine, all modelled by our John. Which is quite nice. He was the other day. They're I think the trees this year look better than last year. They've got much nicer shape to them. The trouble is they did open one because if ever you see a tree, it'll have that netting wrapped round it. And of course, you can't buy it like that. You have to see what it looks like without the netting. And so they had a lovely tree there. And these two guys were looking at it. They said, can we have a look at it? And John said, it's bigger than you imagine. They went, yeah, we'd still like to look at it. So, of course, he took the netting off, and this thing's huge. I mean, it's absolutely enormous. And they went, yeah, it's too big. Well, of course, it's too big to get through their machine, which you push the trees through to get them, which gives them the netting on there. So how somebody's going to get it home, I've got no idea. Jackie says it works the other way as well, Steve. I'm surprised Ozzy can still operate in that direction. I don't think he operates at all. I mean, honestly, look at the state of it. It looks like a complete wreck. If you have a 12-foot tree, don't cut it from the top, cut it from the bottom. Yeah, well, in fact, I mean, I could take a 12-foot tree outside, not inside. That would be ridiculous. You have bits and pieces all over the place. Have you heard Joe O'Meara's new album yet? I wouldn't be remotely interested in anything that woman produced, thank you very much indeed, after her disgusting appearance on the television where she racially abused Shilpa Shetty. 3 of them. Ghastly. So cut your tree from the bottom. Well, you wouldn't cut from the top, would you? That's the bit where... And it's got to be bushy enough on the top. There's no good having long spindly bits. That doesn't quite look as good. Steve, in the Storage Wars programme, it seems buyers are more interested in bidding each other up than getting a cheap unit themselves. Well, that's how they work. They're such ghastly people, aren't they? I didn't realise how dreadful they were. They make the housewives of Cheshire look almost respectable, but of course they're not, as we can well imagine. Somebody says, just watching A Wage Is Up as good, which is very good indeed. I'm still trying to know what the junior Eurovision is. I've never even heard of such a thing. How very odd. And has anybody bring me up to date on the Royal Variety performance? I know Stephen Mulhern was on, but I don't know what he did. I need to find these things out when we can share it this morning, which is all quite nice. So we've got the programme, we've got you. We know we've got you because we've got the Spike. And as big as ever. As big as ever. We do like the Spike, actually. Shane says, I fell asleep on a train many years ago. I woke up 2 hours out of Sydney. It was New Year's Day. I had a few grogs. Oh, dear. I used to have a friend of mine. I can't tell you who he is because he's quite well known. He used to get drunk in London. Then he'd get on a train and he'd promptly fall asleep. And he'd end up at Heathrow Airport in the early hours of the morning, not knowing where he was, what was going on. Terrible. Nothing worse. If ever you see anybody sitting on a train and they look drunk, but at the same time, don't go anywhere near them, because at some point, a woman woke you up. What, to tell you what? How did she know? Oh, right. Oh, that was nice of her, wasn't it? I'd have left you. And, yeah. No, you want to sleep there? Great. And then you end up in the sidings. And then the cleaners all come in and start cleaning the train down. And there's Luke in the corner. You can just imagine, can't you? And, Stephen Mulhern did 2 tricks. What were they? What were the tricks? Very clever boy, Stephen Mulhern. And sickeningly good-looking as well, which I find even more depressing. Oh, talking about depressing, very irritating, Anton Dubek, real name Tony Beak, gets his own TV cooking show. Oh, dear. Luckily, it's only on this morning. I'm convinced Martin Frizzell puts these people on there just to annoy me, knowing how much I hate it. But not just him, you've got the entire bloomin' family. So you've got Tony Beak, the wife. He's very irritating. Oh, hello. He thinks he's like Bruce Forsyth. Unfortunately, Bruce Forsyth had talent. All he does is dance. But then he wanted to be a judge, didn't he? So we've given him the judge, and now he's not doing that. Oh, really? I'm a bit bored with him, actually. A bit bored with him. But there again, I was bored with him years ago. Maureen Lipman says, TV ageism makes us invisible. But still, we're all 34 at heart. How old do you feel? How old do you feel? At the moment, about 50, yeah. Yeah, I can go with that one. I can go with that. I think I sort of vary. I think she's right. I think I'm probably about 34 mentally. Well, actually, no, mentally I'm about 18. But probably 34. Luke, where are you? You're 22, are you? That won't be round the waist, will it? And you sort of think 22. See, the trouble is at 22 you don't know anything. 22 and a half, yeah. Were you working at 22 and a half? Oh, you're 22 and a half now? What, this precise moment? Oh, right. Oh, good Lord. Very young, aren't you? I mean, Jake's much older than you are. Jake's sort of heading into the 30s at the moment, which is very embarrassing, because he feels older, much older. But they always say it, I mean, so you can't say you're only 24. That doesn't work. You know, and a half. Oh, the half's so important. But it's a state of mind, isn't it? I know people of my age who look like they're on death's door. On the other hand, I know, I don't know actually that many people of my age who sort of are younger than I am. Because I think you're as old as you feel. Which reminds me of last Tuesday again. But anyway, that's another story. Stephen did one card. I'll know which card you picked trick, and one where he shrunk. Faye Tozer from Steps. Oh, that's a very good trick. I like the idea of shrinking Steps. If anyone could do H, shrink his brain down. We think we've discovered the fabled lost city of Plato. Now, I think it's another Atlantis. I think it's under the ocean. I mean, it's obviously not going to be people walking in and out of shops under the ocean. It's not going to be like that. But they think they might have found the ruins, because it was destroyed, I think, in a volcano. That's what I think. I might have got it wrong, so do not... Plato. Plato, as in Plato. You're trying to find it? It's in one of the papers today. It's cool, isn't it? Yeah. I quite fancy that idea that under the ocean there are all these wonderful things that we've yet to discover. There you go. China's Atlantis found 40 metres below a lake by divers. Look at that, eh? Isn't that amazing? See, underneath all of these places, there's got to be hidden things that we don't know about. There's a programme on the television at the moment, and it's got hidden military installations. I mean, the most amazing places that are just sitting there rotting. They're just falling apart. Oh, we haven't got the mysterious shape, have we? It takes ages to load, doesn't it? But, oh. Yeah, it's buffering, is it? Good Lord, we love a bit of buffering. I haven't had buffering for ages. I quite like buffering. I had toast yesterday. Very good. So it's known as the Qiandao Lake. The freshwater stream is located in Chun'an County, Zhejiang, and that's it. So it's not loading at all. It's a 2,000-year-old ancient city discovered 40 metres below the surface of a man-made waterway. Isn't that so exciting? Doesn't that just make you want to throw your clothes off and rush out into Leicester Square and go, Eureka! We found it! We found the lost city of Plato. I think that's great. Razor Ruddock's in the paper today. How boring. How dull. Because you remember Razor Ruddock, don't you? This is the one, the can't pay, we're going to come and take it away bailiffs turned up at his house to collect some money he owed to a vet, I believe. And his wife threw water at them. She apparently used to be a model. I'm not sure what sort of model she used to be, but she threw water at them. And I remember thinking then, you're not pleasant, are you? If you owe money to somebody, man up and pay it. You know, it's the only thing you can do now. What's not hot this week? Joe Swash, apparently. He was going to be going into I'm a Celebrity and adding his weight to the programme, but to be honest with you, they didn't need him. They've just got rid of somebody else, haven't they? They've got rid of Ruthie Henschel. I think Ruthie's got... So that's two of the girls we've lost already. So we'll wait and see. Also, I've got Poem of the Day for you, and the lovely story about the elephant whose 35-year ordeal is over. He's been rescued, and what does he see on his outpouring into the real world? Cher is standing there waiting to see him. So he's been tethered up for all these years in a zoo. I'm surprised he's lived, to be honest with you, but luckily he has, and now he's getting his freedom back. So I'm all in favour of that. 1 in 5 people at Christmas don't think they'll see anybody. Oh, it's like a dream to me. Imagine not seeing anybody at Christmas. I mean, I should be here, so I'll be seeing loads of people. And you're not working over Christmas, are you, Luke? What am I going to bring in on Christmas Day? Me. I'm going to turn up. Me. Probably in my onesie. I've got a onesie. I might wear that. Do you have a onesie? I bet you have. I thought you might have. So do you have a onesie, Jake? No, you will have by Christmas. And can't wait to see people in a onesie. There's something about it. It got bought for me by Sharon's mum and stepdad. And I had to go and put it on. They're very revealing, aren't they, onesies? Very revealing. That's why Jake will be wearing it over Christmas. We've decided it's a fun thing, isn't it? It's sort of entering into the spirit of it. I shall find you something interesting, definitely. We think it's Cyber Monday. We're pretty certain this is Cyber Monday because apparently over the last few days, the Friday, the Saturday, the Sunday, people have been buying Christmas trees, and that's why some of the papers are putting out this ridiculous story, oh, there's a shortage of Christmas trees. There's no shortage of Christmas trees, take my word for it. Paul Cooper's got a mammoth collection, all different shapes and sizes. What? Oh, right, so today... 30th, it is Cyber Monday. There you go. Is it better than Black Friday? I don't know. Is it discounted? That's what we like, isn't it? We like the discounted thing. I think the boys said to me last week, I'm sure that Corey and Luke said they were going out to do shopping the other day and buying sort of bargains. I don't know what they were buying. Did you? Better day for... Well, how ridiculous is that? What do you mean better day for tech and gadgets? Get Will on the phone. Honestly, it's ridiculous. He'd know that. It's not a better... How can it be a better day? It's just a day for buying a gadget, isn't it? I mean, at the moment on Ideal World, well, it's wrong. On Ideal World, they're still flogging drones. I showed Jake my little one earlier on. He'd never seen anything like it before. I think this one's blue. What colour have you got? You got red. Red, yeah. But no, this is blue. Yeah, this was blue, and I showed it to him, and he was going... He was useless with it. I mean, seriously, he threw it up in the air, the thing came back and started firing at him. It reminds me of... Because they're so funny to watch. It's so clever, isn't it? You didn't expect it. You should know me by now. I buy all those sort of stupid things that nobody else buys. I had a boot full of them at one time. I gave them to everybody. I think I gave one to Simon Conway. He was transfixed by it on the early ones. And they're actually really cute. It's just a little, what do they call them? A hovering thing. A drone. It's a little drone. But it's tiny. I mean, it's really tiny. And you just charge it up on your computer underneath, and then you sort of throw it in the air when it's charged, and it will sort of potter along by itself. What it's like outside, I've got no idea. I've only ever done it inside. Don't do it at the edge of a cliff. You'll lose it forever. You'll never get the blooming thing back again. That could drive you mad, couldn't it? But no, I've got a few of them. Great entertainment, but not if you've got a Christmas tree in your lounge. The thing is liable to sort of career into the Christmas tree, take the whole thing down, which is great fun. Steve, when I was 18, I woke up at Heathrow on the N97. I'd been at the Marquee. I recall the satellite spinning around. I was totally lost. My mum got me a cab home. See? Thank goodness for mums for getting you home. And Steve, when young, the half is mentioned as it's when you're old, but in middle age, we certainly don't want to broadcast our exact age. Oh, I've got to that stage now where I tell people. I'll tell, and they don't say what I'm expecting them to say. I'm expecting them to say, hey, you don't look your age, or you don't sound your age, because I'm not sure. I'll tell them how old I am, really. 42. No, I tell people I'm 66. I tell people I'm 66. Or 20. I wouldn't want to be 21 again. I don't think so, actually. I'm trying to think which was the best period of probably the day I got the job here. That was my favourite day, but I'd had my hair bleached, and I walked into reception to see one of the management, and a friend of mine who was working at LBC said, what have you done to your hair? And I said, I've just put a rinse through it. He said, you look like Bette Lynch out of Coronation Street. I know, not exactly the best thing I wanted to hear, but anyway, I got the job. Very quickly. Did I wear a suit? No. Don't think I possessed a suit. How I survived financially, I've got no idea. But I got the job with LBC, and that was in December 1970, frozen to death 9, and loved it ever since. It's sort of, when people say, what's the easiest way to make a living? Become a radio presenter. That's why, for every job that there is out there in radio, and there's not that many jobs, there must be about 50 people applying for it. Everybody wants to be a radio presenter. You know why? Because they all think you can pull. Yeah, they go, oh, you're doing nightclubs, Steve. You go, yeah, I've done nightclubs. Did you pull? Yeah, of course I pulled. I'm a good-looking boy, and I was earning money in a nightclub. I mean, I can't begin to tell you. The women used to flock round me, and it was very people used to stand there waiting for me to arrive. Yeah, I was very popular, and Steve, that was me. They were all shouting somebody else's name. I don't know why. They'd obviously got it wrong. But they used to buy me drinks. They'd send drinks up to me. At that time, I was drinking Southern Comfort. Never again. Can't bear it now. Isn't it funny? All the drinks that you go through when you're younger, that you go, oh, I remember the first drink I ever had was Bacardi and Coke. Can't stand it now. Southern Comfort and lemonade, or Southern Comfort and Coke. Again, too sickly sweet. And then I went through a phase of Baileys with brandy in it. Nearly made myself ill on that, because it was nice to start with loads of ice in there. It was quite nice. And I suddenly realised Prosecco is obviously the favoured drink. It's cheeky little vintage, I'm still off the Prosecco. Yeah, I had a glass the other day. And to be honest with you, I mean, I did sleep like a log, because I'd not had it for such a long time. And all of a sudden, I sort of went, oh, so tired. Climbed into bed, and your little feet slip underneath the duvet. And I was there. I've got a memory pillow. And I don't know what other person's in my bed, but I tell you, they've got a terrible shape to them. It's, the memory pillow, you put your head on it, and it moulds to fit your face. Not me. Somebody else. But I mean, and I move pillows around. I'm terrible. I cannot settle. My friend, she just had this operation, and she's had to sleep on her back because of the operation is on her side, so she can't do it. So she phoned the hospital and said, when can I sleep on my side? Because I'm not sleeping very well on my back. I can't sleep on my back. When I was little, I could sleep face down. Now I sleep sideways, but I do change. So I'll be like, and I lie the other way. I must change. If you actually filmed me in bed, which you're never going to get the opportunity to do, it's a case of how many times do I sort of change it? Probably about 20 times in the course of the night. I don't know why. Perhaps I'm sort of a restless sleeper. It's okay. Yeah, I don't. I don't end up facing the same way. I'm always facing out of the bed. I'm facing... Do you face the other way? Yes. Oh, right. No, I'm always facing out of the bed. For some reason, it seems to be more comfy, and I can hear better because I've got a DVD player on the bed, and I've got better hearing in my left ear than in my right ear. I think I need to go to one of those hearing places where they sort of test. But apart from that, I can hear everything. Sorry? I can hear it all. It doesn't make any difference to me. But sleep. Oh, the amount of people I've spoken to over the years have gone, oh, thank goodness for people like you because, you know, I'm an insomniac and I can't sleep. And I have to really depress them and go, I have no trouble sleeping. Literally, I do have a TV as well, but I use the DVD player. I've only got a small one on a stand on the wall, which you can pull out. And it's only like that. I don't know what size that is. It's not very big. And then I've got the DVD player, which is about the biggest you can get. I think I've got an 18-inch. Eat your heart out. And I fall asleep to it. So at the moment I'm watching only Fools and Horses. It's got to be a comedy show. And then I can listen to it and I understand what's going on. And then I just fall asleep. Very quickly. Very, very quickly. Some people are terrible. Terrible. Steve, do you know the last day you can send Christmas cards to Australia? No, but we shall find out. We shall find out. The boys will tell you. Steve, says Roger, people were waiting for you to arrive at a club. More importantly, how many were waiting for you at the end of the night? Well, loads. I mean, really, really loads of people. Really loads of people. Did you say 1979, mate? You started working for LBC a year before I was born. That's impressive. I know. 41 years. Okay, so Australia, New Zealand, last recommended posting dates, 4th of December. Okay. Greece and Turkey, the 11th. Canada and America, the 12th of December. Finland, Sweden, Czech Republic, Poland and Italy, the 12th of December. So if you're sending to somebody either in New Zealand or Australia, 4th of December, which is this week. So, you know, if you haven't got I've got all my cards. They're all ready. I've just got to, you know, write the little message on there, like, you know, have a great one. You know, stick some money in it, which is always good. Steve, Jackie says a taxi driver stopped and went behind the car door. He'd forgotten about the houses in the road. I'd forgot that I was parked on a bus stop. The bus pulled in and there's me looking up at all these people looking out at me. The whole bus sort of turned round and went, what's he doing? I think he's going for a wee. Seriously. But when you've got to go, you can't sit in a car and try and pretend. You need to go, and men are terrible. It's like men will walk out of a bar or a nightclub or something like that, and immediately they want to go for a wee. Why didn't they go before they left? Your mother told you that as you were a little child. Bruno Tonioli, forced to take a pay cut, he's not been there most of the time, and a luxury designer is flogging cheeky baubles that look like boobies and bums. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know why you'd ever want that on your Christmas tree. And out of the 32,000 pubs, there will be just 732 where drinkers can meet a pal inside when they open this coming weekend. So, I mean, a bit disappointing, isn't it, really? We were all hoping. But mind you, if you're good, and I'm only echoing what the government are saying, if you're very good, we might have seen the back of this next year. You know, hopefully by the time we get to, you know, November, December, I'm hoping that we're back to normality and we can hug and snog. Looking forward to that. The hugging and snogging brigade will be out there. I mean, even Paul Cooper said he's not going to get any mistletoe. What's the point? He said, what's the point? So no mistletoe. But I like a bit of mistletoe. But I to be honest with you, I don't actually need a piece of mistletoe to do snogging. I'll just go for it. So much better. So much better. So we've got Rita Ora. She went to a party the other day, her 30th birthday party, and 30 people attended. A hospital worker said, do they think the rules don't apply to them as they're rich or famous? Well, she's obviously immensely stupid. And the restaurant. Why on earth would you allow somebody to have a party in a restaurant, which is in Notting Hill? It's quite a posh restaurant. I've never heard of it, but it's a posh restaurant, they say. And guests included Cara and Poppy Delevingne. And everybody came up, you know, sort of dressed up and all the rest of it. But to be honest with you, I mean, have they heard of coronavirus or are they particularly stupid? Somebody obviously is going, oh, look, that's Rita Ora. Let's get pictures of all these people arriving. So they did. They've got, it's their front page spread and inside. And inside. Tier 1, 732 pubs. Rule of 6 indoors, table service only. Tier 2, 21,000 pubs. Rule of 6 outdoors, only your household indoors. Alcohol can only be served with a substantial meal. I don't know what a substantial meal is nowadays. It's obviously not just a Cornish pasty, is it? It's got to be something a bit more. I could eat some triple fried chips at the moment. That could be quite nice. Have I had what? Aioli? No, we just went on holiday to Spain. We didn't do aioli. Is that in Greece or Turkey or somewhere like that? What is aioli? You're going to show me a picture of it, aren't you? And I'm going to go, why on earth would I want to eat that? What is it? Aioli. Made of garlic, salt, olive oil and found in the cuisines that, well, they can keep it. Garlic, salt and olive oil. It looks horrible. It's just a dip, isn't it? Yeah, the name means garlic and oil. Well, how original. Why don't I call it garlic and oil then? It's found in the cuisine of the Mediterranean coast of Spain, France and Italy. Oh, poo. I mean, I'm not sure about that. I mean, I've got garlic salt at home, which I use occasionally. But it's pretty much synonymous with mayo. I do like mayo. I squirt that on everything. I can get through quite a bit of mayo. Garlic, see, I don't do garlic mayo. I've seen it. It's a bit chav, isn't it? Garlic mayo. I think you can get it in Iceland, the shop, as opposed to the country. And I think it says garlic mayo on it. And I've never been tempted. I've always looked at it and thought, definitely not for you, Stephen. Steve, the last day you can send a Christmas card from Bedfordshire to Norfolk. Wasn't on your list, says Lee. Today, they're running a bit slow because they're trying to get all the cards abroad, which is much better. Steve, money. That's why the restaurant opened. Well, they must be stupid. They've actually opened a restaurant in a pandemic when we haven't opened them up again, and they had 30 people there. That's what the papers say. I mean, if so, I hope they get fined hugely. Seriously. I put the DVD Beautiful Thing on last night. I've not played it for a while. Never get tired of it, says Shane. It's a great film, isn't it? They didn't earn very much, the lads who were in it, because it was done as a sort of a contra, I think, with Channel 4 or somebody like that. It's very good, though. Filmed on an estate in London, so they used all the real places, which is the best way to do it, isn't it? Look at this. Did you know that, in fact, Rita Ora might have to pay a fine? Well, she won't. The business will. The business can be fined £1,000 for their first offence, rising up to £10,000 for the fourth and further breaches. People outside household bubbles cannot meet indoors. They can be fined £200. Oh, good. Let's see them all coughing up for it. The police turn up. I mean, you know, if they say there were about 30 people at the party, I mean, I don't know whether there were 30 or not. But, you know, it's obviously, you know, there was somebody bringing supplies into this restaurant, which apparently is sort of, you know, posh. And also Rita's got her own brand tequila. The police were trying to get in, and they couldn't. They couldn't get in, so eventually they did. And these people they'll all be in trouble because they're stupid. You can't have different rules for them. I mean, perhaps she's not bright. Perhaps she's really not bright, which is a shame. What else do we have? The owner of a tequila bar, which will be in Tier 3, has applied for his business to become a religion to beat the lockdown restrictions. The 400 Rabbits Tequila and Mezcal Cocktail Bar is registered to become the Church of the 400 Rabbits in all tiers, so they can stay open later. Stupid, isn't it, honestly? How desperate are people to go and start? I mean, I don't mind, you know, I mean, I quite like the idea that I'm going, you know, to sort of see people in a pub, but I'm not really a pub kind of person. I'm more sort of, I don't even drink coffee in the coffee shops. I don't do that either. It's terribly expensive. Also, police have raided the home of Diego Maradona's personal doctor as part of a manslaughter investigation. Dr. Leopold Lucchi was questioned over claims of a possible negligence in the Argentinian football star's death at 60 last week. The neurologist had operated on the World Cup winner's brain clot 4 weeks ago. But a judicial source said of Dr. Luke, he's not been arrested, he's just being investigated as part of the investigative process. So it was only days after being discharged from hospital that Diego Maradona had a brain seizure and just died. You know, but the doctor last night, he said he wept outside his home as he told the media, I'm absolutely sure I did the best I could with Diego. I mean, this man's, you know, Diego Maradona is like sort of God, really, over there. You know, you saw the funeral and everything else. So, I mean, why anybody would not offer him the best service? It's like, I got him out of hospital again, which is fantastic. Sean Connery died in his sleep from pneumonia and heart failure. He was 90, died in the Bahamas. He had been unwell for a little while. He suffered respiratory failure as a result of pneumonia, old age, and atrial fibrillation. That's your arteries and things like that, the hardening of. The document stated he died on October 31st at 1:30 a.m. at his Bahamas home. He won an Oscar, 2 BAFTAs and 3 Golden Globes. And he played Bond between 1962 and 1983. But was he the best Bond? Was he the best Bond? People were always saying that, weren't they? That he was one of the best Bonds. See, I liked Roger Moore. I thought Roger Moore was great. He just looked suave and sophisticated, and he was such a good guest as well. Kevin says, have you seen Blue Valentine? There's a great tune called You and Me by Penny and the Quarters. No, I haven't. I have a life. Also, somebody else was talking about why do these restaurants open? Money! But I mean, surely they'd be saying, listen, we can't open because we're a restaurant. I mean, they won't open to anybody else, presumably just a private party. But I mean, you know, if they get fined, that's their problem. Tony Hadley says he's healed a rift with a Spandau Ballet bandmate. He said he was back on speaking terms with Steve Norman, who played sax and had been to his mother's funeral. Tony told the Stars, Cars, Guitar podcast, we were always great pals. See, people fight, don't they, over things, and they shouldn't. Yeah, I like Spandau Ballet. I interviewed them when they played Vienna. I used to get all the gigs there because I was about one of the only English-speaking people, and so I used to get all the interviews. Stevie Wonder. No, I didn't do Mick Hucknall. No. Why? You're a big fan of Simply Red, are you? You sort of model yourself on him. Yeah, you do look a little bit like him, actually. You do look a little bit like him, but I suspect he doesn't want to be your friend. It's been 5 years since Duran Duran's last album, Paper Gods, but finally Simon & Bon has some good news. They're going to headline an event in London, British Summertime Festival. Oh. Simon, along with bandmates Roger Taylor, Nick Rhodes and John Taylor, will play at Hyde Park on July the 11th with Chic and Nile Rodgers as their warm-up act. Good Lord, you think they'll have to go back and rehearse to see if they can do all the songs. I thought they were good. I mean, I've seen them live. I saw them live in Vienna. Mind you, I saw Blue live in London. The screaming was unbelievable. The moment the lights dimmed down, this noise, which was like a jet aircraft taking off, filled the place. They were screaming blue murder. I've never heard anything like it. Seriously. I mean, I'd had a few sherbets, so I didn't really care too much. But at one point, I fell under the seat. All I remember is Dale saying, Stephen, pick yourself up. You're embarrassing me. So I tried to, but as is usual, my case, I can't do that, actually. It's not my sort of thing. So, John Turode and Lisa Faulkner's festive feast. Cheeseboard stuffed mushrooms. They sound nice, don't they? You can have those. My friend Rich, he says, could have done with your drone. He had a mouse. Now, I think it's our mouse. And he sent a picture. And he said, could have done with your drone firing at my mouse. Because it's in the building. We think it lives here. Well, he's on his way home now. I mean, no, you don't think the mouse has jumped into his bag and he's taken the mouse home with him? Looked like quite a big mouse as well. You not see it? Oh, the mouse? Well, do you know, you might be right there. He might actually be an LBC mouse. Look, there it is there. See it? It looks nice. It's a mouse. It's quite big, isn't it? But it looks so it's well fed. Well, I mean, we actually called it Pongo. But I don't know whether or not Rich has named it anything. Because I've said it's ours. He said there's a mouse in the studio. A mouse! This is not as cute as Bring Your Dog to Work Day. I wonder where it lives. Don't tell Moyles, he'll go mad. Chick's in my pigeonhole. No, it can't be. You can't get in there. And it looks quite a healthy mouse, but a mouse in the studio. How funny! Sort of say it's probably going around going. The noise in this place is terrible. I can't sleep because mice come out at night, don't they? And they sort of Sorry, Darren Adam fan. Yeah, well, exactly. They do actually do that at mice. I think that's the best time to eat. When you see them running around, you don't see them running around in the daytime because they're sleeping. They're a bit like people who work nights, so who knows, you might be right. How about Christmas stuffing linguine? That sounds quite nice. Or Potted ham rillettes with soda bread. Not as exciting. Turkey quesadillas. But I'm liking this one here. Leftover pigs in blankets. Hashtag yummy. I could do with that. Turkey quesadillas. Or failing that, some garlic bread would go down quite nicely. Definitely. One of my... Cheesy garlic bread. That's my favourite. You get that in one of the pizza places, don't you? Cheesy garlic bread. Oh, that's delicious. That really is not... I mean, that you could just eat till the cows come home. Or cheesy garlic balls. They're nice. I mean, you could eat a whole range of those. They were very nice to have your company. Very nice this morning. Somebody says, I was listening to Rich's show when he mentioned the mouse climbing the wall. My first thought was, Steve could get a whole programme out of that. Oh, I've lost my mouse. There it is. Sorry, I've lost my mouse. Kevin the Milkman says Steve could get the whole show out of the mouse story. I could. He sent me a picture of it. I told them out there in the newsroom. I said, there was a mouse in with Rich this morning. I think, to be honest with you, they've started auditioning them younger. That's what it is. I mean, it might not actually be a mouse. It could be something from Roald Dahl's The Witches. If you remember, one of the boys got turned into a mouse. Did you ever see that? No, Corey's not been around, has he? You don't think he's masquerading? You don't think he's got a part dressing up as a mouse to pull Cinderella's coach for the festive season? I like that idea, actually. We'll have to check, because he's supposed to be with us tomorrow, isn't he? Yeah, if he isn't here, you know what's happened. He's started eating a lot of cheese. In fact, he mentioned cheese to me the other week. And I remember thinking, that's a bit of a giveaway. So it's just another manic Cyber Monday. Ooh-ee-oo. It's the only song I know about Cyber Manic Mondays. I don't know anything else. I don't even know who the group was who sang. Just the Bangles. Just another manic Monday. Ooh-ee-oo. They reckon you're going to spend, I don't know who this is, £2.5 billion today. That's how much we're going to spend. I mean, do you think people are doing that thing that we all do? You know, when you get to a certain stage, you think, oh, listen, I owe money here, I owe money there, but I'm determined to enjoy Christmas. I knew a lady years and years ago, and she didn't have any money. I mean, she really didn't have money, but at Christmas time, she would put it all in catalogues. So used to get people doing the catalogues. They would come round, you'd order the stuff, and it was like, if you buy this doll's house, it's 34 pence a week over the next 10 years or something. And so that's what she would do. She would add it all up. And then sometimes she'd have to hide when the person came round to ask for the money because she didn't have the money. And that's what I think people are going to do this year. I think a lot of people are going to say, do you know, poo to Christmas, poo to not having a nice time. We're going to have a nice time. We're going to have a nice time. And if it means we're going to sort of put ourselves into debt, well, then so be it. People are going to put themselves into debt, which is a shame, actually. John says, don't look on the floor for mice. They're one of nature's best climbers. Listen, when we were in Fleet Street years and years... Oh, God, you don't think you can crawl under the door here, do you? I would absolutely freak if all of a sudden it hopped up on the desk and looked at me and went, hello, Steve. Sorry? Well, I don't like mice in the studio when I'm working. No, obviously not. I mean, it's like, in the same way, if a snake dropped out of the air conditioning there, you'd be the first one out the window. First one out the window. You talk about me being scared of mice. I'm not scared of mice. I'm scared of wasps. But I'm not scared of mice. I just don't want them in the studio. I'd have to... Do you think it would... Yeah, I don't know. Where does it live? You don't like spiders? Oh, right. In some countries, they eat them, don't they? The bird-eating spiders, you can sort of have them cooked or something. I wouldn't want to eat anything like that. I'm sorry. I'd be having to go, sorry, do you not have any kebabs or something? It's like there's one country where they thread little birds onto sticks and skewer them. They put up big nets to catch them. And bats. People eat bats. I like Warburton's pockets. Not with bats in them, no. I just like I'm just fairly normal, you know, with my eclectic food. Steve, you need to get a big ginger Tom and let him loose at night. That'll catch the mouse, you think? Our cat couldn't be bothered to catch mice. Not that we ever had any mice, but it would sleep. The mouse could literally crawl around the cat, eat its food, and then wander off again. Seriously, never bothered about that at all. So Cyber Monday, you're going to shop online more than Black Friday. This is unbelievable, isn't it? Where are people getting their money from? 1 in 3 Brits will log on to spend an average of £111 each. It's quite nice. Do you have a budget for Christmas, guys? Luke, do you have a budget for Christmas? £5. You're not going to get very much for £5, are you? I think we might be doing Secret Santa this year. I like Secret Santa. That's quite a cheap thing to do, isn't it? Sorry? I thought we'd do it here. Secret Santa. You've not been invited? Oops. Have you not been invited to Secret Santa? Oh, right, okay. Last seen, says Rich, the mouse, going up the wall into the ceiling area. Oh, my God. It's up there now. Clump, clump, clump. Yeah, because all the ceilings are hollow, aren't they? So it climbs up the wall. It's obviously got a secret escape tunnel, Rich. This is unbelievable. Somebody somewhere, it's the last seen going up the wall in the ceiling area. I'm even more scared. You don't think it's likely to drop down from... No, it's not. I'm having a look round. It definitely... Oh, God. I do hope not. No. Yes, maybe it's wandered to Hart. It's probably got a network of tunnels above the roof, all signposted. This way to Hart, this way to Capital, this way to, Smooth, and all the other stations we've got. They're quite nice, actually, really. But and Anthony says the mouse was on the Capitol floor last week and Hart the week before. It likes nuts and biscuits. Oh, my God. Oh, I'm not going for this one. It looks enormous, actually. I'm not surprised if it's eating all this stuff. Steve, if you can fit a pen lid in it or under it, a mouse can fit in it. They can squash their bodies flat. Stop it. I don't need to know this kind of thing. We used to have one years ago when we were in Fleet Street. And somebody caught it and put it in a bucket, which we thought was the best thing to do. No, it just leapt out. Just literally catapulted itself, and once it was on there, it obviously knew the route and how to get out the building, go and hide. They're very fast, very fast. You could see them running around in Soho, daytime. Rats. Steve, I could have sworn I saw Baked Home mince pies for sale yesterday. Says Kristen Stutler. I don't think so. Why would you have Baked Home mince pies? They're so cheap. They're under £2 a box. By the time you've turned the oven on, but what would be the point of that? No, you'd just go and buy a box of mince pies. In fact, I brought some mince pies with me today. Ooh, do you eat mince pies, Luke? Yeah. Probably, sometimes, yeah. Probably like this year. Because you can only get them at Christmas. Oh, right, you like them hot. Well, I mean, I haven't had one for a little while. They're not really very good for diabetes. In fact, they're not really good for anything at all. They're very fattening. Oh, they found something. You'll like this one. Having found the lost city of Plato, we think, now remains washed up on a beach being likened to those of a mermaid. Do you know, honestly, some people are so mad, aren't they? They seriously believe that mermaids exist because they saw the film with Tom Hanks, which was called Splash, and she was a mermaid. But she only appeared as a mermaid when somebody threw a bucket of water over her, which, of course, is quite common in New York, constantly walking around getting buckets of water thrown over me. And then her tail grew. And then people went, oh, my God, she's a mermaid. But they don't exist. Even though this one here, Dog Walker, found this brittle skeleton. He said, it looks like a human backbone with a fin. It looks like the remains of a mermaid. Well, it's not, dear, all right? It's not. Stop telling lies to people. There are no such things as mermaids. They'd be mer-persons, wouldn't they? Which would be much easier to actually understand. No, I don't want anything like that. I don't want... What was that film I saw with... I can't remember who the actor was. But they were doing A Christmas Carol. But they decided that they wanted mice to pull Santa's cart. So they were trying to work out a way of stapling antlers onto mice. It was very funny. Bill somebody is the actor who was in this. And I can't remember... Could be Bill Murray. He meets the ghosts of Christmas past and stuff like that. It's a good film, actually, for all the family. Available now on Amazon. It's quite a good one, actually. And it also finishes with a bit of community singing at the back, which we like. Spare a thought for Greg Wallace. Why? Next time you see him on MasterChef, because much of the time he secretly feels like the stooge next to John Turode. Well, because John Turode is the experienced one. There you go, Bill Murray, Scrooged. 1988. Good Lord. With, stars Bill Murray, Karen Allen, John Forsyth. Such a good film. He's a TV executive. Have you never seen it? Oh, you must definitely get it. It's very, very good. Very good. But speaking on a podcast, Greg says, the problem for me on television is that MasterChef won't let me cook. Well, because you're not a chef. He's not a chef. He was a greengrocer before. And And I think it's like Ainsley Harriott. Didn't he work at Lord's Cricket Ground? He was just a cook. They weren't chefs. It's something completely different. Ian, my friend, says, Bill Murray, and I watched it tonight. He watched Scrooge tonight. It's such a good thing, isn't it, really? You've seen it? You've seen it? You think so? Okay, well, you probably remember. If you want to come back to us on that one, then come back to us on it, at a later date, to find out what you're watching at the moment for the festive season. It's very good, because it isn't your average ho-hum kind of thing. It's a case of, he has a girlfriend, but he's a bit mean, and he gives away things to, towels. If it's somebody he really likes, because he's a big TV executive, they get a VCR recorder. But most people just get towels. So why to buy towels for somebody for Christmas? Because everybody's got towels that match the bathroom, haven't they? Have you? No. I don't think you have. No. Some people have got sort of a bathroom that's in sort of white, and then they put sort of bright yellow in, or grey, or something like that. I should imagine yours are probably all higgledy-piggledy. Yeah. Well, that's all right. That's okay. Higgledy-piggledy is good. I bought some beautiful towels, but they're just decorative. They're all in sort of stitched with flowers on. They're Chinese. No, I've never used them. No, never used them. Never used them. I just have them hanging. Oh, bless you. And you're not going to sneeze again, are you, before the end of the programme? Just want to check, actually, if you've got flu coming on. Yeah, try and find the hand wash in time. Yeah, thank goodness for that, honestly. Everybody looks so ill today. I love the hand wash. Even when I'm going into the supermarket now, I have a good old squirt of the hand wash. And it's all free. I know. In fact, really, if you take your own bowl, you just fill it up. And then sort of wander out. But, so when does this finish? Wednesday, isn't it? Wednesday, we sort of go back into normality for a little while. And then back to the tiers. The new tiers or the old tiers, depending on what some people have actually got. Which is a bit of a shame. And then I'm getting my hair cut on Thursday. Just remember, it's the same as before. You have to book your haircut. What am I getting? Well, I thought I'd get the fringe done to start with. And then I thought I'd have some highlights put in. Why not? I'm young enough to do it. I can still get away with it. What are you having done? Having a haircut. There's not much of it, is there? I just want a little sort of number 1 and number 2. Mohican. There's not enough for a Mohican. You're putting me in the same sort of sin bin as Jake, who isn't getting his haircut for ages. He's just sort of 3 weeks. Well, how are you going to get it cut in 3 weeks? We'll be in lockdown again in 3 weeks. Well, I'm assuming we have to be. Don't you think so? Yeah, but I don't think you'll be allowed to get your hair cut before Christmas. And what do you have cut? How much you spend? It'll just grow, yeah. Perhaps you could do it yourself. I mean, it can't be that difficult to do yours. Just sort of shave it all off. Lord. Don't do that. I tell you, I cherish my hair when I was able to grow long hair. I spent ages running my fingers through it, which I thought was great. Because I look a bit Amazonian, a bit like Tarzan, and all this long hair down to my shoulders. I thought I looked quite good, actually. Steve, Tesco's finest mince pies with their extra thick Courvoisier double cream are lovely. I thoroughly recommend these to you and your producer, says Billy. They're not having them. Seriously, they're not going to have those. We're not giving them things like that. They've already eaten, well, one of them's eaten all the chocolate Swiss rolls. Have you eaten all of them? You're terrible, honestly. How you can eat a whole box full? I mean, I took 3 out because I gave them to Zora, and you've eaten the rest of them. I mean, what's the matter? You've eaten 6. How is that? Did you have one, Luke? No. Well, probably best you're fasting, aren't you? But it is Cyber Monday, which means that you're going to be... So I think that we all fall for this. I think they actually say you're all going to be spending an average of £111, and people don't like to disappoint. So they go onto the websites and they buy different things. I mean, I find it quite irresistible to go shopping on Amazon or wherever else it happens to be. I'm fascinated by the whole thing. I love the idea that just with I do it on the train now on my phone. If I'm chasing something in particular, like sort of, Rich's mouse or something like that. Although somebody pointed out to me that you very rarely get one mouse. There'll be a few, and by Christmas there'll be hundreds of them. And before you know where you are, have you ever seen that thing on YouTube where they're in the Australian outback and there's a huge big barn there, and they go and they lift up corrugated iron which have been lying on the ground like big, like roofing kind of things, and what came out just freaked people out. Literally hundreds and thousands of rats. Literally, they all headed for the sunshine, and I've never seen so many. No, no, rats. They lift up this stuff and out they come. There's an outpour. They obviously thought we've got a nice little house going on. In a certain part of Texas, they go out catching rattlesnakes. They literally catch them and they use them as whips to kill them. They have for some strange reason, I don't know why, but we do have a poem. And the poem is by Myra Viola Wilds. It's really lovely, chosen with love, and it's called Thoughts. Okay? What kind of thoughts now do you carry in your travels day by day? Are they bright and lofty visions or neglected, gone astray? Matters not how great in fancy or what deeds of skill you've wrought. Man, though high may be his station, is no better than his thoughts. Catch your thoughts and hold them tightly. Let each one an honour be. Purge them, scourge them, burnish brightly. Then in love set each one free. It's so sad. It's so sad. I'm not sure I can go on. It's too emotional, this programme. Too emotional. So there you go. And that was written by Myra Viola Wilds. We don't know who she is. She's obviously a close friend of Jake's. And she writes stuff like that makes people cry. You know, which is good. Nora in Glasgow says, are we going to get the poem this morning? You just had it. Steve, Groovy Gang specials this year. Brilliant. Really love the tote. And the glasses are gorgeous. Could I wish you a very happy Advent for tomorrow, says Bev. 1st of December. Always feels like the coming of the light, and we really need it this year. Yeah, I mean, I'm determined, because I'm with you on Christmas morning. I don't have an Advent calendar, no. Well, I do. Yes, I do have an Advent calendar. Yes, I've got one. I've got it at home. I've just realised. I've just remembered. Somebody said, don't open it. Don't open it just yet. So I think Helinka. I said, yeah, I'll be doing it tomorrow. I'll be opening the first window. I'm hoping there's chocolates. But I shouldn't really have chocolates because I'm not. I'm trying to stay well clear of chocolates because I've been really bad recently, and also my thing fell off, not my but the strap holding it on. So it's now held on just by the glue, which is a bit bizarre, isn't it? So there you go, 15.8. How? I haven't had anything to eat. How can that be? I might need an injection or something. 15.8, so they'll be furious with me. I've got to go back in again in 2 weeks' time. 6th, I think, 6th or 7th. I'm going to have to fib. I'm going to have to tell them it didn't work. I don't want to be pilloried for these things. Well, I don't know. I'll just try and just keep the numbers down, I suppose. And then, I can't have an injection. I've just realised I walked out today and I normally remember to put everything in my pockets. Got all the way into Leicester Square and I suddenly realised I'd left my insulin at home. How daft is that? I mean, honestly, it's ridiculous, isn't it? I forget my head. I've got to go back. Yeah, I've got to go. Yeah, when I go home, I'll do it then. Bit easier, I suppose. Steve, Tesco's finest mini. A lot of people talking about those. And somebody says, this is the one, you never just get one mouse. What was 2 or 3 running about? We used to have a house years and years ago, a very old house, but they were in the walls. You could hear them scrambling up and down. I mean, to them, it was probably like a playground. And Bruce says, a fly entering our house has about a minute to live before our cats have it. I just yell, fly! We used to do that to a friend of mine, my auntie Rooney, and she used to have 2 dogs, and you just had to say the word wasps, and the dogs would go mad, absolutely mad. I watched a Columbo the other day, and somebody got killed in it because the dogs were programmed to hear the telephone. Every time the telephone rang, the dogs were there. They were big Dobermans, and what they were trying to do is they were trying to get them to repeat a word, which meant that the dogs turned into killer dogs, and then they just went and sat down again. And it was very good Columbo. I've seen it loads of times before, but it was very good watching these dogs sitting there. And I think the key word was Rosebud. And at the very end, the bloke who had programmed the dogs to react to Rosebud and to attack, he didn't realise, but Columbo had found a woman who could deprogram the dogs. So for them now, as opposed to going for the jugular, they would now come and smother you in licks. What dogs? There's that elephant. There it is. Look at it, poor thing. But it's now got room to... It just hasn't got any friends. It's got no friends. Come on. Look at that. By Jove. And there's Cher. I bet the elephant's going, who the hell are you? She's going, do you believe in love at first sight? Gypsies, tramps and thieves. Look at these poor elephants. Honestly, look at them. bless it. It's only got little horns, hasn't it? Only got little tusks. You know, you'd think it would have more, actually, but it hasn't. Remember Columbo deprograms the dogs? Yeah, Rosebud is the word. I know these things because I bought the box set of Columbo. I love him. I think he's brilliant. And he did a very good roasting of Frank Sinatra. They do a roasting in America where basically all your friends come and take the mickey out of you. And they brought on Columbo for Frank Sinatra. And Sinatra just obviously loved him to pieces and was collapsed in laughter. And, you know, he's doing this thing, and I came here. And he was just good. I nearly got to interview him, but he didn't make it, unfortunately. He died. He came to London, but he didn't come for the interview. Bruno Tonioli will be forced to take a pay cut over his no-show this series. Well, I think so too. What's the point of paying for somebody for a no-show? Doesn't make any difference. And he figured out Rosebud is the key word because of the killer's picture on the wall, a picture of a movie with a horse, which is called Rosebud. That was the clever thing about Columbo. He was always able to say, yeah. My favourite one was where somebody's accused him of putting his fingerprints on something. Columbo's had his hands in his pockets and he took them out and he's wearing gloves. End of Columbo. It's fantastic. Very good. So you're all going to be spending lots of money today. On what? I have no idea. What else we got here? Father Christmas. Apparently Father Christmases are okay. I heard today. You can have carols and Father Christmases, but you can't sit on his lap. I don't think people sit on laps anymore, do they, for Father Christmas? I never ever saw Father Christmas. Well, I did. I think I saw Father Christmas once. And that was in Gamages or something like that. And that was the only time. So Santa's grottos and carolling are allowed. So volunteering and church service is also permitted, but advice varies for different tiers. Oh, we do like Father Christmas, don't we? So, you know, it's nice. So carolling, attending church services, volunteering and taking a trip to Santa's grotto will all be permitted. But it does vary. It does vary. But daily cases in the UK of COVID, 12,000. Daily deaths, 29th of November. 29th of November. 215 deaths. Total deaths, 58,000. And in England, daily cases of COVID, 746. So it's down 6,507. In Wales, daily deaths, 1,004. Wow. It's still bad, isn't it? Whichever way you look at it. But for all those people who don't believe it, what do you think they've died of? But as I say, I don't think those sort of people should get any treatment at the moment, because that's just taking the mickey, isn't it, really? Christmas faces delivery meltdown. I mean, every day you see these vans whizzing about all over the place. Some of them with my presents in there. You know, the ones from the team, and they bought it and they sort of had it delivered by private courier. And I'm all excited, you know, oh, very exciting. You know, I know roughly what they're going to buy me. It'll be something that I'm really sought after. And did you ever drink with Dale in the Balmy Arms in Twickenham? No. He wasn't a drinker, actually. He really wasn't. I mean, he did, towards the end of his life, discover booze. But no, for ages. He would have a glass of champagne. He'd have a Kir Royale or something like that. But no, he didn't do the alcohol. So you can imagine, can't you? Me and him clashed violently over alcohol. He was in Nottingham when I think he first saw me drunk. And of course I became unbearable. Absolutely unbearable. Also, everybody loving the glasses. Thank you very much indeed. We thought you would like them as well. And we were proven right. So Tony Beak returning this morning to front a baking series with the whole family. He's irritating at the best of times. He's going to be even more unbearable this time round, isn't he? And ITV bosses have snapped him up for Anton Dubake at Christmas. His name's Tony Beak. Why do we call him Anton Dubake? That's ridiculous. He trained as a baker at the age of 17, has made a handful of appearances on the ITV show, revealing his baking skills. Oh, God, he's going to be irritating beyond belief. He's going to be absolutely so annoying. So annoying. Have you noticed, I saw another advert on the television the other day, fronted by Philip Schofield again. What is he saving up for? Not to get married, I hope. Goodness me, or to buy, you know, the latest friend some nice Christmas present, or to buy something for the wife or the daughters. Who knows? But no, it was another thing he was fronting. I thought, blimey, that's amazing, isn't it? It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Monday morning, it's the 30th of November, so this means it's the last day of the month. Tomorrow we enter the Christmas festive season, and it's also the day that you can start your Advent calendar, if you have one. I got my brother and his wife two Paddington calendars for the festive season. I've never had one before, but this year I've got one, which is very nice. Hans on the Isle of Wight says, I got one of those lockdown advent calendars from the mainland. Unfortunately, the doors don't open. Thank you. And did you watch Last Christmas yesterday? No, I haven't. I've just ordered it. But I'm quite forgiving when it comes to bad acting. I seriously am. I'm not somebody who goes, oh God, I thought it was so bad. The acting was so terrible. Yeah, as long as the story's good and the snow looks kind of real, I'm quite happy with things like that. Very happy. Special guest villains, played by Jack Cassidy, Patrick McGowan and Robert Culp, plus Joyce Van Patten. Wow. That was for Columbo. And it says, have you noticed Tony Beak could be the identical twin brother of Basil Brush, says Peter. No, Basil Brush isn't irritating. Tony Beak is very irritating. Do you think there are differences in the way, Steve, that Northerners and Southerners celebrate Christmas? No. I should imagine Northerners probably enjoy it more. I would think so, because they've got Aldi up there and things like that. And so you can get a whole duck for £5 or something. So, Christmas up there, what did you have for Christmas? Well, we had a whole side of smoked salmon, £2.50. And then we had the duck as well, which was £5. And that fed all of us. And then the dog played with the bones. And, I think Northerners, they always seem to... The one thing that we noticed when Dale and I went up to Manchester is that people talk to you. Up north. Nobody talks to you down south. If you're walking down the street in London and somebody talks to you, you're practically on the phone to the police. And especially if somebody sort of turns up on the... Hello? Sorry? Hello? Yes, hello to you too. Help. So that's why. So I don't think there are differences in the way that the Northern and the Southerners celebrate Christmas. We all do it in our own way. And it's only if you're up north you might get the snow, which makes it look even more festive. And the trees look lovely, with a covering of snow on there, and you could put lights on there. It looks so pretty. So pretty. Why shouldn't we have sort of a nice time? Oh, look, Rita Ora. This is obviously before her sort of, bash for 30 people. The Catholic priests have been told not to become trolls and be careful who they speak to on social media. The clergy should only post comments that are respectful, responsible and transparent. Yes. Some of them obviously are not. Also, this is the favourite album of 2020, Spanish Language Project by Kaylee Uchis. I have no idea who that is, or Cali or something. It's so difficult. Everybody now, people seem to dress up as if they're sort of 70s hookers. They've all got the worst possible outfits on. Chris Kamara has a major crush on Lorraine Kelly. Yeah. But they said, Chris is happily married man, but he added she's got a fantastic character, she's a brilliant interviewer, and she goes to football, my dream wife. I bet your current wife's thinking, well, that's charming, isn't it? That's charming. More than 10,000 turkeys will be culled at a farm after a bird flu outbreak. Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs said avian influenza poses little risk to public health, and this strain of virus does not affect food safety. Well, why can't you put them all to sleep and then we'll have them now? If you've got 10,500 of them, you're not just going to burn them, are you? If there's no problem with them and we're okay to eat them, give them to us to eat. Expats are fuming at new rules which will see their stays in the sun slashed by Brexit. From January the 1st, Brits with homes in Europe will be allowed to remain for a maximum of 3 months in each 6-month period. Staying over the 90-day limit will see people clobbered with a fine or a ban from entering the EU Union. This rule is set to wreck plans for many of the 500,000 Brits who bought holiday homes in countries including France and Italy. Holiday homes. That's the difference. If you've actually bought a home and you're living in it full time because you've moved to that particular country, I think you'll be all right. And, well, I hope so anyway. That could be a bit of a disaster, couldn't it, really? There's also the cricket fan who went to Sri Lanka to watch England play, is still there 8 months after the team's tour was cancelled. I never understand the obsession that people have with cricket. Seriously, I'm not... Is Channel 4 going to publish an impact assessment, Steve, on the Steph packed lunch show, as we need to know the health and social ramifications of continued watching of the programme, says Nick. I flip through the channels, it seems to be on forever and a day, and I go, oh no, and off again. Because it's just a mess. A complete and utter mess. Too many things going on. Whereas when you watch This Morning, they've got it absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. Shane says, I went to JB Hi-Fi this morning. They sell DVDs. I bought The Bill Season 3 box set. $90, $30 off. See, I don't know what that is in English money. I should imagine it's probably quite expensive over there. Australian dollars, yeah. Australian dollars. So that's $90 he paid. They got 30 off. How much is 90 Australian dollars? Would have been an interesting one. Find out. This is The Bill Season 3. Wait a minute. £49.84. Okay. 49. So, near as damn it, 50 quid. Go on to Amazon and find out how much The Bill Season 3 is. Oh. 30 is £16. So you get 16 quid off. But, so, The Bill Season 3, how much is it here? Bill Season 3. The Bill Season 3. Okay. My God, there's so many different things, aren't there? And here it is. Wow, it's 1 to 3. £34.82. So it's a bit more expensive, your neck of the woods. We actually got it cheaper. The Bill Series 4 is 6 quid. And that's it. The Cosby Show. Is anybody buying The Cosby Show? I'm not sure. Don't think so. And the Bill. There you go. The complete third series on DVD. Oh, wow. The complete one. £21, 3 pence. You can get Series 1 to 4 on The Bill for 80 quid. And you can also buy The Incredible Hulk. Seasons 1 to 5. Whatever, watch what? The Bill. Oh, yeah, I love The Bill. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I was mortified when they dropped it. Worst mistake they ever made. Worst mistake. Mind you, the other one I liked as well, I can't remember, but she plays a pathologist. Happy Days. I bought Happy Days. That was very... Have you ever seen Happy Days? Monday, Tuesday, Happy Days. Wednesday, Thursday. Oh, they were wonderful with the Fonz and Richie, and I interviewed Richie. He's a very famous film director. Jeff says, did you ever fall out with Dale? Of course. We were best friends since we were 18. Of course you fall out with people. It'd be ridiculous not to. Mainly because he could be very, very arrogant. And I learned how to play it. I learned how to play it very well, actually, to the point of it used to annoy him even more. Of course, everybody falls out with people. You know, Dale fell out with people. You know, everybody falls out with people. I mean, now I don't fall out with anybody. I haven't got enough time in the world to fall out with people. I just sort of, you know, look at them and think, you know, you're all right. You know, that's what I say about people. I don't say it about anybody here. I just sort of say it generally speaking. I sit on the train going home going, you're right. What do I say about you and Jake? Oh, I think Jake could probably read my mind on this one, couldn't you? See? Don't need to say anything. Words meaningless. Totally meaningless. It's like, you know... Yeah, what about you? What about you? What can we say about you, Luke, that couldn't be written on a grain of sand and stuck in a sand album? Yeah, I do forget sometimes. I do sometimes remember people's names. And then the worst thing is for me, bumping into somebody I've not seen for ages, names, they go, hi, Steve. And I go, hi. Not a clue. I mean, it's literally, I'm vacant between the ears. Anthony says, I remember dreading Sundays because my dad would insist on dragging us to watch Sunday cricket. Used to feel that I was there for an eternity. Yes. Somebody says the reason you don't like Anton is because he took over Hole in the Wall from Dale. No, he took it over, then they axed it, if you remember. He wasn't any good at it. He's so desperate to be a game show host, but he's not. He's not even in the same league. He was sort of picking up other people's leftovers, and it didn't work, actually. Mainly because he's irritating. You know, when Bruce was alive, he used to think, you know, Anton, oh, I'm the same as Bruce. Nowhere near. Not even, doesn't even come close. Paul Bettany. Do you know who Paul Bettany is? He's an actor. Okay, but he revealed his dad had a 20-year gay romance, but was so ashamed he went back into the closet. The Avengers actor, 49, said his late father, Thane, a dance teacher and actor, took a male partner after divorcing the star's mum. Bettany, wed to actress Jennifer Connelly, said he came out of the closet at 63. He then had a 20-year relationship with a man. Once his partner died, my dad decided to go back in the closet and say it had all been a misunderstanding because he was a Catholic. The shame he felt for his sexual identity was devastating. He was unable to mourn the person who I think was the love of his life. That does happen a lot, doesn't it, really? You know, when people sort of discover that they're gay later in life. I mean, I can only think of Philip Schofield, thinking to myself, somebody must have known. Well, in fact, everybody knew, actually. That was the worst thing. Everybody knew except Philip, who decided to tell everybody. And then we all remember sort of the look on Eamon Holmes' face as this was sort of going. You can see him thinking, this is our programme. And then obviously somebody decided that they were going to replace him. That's not Philip Schofield, because he's far too valuable to ITV. They like it. They like him. They like Holly. They obviously like Tony Beak, because I can't understand that one at all. He's mainly been a BBC person, hasn't he? But except when he did the Wall. I thought it was the most ghastly programme. Mind you, the worst programme was Touch the Truck. That was a ghastly programme where all these people, they had a truck in the middle of Lakeside, and the contestants had to touch the truck. They had to keep their hand on it. The person who was left standing at the end was the person who got the truck. But so you're doing it 24 hours a day, clinging onto the truck. I mean, some of them, I think they were allowed 10 minutes to go for a wee or something like that. And then at the end, it was the most boring programme because they weren't doing it. They're a bit like Jake, and getting a bit tired. And then you get to that stage where I said to him earlier on, I said, close your eyes. He went, no, I can't. But you know damn well, once you close your eyes, if you're listening to a radio programme, the voice is just wafting over you, isn't it? You're just sort of feeling sleepy and feeling very drowsy. And then you think, I'll just go to sleep. And then that's how it works. That's why you get some radio presenters who've got the best voices ever. They have the sort of voices that you could just die for. Listen to Eddie Mayer's voice. It's very interesting. Listening on my little radio about the mouse at LBC. Obviously a wireless mouse. You get that? Wireless. That's hopeless. They go over their heads, I'm afraid, a lot of the time. Do you know if Annabelle's nightclub in Berkeley Square are putting up Christmas lights? I have no idea, John. I've never been to Annabelle's. Been to Annabelle? No, the boys haven't been to that. They wouldn't go to something like that. They wouldn't even know where it was, whereas I know where it is. Because I parked outside it. Mind you, I park most places. The Savoy, the Dorchester, and park anywhere. Nobody ever sort of says, "Oh, you can't park there." I wouldn't dare get out the car and give them one of my stares that Paddington would give to people. Do I know who you are? Oh, is that what I'd be saying? Do you know I've never ever said that? Do you know who I am? I can't think of anything worse. It's really terrible, isn't it? I'm sorry. It says, do you know who I am? And they did that on a I think a terrible. Where did they have that? It was something, I can't remember what it was, but it was something terrible. Steve, I remember the night you and Dale had a blazing row in the Gunnersbury in Ealing. We were on the door. He nearly knocked us over on the way out. You know what he probably said? Are we going to have something to eat? And I went, no. That would have annoyed him, because I was working the Gunnersbury and he used to come up after he'd finished his gig, and then we'd go up to one of the airport hotels and get, because we only had money for this, a club sandwich, which had bacon and chicken and all sorts of things, and it was lovely. Yes, I know I've got to check on the travel. I know she's waiting patiently. She'll laugh. She'll be like, I've been reading these stories about the farms running out of Christmas trees after a surge in sales. They're certainly not running out down our way. Where would they be running out? But somebody says, somebody here has poo-pooed the whole story. This bloke, he sells 11,000 trees a year and currently only has enough stock for his regulars. So? I mean, what's the matter with that? He says, don't worry, we won't run out. Regulars, they have regulars. I know you only do it once a year. They're called regulars now. Good Lord. Sales up 24% on last year. Britain seek cheer in lockdown. The trees are looking good, actually. This particular man, the owner of York Christmas Trees, supplies the Nordman fir to Downing Street this year. It's a 20-footer. 20-foot tree. I mean, that's a bit big for your sitting room, isn't it? Goodness sake. Sir Philip Green could be hauled before MPs if he fails to plug a £350 million black hole in his High Street Empire's pension scheme. Arcadia, which is Topshop, Topman, Burton, Dorothy Perkins, is expected to collapse into administration this week, possibly today. Up to 15,000 jobs at risk. That's a lot of people in for a very, very miserable time. Very miserable time. But his reputation as king of the High Street was left in tatters after the collapse of BHS. I mean, it's all a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really, the whole thing? But experts say Sir Philip, who the Mirror revealed is planning to spend Christmas at a luxury resort in the Maldives, where villas cost up to £30,000 a night, would not be technically liable to deal with the pension deficit because the business has gone into administration. And he's worth quite a bit, I would think. His wife's worth probably more, but that's only because they sort of moved money about. Difficult, isn't it, really? What are these people queuing for here? They're actually queuing for crepes. Have you ever heard? I've never heard of anybody queuing for crepes. The long wait for food pays off. They take for ages and ages, crepes. And all it is just like a thin batter with a bit of chocolate Nutella in it or something like that, or sort of some bananas and they put some sugar. Honestly, there must be more profit in those things than anything else. Seriously amazing. Absolutely amazing. Right. 84850. Steve at lbc.co.uk. So there's all the pictures of Tony Beak returning to This Morning to front a baking series, this time with his whole family. He's just finished a 2-week Strictly judging stint, and now we're going to have to suffer with him in the baking bit of the programme. Oh, God, I can just imagine how awful that could be. Dreadful. Shane Ritchie, in the money after I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here as the offers pile up. He's won more fans with his jokes and stories on the ITV show. He claimed, do you remember when he went into there, he claimed that he was broke because he's lost work due to the pandemic. I mean, he had pantomime lined up, and I should imagine somebody like Shane Ritchie he'd be earning a fair whack over pantomime season. You know, he'd be certainly earning more than £10,000 a week. I mean, I think you could probably say he could be earning £15,000-20,000 a week. 'Cause it's a short season now. But, I mean, he is the life and soul of the camp, but will his inner jester get out of control? They asked the question there because he could be a loose cannon. Could be. Mo Farah, maybe a late run. He's not really done an awful lot, actually. A mega fan of I'm a Celeb, AJ Pritchard, but dancer doesn't seem to have learnt this routine. Victoria Derbyshire, a brave performance in the trial. Russell Watson wanted to do the trial and needs to be all action in the final week. Jessica Plummer could be out shortly. Ruthie Henschel, she's out. Somebody said, even before they knew the answer, they've said here, doesn't seem to enjoy I'm a Celebrity much. Perhaps the sooner she goes, the better. She's gone. She's gone. That's very clever, isn't it? Jordan North remains the one to beat and is clearly a prince waiting to become king of the castle. Yes. I'm never sure about things like that, actually. Sometimes it turns around. It's like people who are trying to work out, you know, what is going to be the Christmas toy of the year. What is going to be the toy that they go, this is the one that everybody's going to be wanting. And they go, well, go for something else. But the trouble is the kids see something on the television. They go, I want that one. And the parents go, bit difficult to get at the moment. Bit difficult to get at the moment. In any of the Christmas films, you've always got Father Christmas, you know, they're sort of promising where you can get all these gifts and stuff like that. And it's very difficult. They always get, if you've been very good, we'll have to see what we can do. And, of course, if you can't actually get something, what do? You just have to apologise to the kids and say, listen, Father Christmas is making some more. OK? He's making some more, and you'll get them. He's got one with your name on it. You have to basically tell a fib. But it'll always work. You go, listen, you'll have this in February, if not beforehand, but he's doing one specifically for you. And do a letter if necessary. I'm great at doing things like that. I'm great at doing those sort of things. That's the sort of thing that I'd be thinking of. See, fathers throw the most strops over board games, family board games. I love a board game. 35% voted dads the most bad-tempered during the games. Mums came a close second at 32%. Some people even steal money from the bank in Monopoly, the games brand which commissioned the poll. It's not very good, is it? Also, desperate Donald Trump. He is desperate, isn't he, really? Yesterday stuck to his claims that the US election was rigged, even suggesting now the FBI was involved. He's quite mad. He is quite barking mad. He's set to leave the White House January the 20th. Made the bizarre claim in the first TV interview since his defeat was announced. He ranted to Fox News, this is total fraud, and how the FBI and Department of Justice, I don't know, maybe they're involved, but how people are allowed to get away with all this stuff is unbelievable. And then he sort of comes up with, you know, the election was rigged. It's just a very bad loser, isn't it? It must be absolutely impossible to do. You can imagine Melania must be sitting there thinking, why don't you just do one? Terrible. So he's done his first interview, and victorious is Joe Biden. Just got to hope he lives long enough. He's the one that we're not too sure about, is he? I quite like him. He seems like a nice person. Also, Michael McIntyre's The Wheel. This is a new quiz show. And Ian Hyland, who's normally very good. I like Ian as a TV critic, and he says, whisper it quietly, but I'm a little concerned that Michael McIntyre's ego may be getting the better of him. Calling a programme Michael McIntyre's Big Show, I could understand, but there's no need to plaster his name all over the new one. I'm now wondering whether he lives at Michael McIntyre's house with Michael McIntyre's wife and Michael McIntyre's children, all of whom are expressly forbidden from going anywhere near Michael McIntyre's Mandraw. And having watched Saturday's first episode, I'm also wondering whether it's too late for Michael to take his name off it. It's not a total disaster, but The Wheel could certainly do with a little reinvention, primarily in the editing department. So we'll have to wait and see. It's sort of, they say the main problem was that it dragged like it had several punctures. I haven't seen it. I've seen some of the names who are going on it. You know, their agents will be trying to pull them even as we speak, but I have a sneaking feeling it's already been filmed. They generally start doing the publicity, so he only gets 2 stars from Ian Hyland. That is basically bad news, not good news. This music indicates that we've got the news at 6 coming up this morning, and I'll be telling you a little bit later on about Global Player. You don't want to miss this. Just after 6:30, I'll be giving you all the information because it's very important that you know about it, and we're quite excited as well. It's the 30th of November. Get the teeth right. Got the brain working now, the teeth have given up. And it's a case of this is first day of the week, and then tomorrow we're into December, and then it's going to rocket through. So all these Christmas trees that people are buying, I think it's people, as I said at the very beginning of the programme, who are going to cheer themselves up. I don't have any problem with doing that. I think Christmas should be a time for, no matter how bad things have been, no matter how bad things get, and you know, the disasters that befall families and things like that, I think we're actually going to go through it, and we're going to go and be we're just going to have to be upbeat and positive. Definitely upbeat and positive. Steve, one programme I find impossible to find any footage of are DVDs for old Slapstick and Lace with Charlie Drake and Henry McGee. Charlie Drake. Oh, I can tell you stories. Jack says, I know you don't like Anton, but as a judge he was so much better than Motzi. He was more like Len. I wish he was a permanent judge. I mean, I don't know whether they're going to give him that. He's very irritating. He said he's not going to be confrontational, but the whole idea about that programme is because you want people to be confrontational. If somebody's rubbish, you tell them they're rubbish. Otherwise, you're just going round in a circle going, oh, you're really good. You made an effort on that one. I mean, Bill Bailey's done very well, hasn't he? He's done very well. My name is Terry, and I'm a type 1 diabetic. I wanted to ask if you know about or have a Freestyle Libre blood tester. I've got one. Yes. Well, it's checking here. I've got it now. I've got it in front of me. And you're only keeping it on for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, it runs out. And then you have to put another one in. It's a very expensive way of doing it, but it's they're very, very popular. And it's just fitted under your arm. Oh, lost it. Oh, no, there it is. My mod keeps moving by itself. And it's just a little disc with a needle in it. And it's a little plastic needle. And you just shoot it into your arm. And then the glue sticks to your arm, and then you leave it there. You've got to cover it when you have a shower, because otherwise I don't think water would be any good for it. And then what you do is you hold your Freestyle reader over the top of it, and it makes a noise. So, like, it'll sound like this. There you go. That means we still can't get the numbers down. It's hopeless today, honestly. 15.5. Not exactly brilliant. Believe me, Steve, Sir Philip will not be too embarrassed, says John. I bet not either. I bet not. Also, Steve, I wish Bill Bailey would cut his hair. It looks terrible. He's always had his hair like that. I asked him about cutting his hair once, and he said probably not. It's part of his trademark. I don't think he'd ever think about taking it off now. Although you're right. I mean, there's not much of it. Life, live it well. There's always advice in all the papers. I don't know how you all feel about the advice in the papers. So, for example, Christmas is often a time when we put others first. But the beginning of December is a good time to think about what you really want this year. If you want to celebrate and put your tree and decorations up, then that's great. But if you don't feel particularly festive, then that's okay too. Don't feel pressured into doing what everybody else is doing. Yeah, that's true. You must do it for yourself. But if it makes you feel better it doesn't make any difference whether you put it up now or whether it's been up a month. It makes no difference. Eat mindfully. Christmas is often a time of excess. But a balanced diet will help keep your mental health on track. My mother used to make little little mince pies, and we'd always have them after we'd had meal. If we were sitting down, she'd go, anybody want any mince pie? I mean, she was constantly in the kitchen. She must have lived in the kitchen. But if you're having an indulgent dinner, make sure lunch is a healthy one. Also, a lot of pressure to make lots of plans at Christmas. You know, so going here, and then where are we going? The next day we're going here, and then we've got people coming to us, and they think, oh, God, I've got to get the food in. And before you know where you are, you've got a house full of people, and you've forgotten to get the food. Very embarrassing. And this one here says, light it up. Try decorating a house with fairy lights and candles, as these symbolise hope. Oh, God knows we want hope. We really want hope. You know, I mean, I want to make sure that this time next year, we've all had the inoculation. We've all had that thing that could save our lives, and then we can go back to a bit of normality. Just a little bit of normality. I'm not sort of asking for, you know, for something too much over the top, but I think it'd be quite nice. Also, what was the other one? Don't diet. Yes, I mean, this is not the time of year to diet. It's ridiculous. You can't do it. And you'll be bombarded with information from all the papers, so giving you this advice about the latest diet or exercise regime, but crash dieting can be bad for your mental health. I'll tell you what I watched last night. There's a programme on this woman. I think she's called Atwood. Somebody Atwood, I can't remember. Olivia Atwood. What a dreadful person. Seriously, she's got a boyfriend who's obviously sort of under her beck and call. What a horrible, horrible person. I watched the programme last night. It was all to do with they're obviously organising a wedding, like anybody cares. And I think she could be a Love Island or somebody like that. Whatever it is, she spends most of her time with him taking photographs on his phone of her and her shouting at him and sort of saying, no, I told you to do this. I thought, get rid of her, mate. Get rid of her. She won't find anybody else at her beck and call. Horrible person. They get to the golf thing. She's lied to him. She can't tell the truth on odd occasion. He said, no, you're lying. I mean, they seem absolutely delightfully naff. And that's about the best you can say about them. I mean, it's the most awful programme I've ever seen. Who on earth is she? Nobody. Nobody. But she shouted at him. They went to try and play golf. That was about as boring as it got. And then the rest of the time, she's sort of posing, doing all these things, and he's taking pictures. Hold the camera higher. Do this. And as he said, we don't just take one picture. We take about 40. And you sort of think, gosh, the sooner it finishes, the better. Really. Steve, we watched some of the Dick Emery story last night. Hadn't realised he was only 5'4". Does it make any difference? I don't think Bradley Walsh is particularly tall either. But sometimes you do see people and you go, I thought you'd have been taller. I mean, I used to think I was 6 foot. I'm not. I'm 5'10". As far as I'm concerned, that's the nearest thing to 6 foot, I think. And but the Dick Emery story was very interesting. His children were on there talking about the fact they didn't really get much from him because he was working all the time. So they didn't have what they really wanted out of a relationship with their dad. The Earl's fury. This is Earl Spencer. Over claims he provided a bank statement used by Martin Bashir to secure his infamous interview with Diana. Earl Spencer is not very happy. Do you know, he spends all of his life being not very happy, and yet he's so charming. He's absolutely charming. I know, because he had a show on LBC. A show on LBC. There's all these people, you know, donations meaning so much to so many. India Hicks is going to get married, and she's been with this person for 25 years. They've got 5 children, and he's called David Flint Wood. I don't know what he does, but at last she's the bride. And Eton, last night, defended its decision to sack an English teacher following a dispute over a lecture. A freedom of speech row erupted at the elite school, where fees start at £42,500, after pupils revolted following the sacking of Will Noland. More than 1,000 children have so far signed a petition calling for his reinstatement amid claims he was subject to the ultimate censorship over the planned lecture in which he was due to question current radical feminist orthodoxy. Wow. But the headmaster, Simon Henderson, said, we will never cancel debate at this school. It's a matter of internal discipline. Bit of a shame, isn't it, really? Seeing as they had something the other week. Didn't they have another disaster at Eton? It's not the first time we've had a disaster at Eton, but didn't they have a master who'd been fired because he was interfering with people he shouldn't have been interfering with? Steve, unfortunately we never get back to normality when people are still going to shops not wearing masks. Well, I'm determined to do it. Somebody asked me the other day, they said, do you wear your mask all the time? I said, yes, absolutely. I get on the bus, I come in the car in the morning, I've got the mask on. I'm just very, very good at putting it on. In fact, actually, I did walk down the street the other day. I came out, I thought, let's go do so-and-so, and I went, oh, mask. I had to go back. Luckily, I've got a boot full of the blooming things, so that's okay. Strictly Come Dancing presenter Claudia Winkleman waltzed away to £1 million payday. I like her. It doesn't bother. So cold in here this morning. Thank you. Bless me. Also, these turkeys. 13,000 chickens were culled a week ago. Similar sort of thing. The turkeys will be humanely culled. And, but I thought they were okay. I mean, we can't catch it. They've got it. But apparently it's okay to eat. So can't they just sort of, if they're going to get rid of 10,500 bird flu turkeys, which are being culled, this is an outbreak at a fattening farm. You know what the fattening farm is, don't you? That's where they literally give them all their food and they fatten them. So it's barn to table in a matter of days, I think. It doesn't take them very long. Sorry to tell you that, Luke. Luke's vegan. Also, not that he'd ever tried eating anything like that at all. Steve, who's Bill Bailey? Oh, he's fantastic. He's fantastic. He's a comedian. I mean, you must have. Oh, you probably haven't been to any Royal Variety shows or seen him on any of the panel shows. He's on loads of panel shows. It's amazing. Amazing. When are you coming to Margate, says Martin? Never. Unless there's a ceasefire or something like that. Steve, I remember one Christmas, my mum making the mistake of leaving the turkey on the side overnight and the dog getting to it before we did. So we ended up having a turkey-less Christmas. And the dogs still had the nerve to look at us hoping for more food, said Anthony. They don't know when to stop eating, dogs. I promise you, they do not know when to stop eating. If you keep putting food down, they'll keep eating it. Whereas cats go, not eating that. You go, go and eat it, it's nice. Don't want it. Don't want it. Well, take it away and bring it back tomorrow. Still won't eat it. They like that, cats. Whereas dogs, God, bring it on. Bring it on. I'll lick your plates clean as well. That's what dogs are like. South Bank show presenter Baron Melvin Bragg has claimed there is still a dreadful north-south divide. He's 81. He's 81 and he thinks there is a north-south divide. I went to one of the South Bank award shows and I was on a table with some great people, including Biggins and everybody else, and we laughed and we laughed. At places we shouldn't have been laughing. Because it was done quite seriously, but we had the best time ever. Darth Vader dies at 85, bless his heart. That's Dave Prowse. He had a good innings, as they say. And if you're a fan of Nelson, I got the ultimate prize for you. 6:15, let's have the LBC News headlines with... It says it's a funny old world, isn't it? Turkeys go to fattening farms, humans go to slimming farms. I know, you've never heard of anybody going, do you know, I can't put on any weight. And they go, of course you can. And they go, no, I can't. They go, you have to go to a farm then. Go to the fattening farm. But they do feed them up and they do it within a matter of time. I mean, it's absolutely amazing. No, it's not like foie gras at all. That's where they sort of force feed geese, isn't it? That's not very pleasant. I don't think I've ever had foie gras. I don't think I want it either. It doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. But, yeah, turkeys go into the fattening farm. But they do the same with sort of chickens. Chickens go to the sort of, eat as much as you like farm, and then it's basically field to table in days. Obviously not 2 or 3 days. It's a little bit more than that. So here is this prize. It's about the most British thing you're ever going to find. Actually, it's a silk hatchment. I don't even know what a hatchment is, but it sounds like a silk pendant with Nelson's coat of arms from his funeral carriage to be sold. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen Nelson's funeral carriage. It's quite something to behold. How it was pulled, I've got no idea. It was solid iron or something. Anyway, he died at the Battle of Trafalgar and was given a 5-day state funeral. His carriage, modelled on HMS Victory, took his body to St Paul's Cathedral and had 6 silk panels. One of these is expected to fetch, at auction, £50,000. Sotheby's are also selling a necklace of Lady Emma Hamilton, Nelson's mistress, for £60,000, as well as a sword with a silver handle believed to belong to the Admiral and expected to fetch £50,000. Where do they get this stuff from? Where do they get it? Amazing, isn't it? Bidding begins on December the 10th, so you can get that silk hatchment. But they obviously don't need it, because that's why they're offering it for £50,000. I've seen the the carriage. Also, I've seen the railway carriage. It was in the papers the other week, which carried the body of nurse Edith Cavell after her execution. And that's just down the road from here, just before you hit Trafalgar Square. Left-hand side, opposite Pret-a-Manger, is the tribute to her. And it just says, shot at dawn, Edith Cavell. Very sad, very sad. They did a programme on it. Also, you're never too old for new tricks. Tree turns female after 3,000 years as a male. This 55-foot beauty, it's a yew tree. I mean, it's stunning, it really is. It's in a church in Wales, all produce small pollen-releasing cones, a sign of being male. But then it spawned red berries, indicating it was becoming female. Wow. I mean, they previously discovered that a tree thought to be Europe's oldest yew had switched sex. A 5,000-year-old Fortinghall yew in Perthshire started producing berries in 2015. Well, I think it's beautiful. I love old trees. We've got a lot of old trees around our way going on. If you do a walk from Twickenham to Richmond, you go along and they've got really some fantastic trees. I mean, really old. I mean, some of them came down in the Great Storm, but they're beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, you couldn't even get your arms around them. They're enormous, enormous. Did Dale DJ at Cheeky Pete's in Richmond? He did. He was my relief DJ. He was way too good to be relief DJ, but that's exactly what he did. He was a relief DJ. In other words, he would sort of turn up to somewhere and do an hour to give the DJ a break, and he'd get paid 20 quid or whatever it happened to be. Maureen Lipman, TV ageism makes us invisible. She's 74. She plays the Coronation Street battle axe Evelyn Plummer and admits she'd like nothing better than to go clubbing. You see, I think if you want to go clubbing, go clubbing. Why should you be told that you can't do it? They say you're too old to do things. Sorry? No, not at the moment you can't go clubbing, but I mean, she'll be able to go clubbing at some point, I think. She says, whenever I talk to young people, I can never understand why they don't invite me out clubbing. I can dance and I'm good fun. I say that about me as well, actually. I say, I can dance and I'm really good fun, and I've got 20 quid in my pocket, so we can have chips on the way home. So Melvyn Bragg thinks there's a dreadful north-south divide. And the Labour peer, 81, believes southern bias has always been an issue for the country. He told the Radio Times, laying waste to the north has been the plaything of people in power, essentially since William the Conqueror. Henry VIII had a go, then Mrs Thatcher. The north is perceived as a threat, so it's been neglected. Just go through Bolton today and it makes you weep. What a magnificent town it was. The main street had more cinemas than any other town in the world. Now it's been hammered. Oh, that's a shame. You see, I think we should have cinemas everywhere. I think that's what films were made for. They were made to be shown at the cinema. Amazing, isn't it? What else we got? Oh, lots of stories about Darth Vader star dies at 85. Dave Prowse, bless his heart. Honestly, the only man who was he was wearing the outfit, but you couldn't see his face because he was covered, which was a shame. The number of drivers aged 100 plus has accelerated by 3/4 in just 5 years. 409 eligible to take to the roads. These are over 100 years old. 409 people. The number of Centurion motorists stood at 230 in 2015. The oldest now is a 108-year-old woman, the Department of Transport reveals. But the vehicle financier, Moneybarns, found the over 100s are also safer than youngsters. Exactly, because they don't go very fast. They just pootle along. Mind you, round our way, it's all 20 miles an hour. It's very annoying. Very annoying, because you just want to... I mean, I don't think my car's designed for doing 20 miles an hour. I find it really awful. In response to RW, the answer is yes, of course. And what else was I going to find for you today? Oh, it's a protester detained by police in the capital. But what is the matter with these people? 150 arrested. 150 people arrested, you know, and disorder 3 officers struggling with a man on Saturday. I'm sorry, if you're stupid enough to go out there and break the rules, then they're clever enough to pin you to the ground. It's as simple as that. Officers were attacked at an illegal rave in the Midlands. Hundreds chanted "Shame on you" and "Freedom" as they marched through central London. What stupid people are these? What stupid people? You know, one assaulting an officer and drug possession. Meanwhile, at an illegal warehouse rave in Birmingham on Saturday, police were pelted with bottles. I don't think they joined the police force to be pelted with bottles. More than 100 COVID fines were handed out. Good. Let's chase them up. Make sure they all cough up for it. All these stupid people marching through London. Go away, we don't want you. You've no use to us. I mean, one 36-year-old man was arrested on suspicion of assaulting an officer. You know, police have to put their own health and the health of their families at risk. It's absolutely atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. When you look at these people, they're old, silly old people who should have known better. Should have known better. You don't go out there and attack the police, you know, and if you're breaking the law, then expect the police to give you the full force of it. And if that involves pinning you to the ground, that's your blooming problem, isn't it? Honestly, it's how annoying. How to stay safe at Christmas? Sleeping tablet. How do you stay safe? I don't know how you stay safe at Christmas. I think we're going to be sitting in the garden in a gazebo. It doesn't sound like the most exciting thing, but I'm sure it'll be brilliant. Also, what was the other one that I quite liked? Lost Paradise is the scariest film you will ever see. And it's got the wildfires and everything else. And then you get Trump's great quote, don't you? He really is mad as a broom. Absolutely mad as a broom. Also, missing 6 days in the Pyrenees. This is the distraught partner of a British woman missing in the Pyrenees for 6 days. Has made a desperate appeal for her return. Esther Dingley's most recent message was a selfie sent via WhatsApp to her partner Dan from the mountain bordering France and Spain. They'd been on a 6-year campervan tour of Europe. I quite fancied doing something like that. And then I thought, oh, God, no, 6 years. I couldn't do anything for 6 years. Drive me mad. I'd go completely round the bend. Oh, by the way, at Christmas, if you're trying to avoid all the problems, it's okay to be different. Okay? Every family member has got a different idea of what goes on. Plus, make a to-do list. Limit your spending. That's so difficult, isn't it? That's so difficult. Be flexible. Pencil and activity, decorations, doing a nature trail. Drink responsibly. Nothing worse than somebody who's completely blotto by the time you get halfway through the 24th. Because if you get to the 24th, you're nearly there. You can do a big sigh of relief. You can make a Christmas plan. And also, if you're feeling anxious, you are not alone. You can question your thoughts. Limit social media. Also, put your feet up. Listen, if you fall asleep watching the television, what difference does it make? Nobody's going to chase you. I used to go to sleep all the time at Christmas. That was even before lunch, and then lunch was ready, and oh, how lovely. And I'd just sort of get off the settee and then go and eat lunch. And that's what it's going to be like this year's, I suspect. Jim says, love the irony of asking the protesters to cough up the money for COVID fines. Thank you. Thought nobody would notice. But, I can't wait to see them. You know what they're going to be like. I haven't got any money. I don't have it. Well, you'll have to find it somewhere, won't you? If we've got laws in this country, we're all abiding by them. Not just a few people. You've all got to do your little bit. Farmers to be paid to regenerate the countryside. A £1.6 billion subsidy. That's what they get every year for simply owning land. Will be phased out by 2028. Oh, Lord. And also the Formula One driver. Is it Romain Grosjean? I think. But he survived a terrifying crash at the Bahrain Grand Prix when his car hit a barrier and burst into flames. Wouldn't get me anywhere near there. Keep listening to LBC. Why? Because I've got some very important news for you. The Global Player. OK, all of that comes up after the news at 6:30 with Simon Conway.
The government's to publish documents later outlining the health, economic and social impacts of England's new tiered system of COVID restrictions. They're due to come into force on Wednesday, but some Tory backbenchers have concerns the measures could do more harm than good. New research suggests coronavirus infections dropped by 30% across England over an 11-day period this month. Imperial College London says the findings suggest the previous tiers, followed by the national lockdown, helped to bring down cases. Post-Brexit trade negotiations between the UK and the EU resume in London later. With just a month to go until the end of the transition period, discussions remain stuck on fishing rights. And the weather, mostly cloudy with outbreaks of rain, which could be heavy for western areas. Sunny spells and a few showers in the north later. A high of 11 degrees.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, you may have noticed, if you're a listener to LBC on Global Player or your phone and computer, that we're asking you to sign in to continue listening. Now, this is quite exciting, because it's the next evolution of the LBC and Global Player app. It means we can do lots of very clever things. The first thing to note It's free. There is no catch. Free. Great benefits include you can also choose to be first to hear the news with alerts on your device. You can hear LBC in high definition audio on your mobile for the very best super sound quality. We can also make sure we tailor some great extra content personalised just for you by recommending shows and podcasts. And again, it's all for free. So please remember to sign in next time you listen to LBC on the LBC or Global Player app. I'm Steve Allen, you're listening to LBC, and it's 20... Nice to be company, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Monday the 30th of November, so winter. Remember winter? Yep, set to arrive this week as the Arctic weather ushers in December with 11 days of snow forecast. However, as we're in London, nothing. Heaviest snow will be in Scotland, but Wales, the Midlands and the north of England will also see plenty. Temperatures set to plunge below average with places barely above freezing. That's all we need, isn't it? And snow most likely on the north on hills, with snow perhaps on hills in the south. We don't seem to get snow anymore, do we? I think it's because we're too warm or something, but we don't seem to... I mean, it's nice to look at. It's deadly to walk in, especially around London with the pavements and everything else. But so I'm a little bit disappointed, actually, that we're going to be having snow, but we don't get it. So, as usual, our friends in Scotland, Wales and the Midlands and the north of England will see plenty this week. So you watch. You're going to see the usual thing. The news organisations will go and set up their cameras on motorway bridges and then just film, people careering about all over the place. So 11 days of Arctic blast, which is okay, but not much fun if you drive a lorry for a living. That's not so great, is it? A boy battling cancer has raised more than £6,000 for charity by bouncing on a pogo stick. He's been doing pogoing. 7-year-old Zach Blyton from Bicester completed 7,800 boings to raise money for Oxford Hospital's charity. He says, having chemo is boring and makes you feel rubbish. I had 37 doses of IV chemo during my treatment. Bless his heart. He's raised £6,000 just for sort of bouncing up and down on a pogo stick. I never got a pogo stick. I always wanted one, actually. I just got roller skates, which wasn't half as exciting. Not half as exciting. 2 buses were targeted with missiles thrown or catapulted at their windows and doors. Who are these stupid people? They might think of cancelling services in the Arlington and Beaver Green area, which is near Ashford in Kent. Good, take away the buses from them. Let the local community go. When somebody says, why are we taking away the buses? Because idiots who live around your area have been pelting them with all sorts of things. I tell you what, if you want it, you set up your own bus company. I've never known such stupidity. Tourists to snub the UK in a hunt for bargains. We've got loads of bargains. We're just another Cyber Monday. Ooh. I think that's great. Also, divorce is even worse for a person's physical and mental health than previously realised. They always say everything like that is something that affects you badly. And a teen driver, I don't know where we're getting these from, armed with a zombie knife, rammed police cars in a stolen Jeep after driving the wrong way down a major road. Officers stopped the vehicle by smashing into it with a patrol car. We've seen the programmes on the TV where they take mashed up police cars and they put them in there and they work out how much it's worth. If it's not worth it, they scrap it. But otherwise, they put them back together again. 2 brave officers forced him to stop to protect the public. He's an 18-year-old. I mean, but it's the matter with these people. I saw something the other day. It was one of these, not an Interceptor programme. It was similar to an Interceptor programme, and they were in somewhere. And some people had set off at night, no lights on the car, deliberately to draw the police into some sort of confrontation. And so they did, but it gets to that stage where there's 3 of them sitting in this car. Obviously, stupid, more stupid, and really thick sitting in the back seat. And they're literally jumping over roundabouts. They're doing all sorts of things. And eventually, they sort of bring it to a standstill with their stingers, which seem to operate. Obviously, stupid people who do these kind of things. They're obviously limited intelligence, aren't they? The sort of people you'd have at school with you, and they'd be in the levers class. Stupid yet not savable, and you kind of sort of can't wait to get rid of them because they're a bad influence on everybody, and they think it's really clever to sort of take these cars out. I mean, apart from the fact that the driver didn't have a licence, there was no insurance, big surprise, and no MOT. Ridiculous. So here's Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne. Do you know he still wears eyeliner? I mean, how old is he, for goodness sake? And he says he's not proud of cheating on Sharon, saying, I'm lucky she didn't leave me. You're very lucky, mate. You're very lucky. Although nobody around here can understand how you even managed to find somebody to go out with. There's a full interview in GQ magazine. Good God, he doesn't appeal to anybody who reads GQ, does he? I can't believe that. And police are hunting a killer driver who walked out of an open prison. What on earth is going on with this country? It's all going wrong, isn't it? Plus, the next lottery jackpot is an estimated 2 million after no ticket holder scooped Saturday's 12 million, but there was 1 millionaire after a lucky winner matched 5 numbers in the bonus ball. So that goes to good causes, I'm assuming. We just don't have any luck, do we, with sort of finding winners for the lottery? Ridiculous, isn't it? Yeah, I feel like writing to them saying, listen, I've been buying a ticket for years. Give me the money and I'll keep buying tickets. You know, how many tickets do you want me to buy? And then there's so many different lotteries now on the television. They go, oh, in this one you can win £1,000 a week. £1,000 a week? What's that for? Who's going to buy a ticket for something that's worth £1,000 a week? Because these places, they make a lot of money if they're doing lotteries. I mean, really a lot. I mean, nobody's obviously as successful as, that's better, as the National Lottery. There are loads of others, Postcode Lottery and National Health Lottery and things like that, but they've all got tiny prizes. And yet the adverts on the television must cost a fortune to run. They really must. So here it is, the man who found Atlantis. I mean, to be honest with you, it looks lovely, actually. His name is Dr. Martin Pepper. Dr. Martin Pepper. And there's sort of a thing on what the underground ruins could have looked like. It just looks like the inside of an aquarium, to be honest with you. It doesn't look like the ruins of Plato. Because I'm pretty certain it was a volcano that erupted. A bit like Vesuvius, I suppose. And they're still finding people around Mount Etna, aren't they? They're still finding people who've sort of lost their lives in them. It's that dreadful thing. What's this a picture of? Disgrace to show the hand of God game. Somebody's complaining from Cumbria. Says how thoughtless of the BBC showing the hand of God game on the red button service. They seem to be losing sight of what Maradona was. Just a drug-taking cheat. Shame on the BBC. You can't win, can you, really? It's sort of one of those things. But this way, he's not here. He's not here. What do my star signs say today? After a quiet morning, it says. Anything but. It says the latter half of the day will be chaotic. You could be so tied up with unexpected responsibilities that before you know it, the sun will have gone down. If there was someone you were supposed to call, send a text to explain. Yeah, I'm not calling you. What's the point of that one? If there's somebody you're meant to call, don't bother. I love it. The trouble is, I bet that applies to loads of you listening at the moment. You remember pogo sticks? Do you remember the dance called the pogo? I don't think I've seen it. No, that was just jumping up and down, wasn't it? I think. That's sort of pogoing. You see it in clubs and they bump into each other. David says the walk to Richmond you mentioned, particularly via St Margaret's and the pub on the corner, great memories. Yeah, so we actually do the all the way round the river, which is much better. Steve, same with premium bonds, Steve. Only known to win 25 quid, and neither was me, says Jackie. I know. I think my brother's got our sort of things for that, for the premium bond. We used to have an auntie or a relative, I think, who used to buy us a premium bond every year. But apparently, if you want to win big time, you need 20,000 quid's worth, which I suppose you probably want to do. But that's where most of the big winners come from, people who've got £20,000 worth of premium bonds. Lovely. Very nice indeed. Starmer may allow ousted MPs to return. He thinks he's said that he will change Labour's rules to readmit former MPs and members who campaigned against the party over the anti-Semitism, as he accused Jeremy Corbyn of exacerbating Jewish pain. Somebody said John Banville, winner of the Booker Prize 15 years ago, has claimed that he wouldn't win the award now because he's straight white male. We always get this, don't we? The author, 74, also criticised the woke movement and questioned gestures, including taking the knee to highlight racial injustice. He won in 2005 with The Sea, about a retired art historian who returned to the village where he'd spent a childhood holiday. Wow, that sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I quite like... Do you know, I've not bought a book for ages. I really haven't. Savid Javid is thought to have given up a £3 million salary at Deutsche Bank to become a Tory MP, but he's discovering that being a former Chancellor could also be profitable. He's on course to earn £300,000 for 3 weeks' work after netting his second six-figure salary since he quit Number 11. Very lucrative, isn't it? Almost as lucrative as working for the royal family. A member of Sage has suggested the public shouldn't spend more than 15 minutes browsing in shops. Don't browse. You see, that's what I like doing. I do like browsing in shops. 15 minutes, I'm not sure I could do it all in 15 minutes. I don't think so.
Dentists must be losing money in the pandemic, Steve, says Jackie.
I don't know, actually. I don't know how that's working out.
Fresh snow is fabulous, Steve. It's when you've all stomped it down to a polished ice that it gets slippy. Well, I don't know, I've fallen in the snow before, which is not so good. Cliff Richard, 60 years on, goes back to Desert Island Discs. This is his second time, 60 years after his first appearance. I mean, dozens of public figures. David Attenborough, I think, has been on 4 times. But the 6 decades between Cliff's debut in 1960 and his return this Christmas is the longest gap for a returning guest. And in 1960, he was picking out Pearl Bailey, Beat Out the Rhythm of the Drum, Debbie Reynolds, Tammy's in Love, Elvis Presley's Heartbreak Hotel, Dakota Staton, My Funny Valentine, Lena Horne's How You Say It, Dion and the Belmonts, That's My Desire, Bill Haley and His Comets, Rocky Around the Clock, Ray Charles and I Blue, and the book he took with him in 1960 was The Swiss Family Robinson. So he's chosen differently now, and I haven't got the list. I wouldn't tell you anyway, actually. I'd keep it a big secret. M&S Spies find a Christmas hit, mini chicken donuts. Have you seen these? Oh, they're no use to you whatsoever, are they? But it's the chain that sold 52,000 boxes of chicken donut dippers at a cost of £5 for a box of 8. So it looks like a donut, but it comes with sort of barbecue sauce and waffle crumb sprinkles. They reckon they'll have sold 1 million boxes by Christmas of these, and they've got chicken in. I mean, I've never really liked it either, but it seems quite good. But M&S drew inspiration from several London eateries, including Duck and Waffle, where an ox cheek donut with apricot jam and paprika sugar is 13 quid, a cheese truffle donut at Frog by Adam Handling, and a crab stuffed donut at the Chiltern Firehouse helped sway the team. So they've stuck chicken in a donut kind of thing. Doesn't sound as exotic as the other ones, does it, really? And here it is, the absence of cruise ships has left the Penguin Post Office in the British Antarctic Territory without a way to raise funds to repair huts of former explorer Sir Ranulph Fiennes, who's seeking to make some money. Oh, you imagine being stuck out there. I couldn't be there. It's very pretty, but frankly, you need to wear sunglasses all the time because of the sort of the glare off the snow. Oh, look, picture of David Beckham. He's advertising something. Is it pants? Difficult to tell. He either does that or he does a few other little bits and pieces. Dolly Parton refused Elvis over a hit song. She said she cried all night long after turning down Elvis Presley's request to record a version of I Will Always Love You. She wrote that, and of course it became an absolutely huge hit for Whitney Houston, taken out of the film The Bodyguard. She said that Presley wanted to record a version, but she turned him down over money. Can you imagine being able to say that? You're not having it. Sorry? You're not having it. Okay, go away. Put some more money on the table. I don't have any more money, ma'am. I just started to sing, and I will always love you. Well, you're not having it. All right, go away. Jolene. Love it. Isn't that funny, though, that the people who wanted to record it? I think that's brilliant. I love it. I love the song. She came on stage and sung it once, and I remember thinking, I think my life is complete. It's either that or Dolly Parton singing about me and little Andy, which was a very sad little song. And she sings it in that little girly voice of hers. I heard a dog barking. If ever you get the opportunity, check it out. It's good. So elitism is laying waste to the north, so claims Mr. Bragg. And he might be right. He might be right. We have no idea. Other stories in the papers for today. Well, it's Rita Ora breaching, they say, lockdown by hosting a lavish 30th birthday party. Well, I mean, either she's incredibly stupid, or she doesn't know the law, or she's a bit dim, or the restaurant are a bit dim and can easily afford a £1,000 fine. I think it should be based on the families there. I think so. And a gran went over her Tesco online item limit after 71 sprouts were counted individually. Sarah Greenwood had chosen 18 products for click and collect, but after adding 2 kilos of sprouts instead of pre-packed, she exceeded the 95 item limit. Sandra said there are 12 of us at Christmas, so I need a lot of sprouts. Tesco told her it was a system issue. See, that's up north. She's up north, so they've got... She's catering for all these different people with all these sprouts and everything else. Brilliant. I'm not sure about these cheeky Christmas baubles that look like boobies and bums. They're ornaments, and they're being sold at £95 for 3. They come in silver, gold and pearl, have been sculpted, cast and moulded in clay before being hand-glazed and fired in a kiln. I don't think you could have those on your tree, could you? I don't think that's the kind of thing to put on the tree now. I think most of us like sort of just normal balls. Not anything particularly fancy. Santa's Grotto will be allowed to open from Wednesday, but Father Christmas will have to wear a face mask. How are children going to go and see Father Christmas in a face mask? They're going to go, what's he wearing? He's Father Christmas. He's in a face mask. I don't know why. I don't know why he is. Also, football shock as Ace Diop dies at 42. This former Portsmouth and Fulham football star, Papa Bouba Diop, has died aged only 42. He had a long illness. Dubbed the Wardrobe, he was a crucial part of Harry Redknapp's FA Cup-winning Portsmouth side in 2008. Also played for West Ham, helping the club to promotion in 2012, and Birmingham City. So, because they called him Wardrobe, all the messages are, rest in peace, Wardrobe. Sounds like an insult, doesn't it, really? Wardrobe. And the Turk has vowed to done that. A British primary school pupil has been named the world's youngest qualified computer programmer. Cortilia Kataria holds a Guinness World Record on learning how to code on YouTube and pass tests designed to challenge adults when aged just 6. He said, I want to be like Bill Gates. He designs games and chatbots and hopes to create a new programming language or sat-nav app. He's now 7, by the way. He could read at the age of 2. Both his parents are software developers. Isn't that amazing that somebody of 7 is that bright? I feel almost depressed, actually. I might not go home today. I might just go wandering around the bus stations and something like that, which is a great worry. Debenhams is under threat from the imminent collapse of Arcadia. Several Arcadia brands have outlets within Debenhams. So JD Sports is said to be backing away from a rescue deal for the department store chain. Could lead to Debenhams, which employs 12,000 staff, being liquidated. Oh, my God, it's getting worse by the minute, isn't it? Mr. Ashley, which is Mike Ashley, the sports direct tycoon, who's made a series of bids. Arcadia could go into administration today, they say, if the rescue deal is not found. Apparently, Mr. Ashley offered a £50 million emergency loan on Saturday, but fierce rival Sir Philip dismissed it as a non-starter. He's currently cruising around Monaco in his £100 million yacht. I don't think he's bothered by it. He's still got his money and he'll still live, very, 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 very well. It's just that the shops kind of bypassed him and they didn't do anything as they should have done. The elephant story is great. You'll read it all over the papers for today because it's quite a nice story that this poor elephant had been suffering for ages, and the world's loneliest elephant, and now, bless his heart, he can eat as much as these things. You watch. Hope he lives a long time. I don't always worry about elephants, but at least it's something quite nice. Tesco only allow 95 items online. Very irritating. I can't believe that somebody actually counted sprouts and it took her over the limit. I mean, they must be getting very desperate, mustn't they? So 1, 2, what did you get to? 1, 2, 3, 4, and that took them over 95, so they wouldn't allow her to do it. I mean, that is a bit stupid, isn't it? You think if you're buying sprouts, it's an item. That's sprouts. You're not counting individually, are you? Some of you might be. Today on the Steve Allen Free Little Bit Extra podcast, Victoria Beckham shows off her spice rack. No room for ginger. Or in fact anything. It doesn't look like any of it's been used in ages. Vernon Kay received gifts from his daughter on I'm a Celebrity. Who'd want Vernon Kay as a dad? And find out why people sometimes confuse me for Tom Cruise. The similarities are uncanny. There's a mum of 11 streamed herself being attacked by her brother at a baby's grave. Dear above, honestly, what is the matter? Who are these sort of people? Fuming passenger puts gum and coffee in woman's hair after it blocks her TV. You know what this is? This is somebody on an aeroplane, and this woman has flicked her hair over the back of the seat, so it's covering the woman sitting behind her's TV screen. I'll just cut it off. She didn't. She put gum and coffee in this woman's hair. That's having your hair trailing over the seat. What a rude person. It's not very good, is it? Not very good at all. Michelle Keegan's body secrets and why she never bothers with cardio. Well, of course you don't, dear. But you have to understand we aren't that stupid anymore, Michelle. We appreciate the fact that some people are thin and will always be thin, and some people are fat and will never be anything else but. Gemma. Because people are their body shape. You know, my producer here, bless his heart, he's joined a gym. I mean, all he wants to achieve is to be able to open a door. That's what he wants to do. He wants to be able to go there and turn the hand. It's quite difficult. Turn the handle down and then push the door out. That's all he wants to do. He doesn't want to, back open this week. He doesn't want to come away with a washboard stomach, do you? You don't want anything like that? Yeah, he does have a washboard stomach. And also a cupboard stomach and a fridge stomach. In fact, basically, he's got all the accoutrement just all in the wrong places. And what was the other one? Was Robin Hood beheaded? They're asking. What a dreadful thing to ask on a Tuesday morning. Robin Hood riding through the glen. Robin Hood with his band of men. Feared by the bad, loved by the good. Robin Hood. Dad. Oh, so good. Dun, 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 dun. The council axing Kensington cycle lanes after just 7 weeks, told to refund money. And there's a girl here burnt in a horrific bonfire accident, given fresh hope by life-changing research. See, I didn't think people had bonfires anymore. I really didn't. George Clooney says he's been cutting his own hair with a Flowbee for 25 years. Want one of these. What's a Flowbee? Find it on Amazon for me. Flowbee. Because if it's been good enough for him for 25 years... although, actually, I would never desert mine. Never. So, oh, my Lord above. Oh, he's got a thing to... it's currently unavailable. How much was it when it was available? Was it very expensive? Currently Flowbee... Okay. Oh, so it's basically an electrically powered vacuum cleaner you can do your hair with. My name is Rick Hunts, inventor of the... My God. So the Flowbee system with Super Mini Vac is £139. That seems good value, doesn't it? That's what I want for Christmas. $139. It'll be about £100. Something like that, won't it? £104. Yeah. Pfft. I'm not bad, I tell you. One thing you won't get me on is money. It's so dark next door, I can barely see you. Unfortunately, I can, which isn't really helping matters. The prankster, yes. Is he being pranking? Is he doing... Put the lights on. I can't see. It'd be like me sitting in the dark. It'd be like... Such a slap in a minute. Yeah, bring the baubles. No, don't bring the baubles. Just put the lights on so I can see who I'm working with. Oh, God, it's not you again, is it? How do I get that? Obviously, I've got my lights on. If I had my lights off, you'd hate it. Because I'd just disappear into the furniture, like that advert. Now, there was somebody dancing on a television programme. I've forgotten who it is. She could be Maisie Smith. Anyway, apparently, she's suffering quite badly at the moment because she's been in the bottom 2 over the last few weeks, and apparently it's affecting her badly. Then her mother gives an interview and says, she's very vulnerable, she's scared. I think, what the hell's she doing on this programme? Get her out immediately. She shouldn't be on there. She really shouldn't be on there. If at 18 years old she's getting anxiety attacks and all these other things and she wants to win, and at one point they were saying she's going to win, now she's discovered the public don't like her, for reasons best known to her. She's obviously doing her own interpretations. But now her mother's chipped in and said, oh, she's this, and she used to like us going there and sticking our thumbs up and going, yeah, go on, you can do it. And she was doing... Well, she's obviously very needy. But she should definitely be not on the programme. I mean, if anybody was heading for a breakdown, this would be the one. She's only 18. What are you doing with those? Put them back where you got them from. You're not... They're for the treat. Honestly, they're hopeless, honestly. They're for the... I do want to be festive, but they're not ours. Oh, why am I not surprised, Luke? Why am I not at all surprised? Yes, it's so you. You look like something out of Pirates of the Caribbean. You want to what? No, the news team wouldn't touch me. They daren't. They owe too much to the Allen. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think you need that many balls on trees, do you? Oh, that's... Well, very festive that is, isn't it? One ball hanging up in the air. I mean, Tiny Tim says, God bless us, everyone. What, one bloody bauble? Come on.
I went up to see some of our friends at another station in this building, and they have a tree up, but they have something else up. They have like a grotto, so they can have pictures taken with police people when they go in there. It's quite nice. No, it's for friends. It's not for... He's obsessed this morning. No, what are you doing now? No, you can't, honestly. They're not ours. But, I mean, so we've got 2 up. That's a miracle, isn't it? Oh, 3, going up for the 3rd one. Oh, we're so festive in here, aren't we? Just hear those sleigh bells jingling, ring, ting, ting-a-ling too. Come on, it's lovely weather for a sleigh ride together with you. Outside. Yeah. This is going to be a monumental decision of how many balls do we hang up. Seriously, this has turned into almost like a meeting. You know, I think they might be putting up some today. Yes. And this studio has been commandeered today from 10:30. So somebody's commandeered it. They're taking it. They're going to transport it to Afghanistan, the Steve Allen Memorial Studio. Oh, that's lovely. That really is lovely. All we need is some tinsel. Should I get tinsel today? Or something? Yeah. Look at this, honestly. You won't do a stroke of work, will you, today? I can just tell you. Nick Abbott, he'll have those down within seconds. You know what he's like? He does not celebrate Christmas. Happy birthday to Bette Midler and Lee Trevino. Golfer. Also, Gary Lineker celebrates his 60th birthday. Who cares? I mean, seriously, does it really make any difference? Do you really want a cake dripping in candles so you can't get anywhere near it? According to Paul Burrell, and as I say, you can't believe a word he ever says, the Queen likes to wash up the royal dishes. Of course she does, dear. We can just see her in there. We can just see her doing it. Charges filed over the fatal New Zealand volcano tour. They sort of took people over the volcano. It chose to erupt at that particular moment. 22 people died. So the tour company's been told not to take people on to the volcano because this one's been erupting steadily for, since about 2011, I think. So they're now going to take the companies to court for taking people onto the lava flow. I mean, highly dangerous. The ground beneath your feet is a bit like Yellowstone Park. What have you done now? Honestly, you're hopeless, aren't you? Not little balls. If you've got little balls, you won't see them, will you? Big balls. Somebody got any bigger? Oh, honestly, I'll have to bring some in or something from... That's the biggest size. I'll bring some in from Costco. I'll go and get some big balls. He's not a race. They're not even in uniformity, are they? They're just, big, small, 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 big, 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 small. Doesn't make any sense at all. Matthew says he's going to see Kasia for a haircut tomorrow in Twickenham. Needs doing. Well, that'll be nice. And Shade says, I just came out of Woolworths, Riverwood. Great air conditioning, then I'm back out in the heat. Oh, I used to absolutely love air conditioning. Dale used to live in Sarasota, in America. Circus Town, they called it, because lots of Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey's people used to live out there. That's really exciting, Luke. You're wasted in there, seriously. Hanging balls up should be your thing, your forte. It's lovely. You pleased with that? I can't see them. Unless I duck down like that, then I can see them. No. Sitting here like this, I can't see them. But I know you're doing it for me, but I can't, unless, if I go like that, now I can see them. But if I'm sitting like this, I can't see them. Look at the size of that in the reflection. So that's the size balls we need, isn't it? Look at that nice reflection. So it's quite clever, isn't it? Yeah, have you got any that size out there? No. Oh, well. Christmas bar humbug. It's not going to be lasting in 3L today, is it? I can tell. I do like them, though. They're very pretty, aren't they? Your fingers are going to be covered with glitter. That's what's going to happen. And then you'll wipe your face. Oh, that's very nice. You'll wipe your face, and then you have glitter, excuse me, all over your face. Which is not so good, is it? What else are we going to look at? We were going to look at today... the 13,000 shop workers in doubt as the Arcadia Group collapses. They haven't fired anybody yet, and the shops are still open. So let's keep our fingers crossed. They found 68 crisp packets on one beach. Nothing unusual in that, is there? 68 crisp packets, except what they were doing is proving a point as to how old they were, and they still weren't biodegradable. The 1968 Olympics. This is when these crisp packets were for. Amazing. Madeleine McCann's prosecutors admit they're wary of
of trying to charge their prime suspect, mainly because he's not guilty. I don't know why they're bothering with this one. This is why they keep asking for more money, isn't it? But we're no nearer and look ever further away. And over in Wales, they've got their own Loch Ness Monster. Pint-sized Nessie. They think this one eats sheep. Sheep aren't going to be going swimming, are they? Any time in the loch. And believe it or not, Dawn French reveals she went curry crazy in lockdown. She even had curries for breakfast. Sounds delicious. AJ Pritchard, who's in I'm a Celebrity, he's in there. He's obviously, distanced from the outside world in a sort of peculiar roundabout way. And it turns out that his grandmother died the other day. But they're not going to tell him until he comes out, because that's what she would have wanted, apparently. So that's quite sweet, isn't it? Because, halfway through, he might win. Who knows? Who knows? We like things like that. Charlie Brooks breaks her silence after being sent home from I'm a Celebrity. And they've got photographs of Anton Deck's luxury cottage whilst filming I'm a Celebrity. It's £1,000 a week. That's £48,000 a year. When you see pictures of this, you will wet yourself laughing. This is supposed to be a luxury cottage, is it? Dear Lord above. Obviously, their standards are a lot lower, I think, in certain parts of the country. So whilst the campmates suffer and starve in the ruins of this castle, which looks like it's got full central heating, the presenting duo have all the home comforts in this pad. So they've got luxury digs. No. I mean, if you call having, lights hanging from the ceiling luxury digs, well, then this has got luxury digs. It's got a large open-plan kitchen. In other words, it's not even flash enough to have its own kitchen. And you can put your feet up and watch back the previous night's show in a spotless living room. It's pokey. It's got a settee which probably can get 3 people on, another one for 2 people, and then a chair. They say there's a lovely living room to relax in. It's got the word cheap stamped all over it, this thing. Absolutely. £1,000 a week. A huge bathroom is much more inviting than the celeb one. No, it's just basically a room, and they thought, should we put a bathroom in there? And so it's got a shower and a loo and a wash basin, but I mean, they're all separated by about 20 feet. It's a bit more comfy than the campmates digs. Yes, and they're probably earning more money. The master bedroom boasts an ensuite. So the crew are staying at the Golden Sands Holiday Park in Rhyl, a convenient 15 minutes from this castle. The caravan park usually offers sunrid holidays for £9.50. So they've not spent too much money on the whole thing. But that's okay. That's okay. That's what's sort of good. And what else have we got? I'm a Celeb fans stunned as Bev Callard and Victoria Derbyshire have been evicted now. So that's the first double eviction that they've had. Ruthie Henschel apologises to the Royals for... I can't read the word. It's a rude word. It's a rude word for sex. In Buckingham Palace. It's where she claimed she had rumpy-pumpy with Prince Edward. I'd rather not know about it, to be honest with you. It's not necessary, is it? Piers Morgan and Lorraine Kelly criticised Rita Ora for hosting the birthday party. What message did it send to her fans? Shall I tell you what the message is? You all know this, Piers. It was the cheapest bit of publicity she's ever had. She's made front pages of newspapers, and all she had to cough up was 10 grand. Pfft, cheap at a third of the price. Cheap at the third of the price. That's it. I mean, she was an idiot, but, that's how people get publicity nowadays. And literally, she's been running for 3 days with that story. Matthew says, I like Luke. He seems like a nice bloke. You don't see him from where I am. Seriously, he's not particularly nice. I mean, it's a bit difficult to tell, really. But as I say, we're sort of going through this insecurity bit at the moment with the team on, who's friends with whom. And I don't really want to go there. I think it's unnecessary. Also, what have we got here? Zac Efron has got secretly engaged to rumoured girlfriend Vanessa Valladares. Dolly Parton, we did yesterday, cried all night after turning down Elvis's request to cover And I Will Always Love You. Mainly because the money wasn't good enough, I think. The money was nowhere near good enough. Nowhere near good enough. What else do we have here? Jason Momoa, I don't know, broke all the rules all the way to the top. I don't even know who he is, which doesn't really help, does it? And TV unveils the alternative Winter Love Island that we'd all been waiting for. Oh, who have they got for this one? Wait a minute. I mean, they haven't got any more celebrities. It was due to take the place of Love Island in ITV2's January schedule after it was cancelled due to the pandemic. So they're making a winter series which people thought would be roaring fires and simmering hot tub antics. And I don't think so. Although it does look quite nice. It'll come in January. And a host of singletons are set to shack up. Who are the singletons? I mean, are these celebrities? Because the word celebrity now is basically getting very thin and overused. And it's somebody who sort of appeared on your television in a shower scene or something once, and then they go, oh, they're actually a celebrity. And you go, no, they're not. Nobody knows who they are. You're supposed to know who every single person is. When they say, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here or into here or whatever it happens to be, then that's what you're supposed to know these people are. It's as simple as that. It's not complicated. Bradley Walsh and, is it Tosin Cole to leave the companion roles in Doctor Who? Not that Bradley Walsh doesn't have any work. He's got loads of work. And Coronation Street fans repulsed by new teen grooming storyline. Oh, God, honestly. This is today's poem. Oh, that's nice. Oh, right. Oh, that's nice, yeah. Doesn't rhyme, but it's good. So this was written all those years ago. No, there's no capital letters, no. No, and also there's one bit doesn't rhyme at all, but never mind. Don't worry, I'll make something of it in my own unique style. Also, if there's any parents listening, can you be extra careful not to blow the Santa myth in the COVID-blown 2020s? Okay, we're still hanging on to that one. We might not be hanging on to anything else, but we're hanging on to that one, I think. And are Scotch eggs a substantial meal? The producer said to me earlier, he said, do you have those eggs that you cut into them and they you know, all this yellow yolk stuff? I said, no, I don't do things like that at all. It's very common. Poached, no, these are Scotch eggs. It's in the Scotch, it looks like a Scotch egg. You put it in the oven, then when you cut into it, the egg is runny. How does that work out? Yeah, but this isn't it's a Scotch egg. So it's got sausage meat round it. You're a vegan, yeah. Oh, you wouldn't be having this anyway, would you? You have no idea what you're missing out on. Absolutely delicious. Poached eggs are so boring, and only for dullards. You know, we'll have a poached egg today, shall we? Oh, how boring. Poached egg, fried egg. What else? Boiled egg. Scrambled egg, yeah, very good. That's always... Sorry? Chips. You can only have, really, a scrambled egg... if you've got some cheese to grate onto the top of it. That's quite nice. That's very nice. Cheese and... Do I do omelettes? No. I don't cook. I reheat. Or I ping. I definitely don't cook anything. Anybody will tell you. Seriously. If I'm out and about, I would eat out and about. I wouldn't be... Sorry? I wouldn't have an omelette out, no. No. They would go, oh, it's a 5-egg omelette. Who cares? Who cares? What would you like in that omelette? Oh, I don't know. What do you got? Ham or cheese? Right. Or a combination. Yeah, a combination. Cheese and ham? Oh, I'll have a cheese and ham omelette. It's a 5-egg omelette, you know. Whee! We should get very excited. And then at the very end of the meal, Knickerbocker glory for me, I think you'll find. Try to sort of butter up the waitress, which was a waste of time for everybody. And you end up with a Knickerbocker glory or anything like that. Just ice cream. I was happy with ice cream and bananas. Seriously. We used to have like a banana boat. And you'd have 3 dollops of ice cream, then the banana lying down either side of it, looking vaguely phallic, I used to think. And then you'd stick a little cherry on the top of each of the ice creams. You'd have vanilla, strawberry and chocolate. And then if you were really good, you could stir it all round and make the biggest mess you've ever made. Sorry? Steve, I do beg your pardon, we've not met before? Neapolitan, he says, honestly, like I've come from Italy, or something like that. No, Steve Allen. It says so, okay, every so often you get a little trail on this station, and it goes, Steve Allen, doodle-doo-doo-doo, I think. I can't remember what it does, actually, no. Not Neapolitan Allen, no. No, definitely not Neapolitan Allen. I might eat some of that today. I used to love it when it used to melt and then just empty it into a bowl and stir it around. It was like liquid ice cream. I always imagine that if you lived in the factory, you'd be lying down underneath one of these huge taps and somebody would turn it on and you just fill yourself up like Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Oh, an Arctic roll. Oh, an Arctic roll. Oh dear, happy days. Or just fruit salad and ice cream. I'm quite happy with that. Whole tin of fruit salad, mind. It's not one of these piddly little things. It's where and on the little tins I buy, they make a cherry look about 1/8 of an inch across. You know, I doubt if you put them all together in the actual tin, you'd actually make a whole cherry. I think they just sort of put them in there. It's like crisps, isn't it? You open up the packet, suddenly it's all air. A horrible picture of Gary Lineker celebrating his birthday, 60. I wonder what his sons buy him.
Obviously not Viagra. That'd be wasted, wouldn't it? No, come on. Why don't people are very honest nowadays? People talk about their sex lives with their parents. No, they don't. You imagine if you had to do things like that. God, it's bad enough. Imagine them sleeping in the same bed when you were younger. I was saying, oh dear, it's so unnecessary. Not necessary at all. You don't need things like that. Also, what was the other one I quite like? Oh, Colleen Nolan says she expected Shane Ritchie to lose his cool, but he's actually doing well, and she hopes he wins, because they were married, I think, about 9 years, something like that. 4 million homes have already put up their Christmas lights before the switch on today. I put mine up the other day. I've been up about 3 or 4 days now. Have you got a tree up, Corey? No? Need to put the baubles on. Okay, have you bought baubles? You bought the baubles. Same one. What's the matter now? What are you doing? Just sort of checking to see if you've... What have you eaten? What have you eaten, though, that warrant... You've not had a mince pie? Yeah, you've not had a mince pie again? Yeah. Actually, I don't think you should drink too much sparkling water. I don't think it's particularly good for you. I think still would be better, given the choice. I mean, I like sparkling, but there again, look at me. Gorgeous, fun-filled, trimmed figure of a man. Not really. How many lights? On my trees, 2,000. 2,000. Yes. 100 feet tall. Have you seen the Polar Express? It's the size of that Christmas tree, okay? I think 2,000 lights is nothing. Neil has put on loads of lights. I think he's had a box of 10,000 lights. You have to have things like that. Look, I mean, unless you've got your branches bedecked with baubles and lights, you're not trying. See, look, there's 2,000 there, there's one there, 200 LED multi-action tree brights. To be honest with you, I think 10,000's nice. You don't think that's nice? But excessive, that's the whole idea of Christmas. You're supposed to be excessive at Christmas. You're not... Au naturel. So there's nothing on your tree. Oh, of course, his tree came wrapped in netting, but it's fake. Explain that one to me. It's obviously to convince the bozos around their area. Yeah, it's a real tree, that one, mate, yeah. I know it looks like that fake grass, but I promise you it's a real tree, yeah. And so he drags it home with the girlfriend, and she goes, "You sure it's real?" And he goes, "Yeah, bloke told me." They unwrap it out of this covering, and suddenly realise it's plastic. It's plastic. But he didn't realise that to start with, bless his heart. And how many lights have you got on it? A set of 20. 10. I've got battery lights as well. I've got some... That's the guide. No. My tree's outside of 5 foot. Yes. Of course, 2,000 lights on them. I mean, that's the whole idea. Yes, it's the whole idea is to be excessive. I mean, admittedly, we have had planes sort of come. I've been picking up broadcasts from pilots going, Twickenham High Street, we're coming in for a close approximation now. If we can manage to avoid knocking down any of the shops, we'll do our best. Okay, over and out, be with you in a minute. You know, and the next thing, the bloody thing lands in the middle of the high street. I think that'd be quite funny. Plane landing in the middle of the high street, you know, we do drop you door to door. Unfortunately, we've taken the building down at the same time. I love it. Door to door. They go, okay, ready, Stephen? Okay, you've got your parachute on. Out you go, and... No, Stephen, I've still got your parachute here. It's not going anywhere. I don't think I could ever do it. I'd have to be attached to one of those things, you know, like a wire that runs the length of the aeroplane, and you clip onto it. So when you jump out, it's either going to strangle you, or it's going to open your parachute automatically. I'm not sure whether I'd be screaming all the way down or not. I think the answer is yes, I probably would. Ah! Corey, you lied to me. You said, don't worry, Steve, you'll really love it. Ha, 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 ha. Steve, it's very rare producers are mentioned at LBC. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Have you not heard all the other programmes? Good Lord, everybody mentions their producers. That's the whole idea. That's why we get them to work. That's how it works. If I mention the boys, they're excited because their parents don't know where they are. And so they can then go, oh, I think that... Is that my Luke? Oh, he's working on Steve's show. Sounds such a nice boy, doesn't he? You know, I'm going to mention the newsreader because I'm very late. It's Tuesday, the 1st of December. Pinch and a punch, really, I mean it. And no returns. And what else do we do? Do we have to say anything else, do we? White rabbits? White Rabbit's advent calendar. Oh, yes. Yes, you can open your first window on your advent calendar today because it's the first. And behind it, there might either be a little picture, if it's a very cheap advent calendar, or there might be a little chocolate. And those are the ones we like, actually, or Smarties in there or something like that. I dreamt about Smarties the other night. Have you eaten Smarties recently, Luke? And I'm not aware of it. No, not for a few months. Yeah. I just dreamt, because I think you were in my dream, and it was something to do with Smarties. And I remember thinking, I don't think he eats Smarties. I like Smarties, but I don't have them very often. Now and again, yeah. Do you buy the tubes and just tip them in your mouth? Yeah, I thought you might do. And then you sort of leave them all, yeah, down in one. Smart. He's the worst vegan I've ever met in my entire life. Seriously. Thank goodness you're not a vegetarian as well. That'd be a bit of an embarrassment, wouldn't it? Anyway, more of your texts and emails. Any more sightings of the mouse in the house? They're bringing in people today. They're bringing in people to find it. Thank God. I hope to God it doesn't make my studio, because it apparently climbed up the wall and disappeared because all our roofs are hollow. They're what's going on, I think, as suspended ceilings. So you could probably go throughout this must be like a veritable mansion for mice. Absolutely enormous, because there's, you've got food outside. So it might have an entrance and an exit in and out of the building, mightn't it? We really don't know. Anyway, the pest control people will be coming around today to have a look at it. Just don't mention anything to Mr. Moyles. He'll be very upset. Imagine Pippa sort of going and screaming. So no more sightings of the moose in the house. Ian the Skip says 1st of December, so Christmas lights up in my lorry cab. How do you power them? Are they powered by the cigarette lighter? Must be a place where you go to get lights that you can stick in your cab or stuff like that. I've got battery operated lights, Pifco, and which are quite nice, old fashioned sort of lighting. And so I've got loads of those. And I bought these 2 lanterns, which are solar, and they have flickering flames inside. My Christmas lights are plug-in. Yeah. I think we'd be getting through a lot of batteries. They're on 24 hours a day, my lights. So there's three trees. So it's a fair number of lights we've got on there. And I sometimes stand there with I've got a remote as well and I just trade different things out, fade, slow in, slow out and stuff like that. Even Google's got Christmas lights on it. A friend of mine did a thing for me once on Twitter where balloons went up. Have you seen that? That's quite clever, isn't it? Balloons. That. Balloons. Do you know, honestly, sometimes I think what we need to do is take you to where Father Christmas is in the North Pole and leave you there with your little Christmas jumper on. See how long you last. Wind chill factor of -35. Mind you, just the flab alone would keep you going for a little while, wouldn't it, really? Fun tricks you could do with Google. Oh, right, okay. Oh. Is that you doing that? That's it. Oh, right. No, not really. It's not very cool. I don't like doing that. So click to play, do a barrel roll, and you could do it 20 times. Can you do 20 times? It's totally pointless, isn't it? Because you can't read the blooming thing. Is that all it does? Doesn't it put lights up or something like that on Google? Yeah. If we had Will Guyatt here, he'd know what to do. It's terrible, isn't it? Honestly, I have to start appealing on air for Will Guyatt to try and get some Christmas lights up. Steve, it's a bit random, says Matthew, but I've decided I want Susan Boyle as my celebrity girlfriend. La 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 la. And Steve, probably best that I wait, says Matt, until I open my advent calendar. It's sort of beer, and my employer might not appreciate it, but I do enjoy listening to your show in the morning. I was going to buy the boys the gin ones, but I thought, no, I'm not wasting that much money. Pfft, must be joking. Also, they'd never get it home. They wouldn't. You'd have to sort of bring in bags and everything else. I might have a look, actually, because it's a bit difficult to know what to buy them this year. Last year I got them penicillin, thinking, well, that'll cure most things. But unfortunately, no, back they came. So, did you say we've got Google's Christmas lights on? Where were they? You've got, even Google has Christmas lights on it. Well, where were they? I didn't see any Christmas lights. Are they proper Christmas lights, or they pretend drawings? I love Christmas. I think Christmas lights should be on everything. Where are they? Well, that's not very good, is it? Oh, you're taking them away now. Oh, look, there's a little bird who's putting the lights on there, and then you turn them on. Oh, they get... Ooh, that's a bit feeble, isn't it? I don't like that idea. We've obviously got the cheap end of the scale. Can't we have posh ones? Proper lights. Not some little drawing of lights and then a bird pushing the button and then they all light up. But they don't look as though they've lit up, do they? Very feeble. Oof, don't like that. Don't bother with that one again, please. That's far too depressing for Christmas. Steve says, Budge in Norwich, our Christmas lights are on 24 hours a day. As well. More at the weekend. Yes, I mean, listen, I think it's the best. I think it is the best. When I come in from South Leeds, we always used to refer to the balls and baubles you hang on the Christmas tree as Wesley balls, but I don't know what the origin of the expression is. I don't know. Wesley was a man who wrote lots of carols, didn't he? I thought that's what John Wesley did. Paul? I think so. I might be wrong, actually. Did John Wesley write Christmas carols? Can you find out if John Wesley wrote Christmas carols? I'm just trying to sort of get the answer to a story. I was talking to a listener about a story. John Wesley, the Christmastide hymns. So what did he have? Did he do... Oh, right. So Christmastide hymns of Charles and John Wesley. OK, traditional Christmastide hymns. Additional Christmastide hymns. Click on those ones. Oh. Rejoice in Jesus' birth, I don't know. Come, thou'st universal blessing. No. Hark the herald angels sing. They did the altered version. And Stupendous Height of Heavenly Love. See, out of all that lot, I've only ever heard of Hark the Herald Angels Sing. Only because I like it. It's amazing in these people who can write things like... I was listening to a Songs of Praise thing the other day on the radio. And I was thinking to myself, you know, if you'd written something like Hark... Imagine the royalties coming in for Hark the Herald Angels Sing. I don't even know what year the blooming thing was written, but I love it. Matt says, you're talking of eggs. I don't do them. I prefer spag bol. Susan Boyle isn't that bad. I was being serious. Okay. I like the idea of late family friend's father invented the clip-on line opening parachute in World War II. A very clever man, Steve, that saved many lives, as many first-time paras would freeze in fear and forget to open the parachute, says James. Well, I would be one of those people. My father was a parachutist. 84850, steve at lbc.co.uk. Another one here. Oh, somebody else says, very disappointed. Morrisons have started transporting their omelettes in from somewhere else. What, they do ready-made omelettes? Surely not. And here at Twickenham Tesco, Steve, doing my delivery next to Twickenham Stadium, and the mushroom farm is in fine form, says Alan. Hashtag Krispy Kreme. I didn't know there was such a thing as a mushroom farm around there, but I see no reason why there shouldn't be. And why do people say things like cheap at half the price? Or as you said, cheap at a third of the price? Surely it should be cheap at double the price. I don't know. It's just one of those expressions, isn't it, that we sort of do and operate. Shane says, Steve, not Christmas songs. My birthday's before then. From the 21st of December, that's when I start doing anything Christmas related. Well, you're late this year. You're very late. You'd be very lucky to get a tree, let alone buy Christmas Carol CDs. I mean, that could be an absolute disaster. Don't want anything like that, do you, Shane? Phew, blimey. Might have to change your name to I'm Not Doing Christmas This Year. And somebody else saying that Luke seems like a nice person. Yeah. Let's not vote on it, actually. A lot of people, they were talking about drink driving, weren't they? Earlier on, I think Darren was talking about drink driving. And the amount of people that have driven drunk, because years ago I think it was the law was a lot more lenient. I mean, not lenient in terms of, you know, of sort of your sentencing, but they certainly weren't as hot on drink driving as they do. I mean, I long to be stopped over Christmas. I can't wait. Every Christmas leading up to, I never drink, and so you know, if I did get stopped by the police, and I never have done, I'd just say to them, I'm teetotal. Well, that's be it. I mean, I don't know whether or not they would then say, well, we have to breathalyse you anyway, just to check, because I might be telling a fib. You never know. And I was watching in America, where they've got all these dreadful cops. I mean, seriously, they've got some awful cops. There was one over there. He's being filmed, remember? He's being filmed. This is not too far back. And there's 3 black youths in front of him with nice cars. They've got nice cars. And he goes, he said, where'd you get the cars from? And they go, well, we worked for them, you know, that's what we do. I've got a PhD and I go to this university. Yeah. Well, you're not from round here, says the bloke, the policeman. And so he said, no, we are round from here. We were born here. We live here. No, not in my town, you don't. It was seriously. And he's being filmed, and he knows he's being filmed because he's mentioned it. And so then he makes a few other racist comments, and then he wanders off, and they then decide they're going to the local news service with it, and they're going to prosecute him. And I think you'll find he was dropped from the police force. They have to do it nowadays. It's like that person the other day. Not the same sort of thing, but it was the man with the donuts. Remember the Krispy Kreme donuts? And he put the wrong sticker on. Didn't put the wrong sticker on. He knew what he was doing. He was trying to get £9.45's worth of Krispy Kreme donuts for 7 pence, which is what he did. But luckily somebody spotted him. Somebody spotted him and said, I've just seen a policeman in uniform doing this. Very silly. Jeopardised everything. Got fired from the police force. Nothing. Be very lucky to get a job ever again, I should imagine. In the Daily Star today, Ryland Clark Neal hopes Ruth Langsford and Eamon Holmes losing their Friday presenting slot will mean we see more of them on television. He's insisted that, despite rumours of behind-the-scenes tiffs on the daytime show, a couple of the most genuine people in show business. He says, they've been my biggest supporter. It's a shame, actually, because Ruth only the other day was saying people who just come from reality shows aren't really proper. That would be you, wouldn't it? You came from a reality show. That's it. He says, I've learnt a lot from both of them. They're genuine friends of mine outside of work. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think they're going to... There was a rumour, wasn't there, that they were going to put them on the BBC or something. I thought, what for? They've got loads of people. They don't need anybody else. They really don't need anybody else. Walking down the street with Eamon Holmes is the most difficult thing because he stops and chats with anybody who says hello. Yes, well, he'd have to. You were there and he knows what a big mouth you've got, but you did come from a reality show and they're not wild about that. That's what Ruth said. Go and read it again. From pop singer's mum to Trump pal, housewife stars of new reality TV show who say, move over Bergerac, we're the real Jersey. So they sort of find these peculiar people. I mean, you've only got to look at the housewives of Cheshire to realise what the word odd means. Somebody has rubbed shoulders with Donald Trump. The third is a 57-year-old thrill seeker. 7 glamorous and successful women aiming to put Jersey back in the TV spotlight. I thought Bergerac did that quite well, actually. So there's a dressy socialite, somebody who's lived on the island for 30 years. She's an ambassador for a number of charities and is into yoga and wellness. Queen of Trumps is Margaret Thompson, the oldest housewife. Moved to the island when she was 18. Jane Rayner has been living in Jersey for 5 years. The fashionista is twice divorced. The singer's mum, Tessa Hartman, is the mother of singer Talia Storm. Excuse me, singer Talia Storm? I don't think so. She got booted off a programme which was about singing because she was flat as a pancake. Originally from Scotland, moved to Jersey with her husband, Sasha Hartman. They began their PR agency, but she's represented designers including Louis Vuitton and Ralph Lauren. But no, Talia Storm, no. Loads of publicity, but very little action, I'm afraid. The model from Down Under, Mia Ledbury, originally from Australia, moved to Jersey only 5 years ago. She began to dip her toe back into the modelling world. So she's Mia. Which one's she? Oh, right. Oh, quite plain. And the one really from Jersey is Ashley Kearney. The youngest housewife is the only Jersey-born girl on the show. Married to Ben, her high school sweetheart. They each run their own business on the island. They have 2 young children. Now, there you go. Don't worry, they'll be as irritating as just about everybody else. All the other people. But the housewives, I think, possibly of Cheshire, would be the worst. I mean, they really are. You've never met such a horrible bunch of people. They don't seem to like each other. Steve. Do you like puff pastry mince pies? I do, but I don't think the diabetes does. And talking of Christmas carols, says Deborah, my late father was born on Christmas Day. He died in June 2010, but even though it was the height of summer, one of the hymns at his funeral was, "O come all ye faithful." Made everybody smile singing the carol. Oh, I loved it. He'd have loved it too. Deborah, he would have... listen, he would have loved it. I'm a firm believer in the fact that whatever you do at somebody's funeral, they're there watching. They're sitting there and people are going, what do you reckon? Good turnout? Good turnout. So, as far as you... Listen, it gets my vote. Come on, you faithful, in the middle of any time of the year. I couldn't care less. Steve, years ago, I was stopped by the police whilst driving home. One evening, the officer asked me if I'd been drinking. I'd finished a cup of tea at my mother's house, but I thought it best not to say yes to his question. No point in winding up the old bill. Yes, I've had a drink. I had about three drinks.
Oh dear, honestly, it's good, isn't it? So today is the day you're supposed to put your trees up and your lights and all the other little bits and pieces and get into the spirit of the festive season, because I'm firmly of the opinion that by this time next year we're going to be out of the woods. We're going to be smelling the coffee and enjoying every bit of it. And then we can go back to hugging people and kissing and sort of buying presents and going out for lunches. All the things that we've not been doing for the best part of a year. I've only done it once. I wish I could do it sort of every single day, because I like going out for lunches. My favourite things. The row they didn't want you to see from a celebrity, Vernon Kay and Ruthie Henschel. Well, I also wouldn't be expecting that. That would be the last one. Dawn French and her curries, and Zara McDermott. She's from Made in Chelsea. I bet your parents are delighted, dear. You've turned out so well, haven't you? You've just actually stripped off down to your knickers and bra, which is not exactly probably what they pay for a good education for, but, you know, probably best you can get. Also, Rita Ora issued a grovelling apology and offered to pay £10,000 fine. As I said to you at the time, she's got so much publicity out of this, 10,000 quid, dirt cheap. Paul Burrell, talking about the inaccuracies in The Crown. Paul Burrell apparently was her rock, although nobody ever heard her say it, and it's not written down anywhere, so it's kind of something that he sort of made up, I think. He says that the relationship between Margaret Thatcher and the Queen was far warmer than portrayed by Gillian Anderson and Olivia Colman. Yes, I always thought they got on very well. Also, the Queen's depiction of the Queen Mother not liking Diana is correct. He said they didn't have a very close relationship. I heard her say Diana's such a silly girl. Doesn't she realise men have affairs? Well, that's pretty telling that it's accepted. Well, of course it's accepted. Honestly, I love the way Paul Burrell sort of tries to make out that we're obviously all really thick as bricks. Everybody knows that people have it. Why do you think in all these big houses years ago, the chambermaid was the one who got pregnant? The master of the house was the one who's having his "How's your father?" Also, damning scene showing Charles looking uninterested when Diana dances on stage, indifferent towards his sons and implicated in an affair with Camilla Parker Bowles. But it's very interesting. But despite controversy over artistic licence, Paul Burrell says the drama paints an accurate picture of their increasingly frosty relationship. Well, of course it was. The whole idea was that he married her. She was very pretty. Little did they realise, and nobody realised, we didn't realise either, that she was going to overtake him in the popularity stakes. Up until then, every time Charles blew his nose or dropped his pants on the floor going to the bathroom, you know, it made news coverage. The moment she walked into the thing, by the time they got to Australia, they didn't want to see him. They weren't interested. They wanted to see her. She was the glamorous one. And so that was why she just walked ahead of him. He was still chatting to dignitaries and everything else and shaking hands, and she's striding on through and then turning round as if to go, "Are you coming? I'm the most popular one here." And she was. Wherever she went in the world. And even nowadays, you can put something on that happened more than 22 years ago and it'll still get the best ratings. You can still put Diana in newspapers. It still gets ratings. Even in death, she's very, very popular. There's not many people can say that. Alison Hammond is hosting a reboot of Wheel of Fortune. No, she's not. She's making a pilot, which could lead to a full series. Pilot's not the same. 99% of pilots don't go any further. Doesn't matter who it's with. Oh, I bet Amy Holmes is spitting blood over that one. What? So she's taken off Friday and she's got Wheel of Fortune? Oh, dear, he's not going to be happy, because I don't think he's got a gig at the moment. I mean, I'm sure he'll be able to find one, but at the moment he appears not to have a gig, which must be a bit difficult for the first time in his life when, you know, I mean, he's got 6 weeks in the summer when it's half term for this morning, or perhaps he can go out more often with his friend Rylan. Keep him happy, wouldn't it, really? Talking of fashion, I'm thinking of buying those Balenciaga football boots, says Matt. Yes, I'm not sure. I'm not kidding. I'm spend my life checking on people's footwear. And I was sitting on the bus the other day, and I was there was full of school kids, because they've taken all the signs out now, thank God, you know, school children only, blah, blah, because that was a nightmare. And they seem to have taken that. Hopefully it's for good. And you look at kids' shoes going to school, filthy. It's almost as if they've just jumped in muddy puddles. I was looking at them thinking, and then I looked at my shoes, and mine are actually quite shiny. I'm shiny shoe boy. But I looked at all these school kids, they've got no interest in the way they look at all. Absolutely nothing. I mean, it's not up to me. So I basically wrote stuff on Post-it notes and stuck it on the back of their uniform. And, you know, clean your shoes, you scruffy little moggy. You know, they have to do things like this. You want people to be proud. I mean, can you imagine if we... Tuesday, 1st of December, so today you can officially, if you hadn't done it already, because apparently millions of you have done it already, go and get your tree and put the tree up today. Keeps the kids happy, everybody an air of calmness, because you've only got 24 days before we actually go and get into it. Random TV irritations from Ali Ross, writing in the Sun today. Liam Gallagher at 48, still dressing and acting like a 13-year-old schoolboy. I know, I'm not at all surprised they don't speak to each other. Michael McIntyre's glacially slow new quiz. The Wheels managing just 10 questions in an hour. ITV2's Emily A. Tack failing to avoid the phrase, "Who's laughing now?" Absolutely no one. And have I got news for you, Captain Paul Merton, beginning a sentence with this threat. The next time we do this series, in the spring, I beg you, Auntie. No, says Ali Ross. I like it. I think it's very good, actually. Also, Hero of the Week, Chris Kamara solemnly telling Steph and her packed lunch crowd Shamima Begum shouldn't be allowed back in if anybody from MFI thinks she's a terrorist. Yes, well, never mind. They're not the brightest, are they? Not the brightest. Also, shopping with Keith Lemon, Richard Blackwood. I was the man on the comedy circuit. The man who took your coat, or the man who ink-stamped your wrist. They used to get that whenever we used to go to clubs as well, which was great. Meanwhile, on ITVB's magnum opus, Olivia Attwood. What a terrible, vile person. I couldn't believe it. Shocked. Meets her match. Last week, the former Love Islander, and that's her only claim to fame, started an argument with long-suffering footballer fiancé Bradley Dack. I mean, why he's put up with her, I've got no idea. About wedding guest numbers. Wait for this one. How many people you got on your list, Brad? 60. I've got 60 as well. So what's 60 plus 60? Pause. 120. Well, if you want 140 guests, where are you getting 140 guests? You just said 60 plus 40, 60 plus 60, 140. And that's probably sorted. She'll probably start breeding. Rejoice, says Ali Ross. I thought she was horrible. Never seen such a horrible person. She literally tries to belittle this poor, long-suffering footballer fiancé Bradley Dack about taking 5 million pictures. What a vain old bag. Dear me, well past her sell-by. It's not even an interesting programme. She's horrible, she's got no manners, and she can't appear to actually do anything apart from sort of have pictures taken of herself. I was very disappointed. No, but I thought people would sort of say, I've got a producer who absolutely adores her. Well, having watched this thing this week, I can't bear her. Can't bear her. I want nice people on the television, nice, proper people. Are you a fan of Quality Street? They are round here. They love stuff like that. They love things like that. And a Quality Street fan flipped his lid when he counted just 4 of the most popular purple ones in his tin of 85 sweets. Bored Stephen Hull, 46, had separated the wrap treats into their colours. He tweeted this photo of the work and called it Inequality Street. So the purple ones you get 4 of, the round ones, the toffee ones, 11, 8 of the blue ones, the orange ones, 11, the purple ones 4, the red ones 9, and then a few other assorted colours. But it's the most popular ones, the purple ones, only 4 of. That's terrible, isn't it? That's very disappointing. Very disappointing. And Steve, if Ruth extends her clothing range to size XXL, Eamon could try his hand at drag to rejuvenate his career. I don't know what he's going to do. I mean, she never seems to stop. Seriously, she never seems to stop. I've never known anybody who's literally got so much go. Whereas Eamon used to, I mean, even when he was doing the Friday this show, she bubbled along like a nice little fountain, and he was sort of, he looked as though he was about to nod off half the time. Poem for you for this morning. Brace yourselves. Written by E. Cummings, 1894 to 1962. And it's called Little Tree. Little tree, little silent Christmas tree, you are so little, you are more like a flower. Who found you in the green forest, and were you very sorry to come away? See, I will comfort you, because you smell so sweetly. I will kiss your cool bark, and hug you safe and tight, just as your mother would, only don't be afraid. Look, the spangles that sleep in the dark box all year dream of being taken out and allowed to shine. The balls, the chains, red and gold, the fluffy threads. Put up your little arms and I'll give them for you to hold. Every finger shall have its ring, and there won't be a single place dark or unhappy. That when you're quite dressed, you stand in the window for everyone to see, and how they'll stare. Oh, but you'll be very proud. And my little sister and I will take hands and look up at our beautiful tree. We'll dance and sing, Noel, Noel. That was nice, wasn't it? That was a very, very heartwarming poem this morning called Little Tree by E.E. Cummings. Who's not with us anymore, but was born in 1894 and died in 62. That's good, isn't it? 6 years, so 68. Blimey, life moves on, doesn't it? Life moves on, especially it does in my book. Sorry, related to Dominic Cummings? Oh, I shouldn't imagine. Well, I don't know. I mean, I've done that before. I've sort of said, oh, not related to anybody, and it turns out they are. All sorts of people related to different people. Another one here, Andrea McLean broke down in tears as she revealed she was quitting the show. I mean, could he not just have dropped it on a postcard or something and they could hold it up? She's gone. I mean, I think that would be okay. She's done 13 years. She said a nervous breakdown last year followed by the COVID crisis led to a re-evaluation of her life. So she decided that you only get one life. It's taken her this long to come to that conclusion. And she says, are you living your life the way you want, doing everything you want to do, being brave and taking chances? And I realised no. I mean, she's been married 3 times, so not the happiest person, I shouldn't imagine. And then she said, I didn't think I was going to cry. Everybody cries. But what you're going to do, I've got no idea. They've given away Ruth and Eamon's thing, and they're in the pecking order way before you. So I don't know whether or not you can make documentaries or something. I've really got no idea. Really got no idea. Reese Pilot. Do you know what he's gone to prison for? Reese Pilot is the 999 hoaxer who burped down the phone on 80 calls to police. He's now been jailed for the second time. On one occasion, he made 24 emergency calls in 45 minutes. He left the 999 handlers unable to answer real emergencies. He's been jailed for 6 months. This follows a 24-week sentence a year ago and another suspended sentence in March. He's quite clearly an idiot. He's a simpleton. He's a simpleton. You know, I tell you what we should do. We should put up stocks in Leicester Square, and then you bring down these ne'er-do-wells, and they are ne'er-do-wells, and then you get people to throw rotten fruit at them. The more rotten, the better. You know, barrel loads of oranges and Galia melons and things that have gone off, and you just throw them at them, and let's see them suffering. Goodness sake, so much easier. Catherine Tilsley is starring in her own play, The Ceremony. She wrote it during lockdown, and the proceeds from the stage show will go to the charity. She's got Sue Johnston and Paula Lane, and also Jodie Prenger as well. One of my team used to go to a drama school and used to learn to be a singer and an actor. I don't know whether he's any good at it. Steve, I've heard the GC is going to have her own theatre show. I don't think so. I don't think... You've got to be socially distanced, so there's not much chance for doing anything to... And doing what? What would she do? I mean, she can't do anything. She'll come on stage looking like a barrage balloon that's been tethered, and that's about it. Steve, you can start opening your advent calendar today, says Martin. Yeah, because it's the first, which was good. We like that. I love the mistaken identity story of Samuel L. Jackson and Magic Johnson waiting for the car after a shopping trip in Italy. They thought they were asylum seekers with Gucci and Prada shopping bags. Go and check out the Oprah Winfrey story of not being allowed to buy a bag in Versace. It makes you sort of think to yourself, oh my God, Versace in Rome, when she was over there and she wanted to buy a bag, and I said, it's not possible. It's not possible. This bag is only available for Italian people. Have you ever heard that before? And so Oprah goes, Italian people, what's that about? It's the fact that she was black, and the fact that he didn't know who she was until he was told, and then it was champagne all the way. But, oh, my goodness me. What have we got for your star signs for today? Corey, what are you? You're a Virgo. What starts as some work you do to help out a friend could uncover your own skill for making items from the past look great. Oh, you're going to be going on that restoring programme. That'd be nice. Luke? Taurus. Taurus the bull. And it says here... Doubts no longer hold you back. Fact finder Mercury inspires you to go on asking questions until you have all the information you need to make good decisions about work and property plans. But when it comes to romance, it may be love at first listen when a new neighbour calls to say hello. Oh, my goodness me. There's a bit of a surprise, isn't there? Hope the girlfriend's not listening. And my one, Pisces, says, you wonderful, wonderful man. You are so blessed with looks and personality. And, sorry? Keep going. You're so blessed with looks and wonderful personality that people fall at your feet as you walk down the street. We love you forever, Piscean male. Thank you very much indeed for being you. And, sorry? Of course it's true. Every bit of it's true. I am extremely good looking. That's why I'm on the radio. That's always the best thing. I think Gary Bushell said of me once. And that was that. And, I think he actually said, Steve Allen, great voice for radio. Sorry, great face for radio. Implying that people on the radio are not good looking, but I think you'll find we are good looking. It's just that we're only good looking when we're sitting down. When we're standing up, we're not so good looking, so I'm quite happy. So says, Lord Hall said he will speak on Diana. Paul Burrell says the Queen likes to wash up the royal dishes. Of course, dear. I think it's changed a bit there for some years ago when you were there, wasn't it, really? Happy birthday to Bette Midler and Lee Trevino, the divine Miss M, who was, I think, doing Dolly on Broadway until a short while ago, and Lee Trevino, the golfer. Plus, millions of Brits are already stressed about the mess that Christmas will cause. I was trying to explain to Corey what the mess is. That's where the whole house, if you've got people around, so if some Christmases we have, 13 people around, and you can imagine the mess, can't you? There's teacups, beakers, all sorts of things, and then the sort of chocolate wrappers and everything else all over the floor. We used to have a bin liner in the sitting room to put all the rubbish in so that my mother could just take it and put it outside the back door. Make it do so much easier. Do we really believe that there's a Nessie living in Wales? It eats sheep, apparently. I don't believe that. Put it this way, as the original Nessie doesn't exist, we know that's a lie. You can't even excuse it as, it's only a bit of fun. It's not, because people are making money out of people, aren't they? There's a bloke on YouTube and he exposes the fraudsters in Paris and most of the big European cities who go round and they get you to sign something to save animals, then they want a donation. They're crooks. He said, you just tell them to do one, he said, and they get going, which is quite good. Ladbrokes are showing Tom Hardy at 64 to be the next permanent James Bond. They're showing Rowan Atkinson at 200 to 1. No point in wasting your money on that one. I don't know what Tom Hardy looks like. Probably very similar to me. Tom Cruise looks a bit like me. We discovered that the other day. A lot of people have written in saying, it's uncanny. Sometimes we see you out there. Not unsimilar to me. Tom Hardy, not unsimilar. I'm just going to grow that little beardy thing. And it'll be me. It's uncanny, isn't it? Yeah. He was boxing as well. Wow. On second thoughts, I'm not having tattoos done for anybody. I'll just have to sort of do it, but with the shirt on. Hark the Herald Angels Sing, written by Charles Wesley with Mendelssohn and first published in 1739, says Paul. How nice. First published 1739. 5:20 is the time. Not that it makes any difference. Why would you worry? It's cold. Don't go out. Stay indoors. Noreen says, I've looked at the weather forecast, Steve. Friday, heavy snow in St Albans. Great. I had your extra on yesterday. I've not laughed so much for a long time. The story about your stents procedure, how you've got your gown on, undone at the back, you're on the trolley, go 5 steps, and you have to get off it and get onto the table, trying to maintain your dignity. And then somebody recognises you. Only you, Steve, says Noreen. Only you. Hysterical. Yes. The worst thing was, it was so true. Why you have to take your pants off, I've got no idea. I can't imagine. You thought that they'd allow you to keep them on, but they don't. So there's other things they do which I can't even go into. Far too embarrassing. And Kevin says, a lot of women said I had the looks, charm and charisma of Bond. Shame they meant the Brooke Bond monkeys. Poor old Kevin the milkman, honestly. Hope you're busy at the moment. I hope you're very busy. And Steve, our street have decided to select 24 houses to decorate a special window to be an Advent window. So each day the window will be lit at 7 p.m. and then each night until Christmas Eve. Then on the 24th we'll stand at the bottom of our drive and sing carols. Well, that's very nice. That's very very posh. Very posh. And apparently in the olden days, drink drivers had to walk the white line. They must have had a white line at the station. Must have been hilarious, says Brent. They did, but the trouble is you've got no idea how difficult it is, to actually test if somebody's drunk without them being drunk. Because some people, it turns out, you can get drunk on mouthwash. There were certain mouthwashes that contained alcohol, and so people weren't aware of it. But as I say, every year I've prayed to be stopped by the police. I'm always going somewhere, Christmas Day, Boxing Day, I'm always going somewhere. And I'm wanting them to stop me to go, and how are we today? And I can go, I'm really good, thank you. I'm really good. So have you had a drink? No, absolutely not. I don't drink. But nobody's going to believe you. Nobody's going to believe you. So you're going to have to sort of go through it and sort of blow into the thing before. But then you sort of worry about it, don't you? You think, I wonder if it's going to come up as positive. And you can be going, no, I promise you I've not had a drink. Definitely not. Loved your horoscope, Steve, says Victoria. Do you have a similar one for a fellow Piscean female? It goes, you are gorgeous and wonderful, and don't let anybody tell you any differently. When you look in that mirror, you are looking at perfection. Okay? That's always been my motto, actually, Victoria, on that one. Somebody said to me, what's the secret of being, good at anything? And the answer is, gotta like yourself. Gotta like it. Once you've learnt to like yourself, and you like what image you think you project to people, stick with it. That'll see you through. So for Luke, he's just at the beginning of this ladder. We're just sort of starting off on the journey. And that's what it is. It's liking yourself. So, but if you're one of these insecure people, and they say, oh, so-and-so, then you're likely to get upset by things. But if you're quite a strong person, I think I'm quite a strong person, I have a very thick skin, almost too thick. It's a case of, I couldn't care less, makes no difference to me. It's obviously upsets everybody else, or just one other person. Steve, Tom Cruise looks like you, says Doug. Yeah, have you not noticed the similarity? I don't know what's the matter with you people. Goodness sake. And Jeff says, did you ever visit the UBN radio station at United Biscuits? No, never. What was that? Was that something interesting? What are you drinking? Is that cocoa? Oh, do you know, I could really do now with a hot chocolate, but we haven't got any hot chocolate, have we? I must bring some in, actually, and then I can make it here. As in the what? Galaxy hot chocolate? No, I'm just going to buy hot chocolate powder. I don't care about the vegans. I really don't care about the vegans. Look at my face. I don't care about the vegans. I'm doing it for me. I'm le présenteur. No, not for all of you. No. I mean, I might bring something in for Corey, but that's only because we're sort of, he's still got clothes to fit into. So there you go. Look, Cadbury's. How much? 30. Oh, that's 5 kilograms. That's a lot, isn't it? That's a lot of cut. And you put a few spoonfuls in, and either do it with water or milk. I like it with milk. I don't care about the vegans. Don't keep mentioning the vegans. I don't care. I don't know them. I don't know any vegans. And if I do, I should be taking them off the Christmas card list. You can also get, look at this one, Carabao Energy Drink Green Apple. That sounds quite nice. Green Apple Energy Drink. That's only £6.8. Look at that. Ooh, Green Apple. Sugar-free, 0 sugar. Wow. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I like an apple drink. I like an apple pie, actually, but I can't have that either. That's very good value. Named after the strong-willed water buffalo of Thailand, the Carabao. Oh, exciting. I'm just going off to drink a Carabao. It doesn't quite sound the same, does it, really? And, Steve, most police cars have ANPR, so they know who the car is insured to. If you don't break the law, you'll not be stopped, says Roger. No, but what they do is, over Christmas, they'll have a clampdown on drink drivers. And it doesn't matter whether they've got an NPR camera, because what they're just doing random stops, just to find out where people are going to. And mostly, it used to have to be, the law was, that there had to be something the matter with your car, like, there was a tail light out, or there was this out, or something like that. You don't see that so often now, do you? You don't, because we can get stuff done really quickly. So if I have a light out on the car, which I don't think I've had ever, then I just whiz it into the garage, and they'll do me another light, actually. Victoria says, Steve Allen, I like the quote, made me think of Vanity Fair. The world is like a looking glass. It is. Yeah. You just lied, Steve. You're willing to lie to the police that you don't drink. What about the Prosecco? I haven't drunk Prosecco for ages. What are you on about? Where have you been? And, Steve, London's newest church conversion has just been listed on Knight Frank. Oh, I've seen this one. I know where this is, actually. I know where this is. It's in Chelsea, formerly known as St Mark's Chapel. 20 million. Oh, look, Galaxy Vegan Instant Silky and Smooth Drink. £3. In Waitrose. Well, you go and buy it in Waitrose, then. Not doing you a Christmas hamper, honestly. Look at that. So it's got just add water. God, how boring. Doesn't even sound interesting, does it? So, Chris, so can you go to Knight Frank, please? Knight Frank's website, which is knightfrank.co.uk. And I'm looking for Chelsea. Okay, when it actually comes up, it'll say, so you put Chelsea. Okay, and then let's go Chelsea Greater London. Did you find that bit? Yes, probably. A little bit jumping the gun, as usual. Now we've got to wait till you come up with things. And this is, I think he's jumped it a bit too fast. And we have to wait while it sort of loads. So here we go. Okay, go down. No, we're looking for £20 million. 20. What have you got these things here for? South Kensington, Worcestershire. What's that for? It was Chelsea Greater London. God, honestly. Don't ask for a lot here, do we? So I'm looking for something that's... there it is, Fulham Road. 20 million, 5 bedrooms, 7 bathrooms. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. Go back. Oh, I thought it was a satellite dish on the side of it. That looks quite smart, actually. That looks quite smart. OK, show me the inside. Oh, so... oh, it's going to suit a potentate. That's not. Did it? We got the showings. Oh, that's nice. Looking upstairs, and do you know these church conversions are fab? They really are very good. Full. Look at that. That's very nice. Very nice. That looks like it's the. Oh, I feel quite dizzy. Has it got a pool? It must have a pool. For 20 million, I would expect a pool. No. Oh, the bedrooms. They never look finished, do they? But no, it's looking very, very, very promising. Very promising. This one. Yeah, sorry, it's stained glass. It's a church, of course. Stained glass. What do you expect? Cartoon cutouts. There's the bath. It's quite nice. Oh, I'm not sure about that. Standing in a shower in the middle of a room. Oh, look, there's something you're not be familiar with, Corey. That's a gymnasium. Okay, you won't be familiar with that. Oh, that's quite nice. I like the arches. So they put in a false floor, as you can well imagine. Okay, keep going. Okay, that's the kitchen. Oh, okay, marble. Oh, it has got a pool. Oh, that's it. Put in a bid. Tell them we'll offer 19 million. We're not going to pay the full asking price. That's nice, isn't it? A swimming pool like that. Can you imagine if you met somebody, if I was a presenter here. What are you talking about, Stephen? You are a presenter here. And then all of a sudden, you come into all this money, you go, I've just bought this. I mean, do you think it's got parking? I hope so. We don't know, actually. Wait a minute. The ground floor, down, stand reception, down a bit further, includes private off-street parking. Oh, right. Wonder how many cars. If we group together, we could all put a bid in on that. Well, I don't think you're not going to be contributing very much to it, are you, really? But how fantastic. So it's got leisure facilities, swimming pool, garden, 7 bedrooms, a lift, in case you can't manage the stairs, gym, must be the same as leisure facilities, private parking, 2 reception rooms, period, spa and cinema room. Oh, how lovely. And only 20 million. You watch, by the time I win that money tonight, it will have gone. I'll be furious. Furious. Find me another one. Build me another one. I think I'm quite spiritual when it comes to where I'd like to live. And a church would be good. A church would be very good. Bit nearer thy God to me, isn't it? Which I think would be very nice indeed. Steve, are you the proud owner of a Christmas clock? Says Sue. Bought one for my mum yesterday, and it plays a different Christmas carol every hour. She loves it. And that's Sue, who's in Newbury, in Berkshire. Where did you get that from? Where did that come from? Do tell. I always drank Ovaltine before a night out, so when it was my round, I was asleep, says Lee. Oh, how nice. I like the idea, actually, of actually sort of just falling asleep. But a nice cup of hot chocolate. My mother used to make it with milk, and then she'd spoon the powder in milk and then stir it up. So it was like a chocolate milkshake, but hot. And it was delicious. And you'd have that, and you'd be all warm and cosy in your bed, And then, she'd turn the lights. Night, Stephen, she'd say to me. I was 47. And I go, oh, yeah, see ya, bye, And you sort of climb into bed. But then they'd close the bedroom door, and I used to hate it when I was younger. I'd get up and open the bedroom door. I didn't want to be cut off because it was fairly dark. And we had trees outside, like a forest. And a bit like Hansel and Gretel's place. And we had these trees, and they would bang up against the windows, and their shadows would cast eerie symbols all over my bedroom walls. I frankly was petrified. But I wonder what happened. I'd love to go back to the house and just go to the people. I said this a few weeks ago. I'm terribly sorry. Could I come and have a look round?
We used to live here. Can you imagine them going, yeah. Okay, I can tell you everything about this house. I know everything. Everything, yeah. Hello, please. He's here now. LBC News Time, 5:30. 25 minutes to 6 is the time. And another one here. Euro Millions jackpot expected to be 159 million tonight. As Dale used to say, you got to be in it to win it. Yes, remember when you hear the beep, think of the fun you could be having on Supermarket Sweep. Yes. Do you know the second reindeer behind Rudolph is Randolph? Thank you. We've heard the joke. It's a good one, but it's an oldie. And somebody here from Wales, Nige, from Point to Clean, is having hot chocolate with digestive marmalade chocky biscuits. Who was making something on the... oh, no. Two-bedroom property resale. 35,000? That's very reasonable, isn't it? Look at the bathroom. The bathroom's bigger than your ego. Little tiny kitchen. What's that? That's where you put the dining... We're picking out properties for Corey. I've said, if I win the lottery tonight, I'll buy him a flat. And so he's found one at 35,000, but it's in South Yorkshire. Fat lot of use that is to anybody, isn't it? You're never going to make it in for the programme, are you? And look, this is obviously, you sort of come in and then you've got to climb up some stairs. Look, that door is suspended. It's obviously a northern thing, isn't it? The door is suspended halfway up, and then you go upstairs to bed. I mean, why don't they just take the door off? Save an awful lot of time and trouble. Bedrooms are a little bit pokey, aren't they? Oh, a bit confusing. A house lying on its side. But, yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, all houses look the same to me. They've got a front door. Depends what they're like inside. It's when you go inside and you see them on the television programmes and they go, look at this. I mean, they had one the other day. It was all oak beams everywhere. It was beautiful. It had class written all over it. The Christmas clock is from Amazon. Can you find me the Christmas clock, please, on Amazon? I'm not sure whether or not I can afford it. I'm having to cut back on Amazon just a little tiny bit. And so it's, if we can find it I mean, the very idea that it plays Christmas carols every hour, I might actually, oh, look, carols of Christmas holiday, £80? Oh, look, Tim, incorporating music, carols of Christmas. And it's got what? Silent Night, Deck the Halls, Hark the Heralds, God Rest You Merry Gentlemen, Oh Christmas Tree. Is that the O Tannenbaum? O Tannenbaum, O Tannenbaum, blah, 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 blah. Oh Come All You Faithful. It's got all the good ones. We wish you Merry Christmas. And it's £80. There you go. I've sorted out your Christmas present for today. For me. What do you mean for me? No, I don't want it, thank you. Chris Moyles says, be careful with your impressions of Yorkshire people, Steve. Thank you. Don't tell me you're northern. I couldn't bear it, honestly. Impression. Excuse me, I used to live in Yorkshire. I'm going to do impressions of all Yorkshire people for rest of programme. Put it this way, you wait till you see what surprise you've got in your studio today, pal. We didn't want it. So, the Christmas clock from Amazon, I quite like that, but I'd like to hear some of the carols to see what the quality is like of the tune. If it's just a plinky plonk plink plonk, I'm not particularly wild about it. But I quite fancy the idea. I think that's quite festive, actually. A Christmas clock. Is it too naff though? No, naff would have meant that it was probably about 30 quid. But I think if it's 80 quid, it takes it into the class category. You've lost it, haven't you? Christmas clock. Honestly, seriously, it takes so long, doesn't it, to get through to him? Ever since he's been taken by that little house with the door that leads upstairs. So, here we are. This is the... Oh. I'm not sure I could cope with that. That's not very exciting, is it? It's a bit dirgy. I was expecting the Mormon Tabernacle Choir to be singing something. I mean, the actual clock face is sort of pretty, but... That's O Tannenbaum. Yeah, no. No, definitely not. No, a shame, really, because if it was orchestra and chorus, I'd be there. I'm going to bring in one of my Christmas cards tomorrow. You know, the one with the skaters on it, they move around. The quality of the recordings on these little, not very cheap cards is phenomenal. I mean, really good. I'll bring one in for you for tomorrow and you can touch it. And then we take it straight back again, because they're like, actually. So now we know where that... So if you want the Christmas clock, it's on Amazon, but it's £80. Or if you want a Steve Allen Groovy Gang Prosecco glass, it's on the LBC website, lbc.co.uk. And I've got a few of the single glasses left. All my doubles have gone, for which I'm eternally grateful. And I'm hoping, if I can go for a sellout on things, that'd be really nice. I think we've done about 5,800 glasses so far, which is very good. You've done very well this year, very well, considering that many of you, you know, Steve, if you buy the flat for Corey for 35,000, you'd still have 158,965 pounds left. Can you imagine though, waking up in the morning and you go, I'm going to go to the bank today, and you can imagine if somebody upsets you in the bank, you know, because they don't know who you are. You know, that you're sort of, you know, somebody. I mean, you wouldn't obviously be with a tiddly little bank. You'd have to be with a big one, and you sort of go in there and go. They go, yes. You go, I'd like some money out in 50s, blah blah. You know, like we did the other day. And he goes, we haven't got any. I go, right. I'm going to close my account today. Can you get all the paperwork out for me now? Thank you. I'm going to transfer it to someone else. And only when he then opens the account and goes, 158 million pounds. I'm going to lose my job at the end of the day. So you just have to say, it's only a joke, only a joke. But I mean, imagine having 158,000. I'll be checking on a daily basis. Where's that money gone? What's that coming out of here? But no, I've said to the boys, I'll buy them a little house. They can share. And no, it'll be quite nice. You can have a couple of bedrooms in it. You don't want anything more than that, do you? I just hope that you're not messy. I've got a sneaking feeling that Luke is very... And why not? Steve, can you still get Christmas tree lights that play carols? I'm led to believe you can. I've got a Father Christmas train that plays carols, but I think you can get Christmas lights with carols. Oh, here we go. Yes, type in Christmas lights with He hates it when I do this. Because it's a good idea that you can find out, because there might be people listening going, oh, Steve, I've always wanted a set of lights that play carols. Well, it's quite nice, isn't it? Heavy Christmas globe. Yeah, no. Have you put Christmas lights with carols? Musical... No, they're not musical Christmas lights. Christmas lights with carols. But just musical is about as much use to us as a chocolate teapot. So here we go. Multi-memory... No, is the answer. No, it's a shame, really, isn't it? It's a shame. I quite like the idea. Somebody was saying, my friend Ian, which is your favourite Christmas Carol character? You know, who was the best Scrooge in Christmas Carol? And I thought it was Alistair Sim. I thought Alistair Sim was very good. Very, very good. And, Lights with Carol. I'm sure I've seen them. I'm pretty certain it's somewhere in my dim and distant past, and it is dim and it's very distant. I think it comes with a little box that sits on the floor, and I think that plays the Christmas carols. Or failing that, why don't you buy a CD? That'd make it easy, wouldn't it? I only realised the other day I bought 2 CDs, both exactly the same. How stupid am I? I'll have to give one away to somebody. Hopefully nobody who's listening to the programme at the moment. I can re-gift it. Do you like Christmas carols on CDs, Corey? Yeah, bring one in. Bring one in. Yeah, no, I'll go and buy one today for you. I quite fancy the idea of doing something like that. So, what can you eat? What can you not eat? Well, it's all gone pear-shaped. Some places say you can eat a Scotch egg, and that covers you for food. And now Number 10 are saying we're not too sure about that one. Well done to Tyson Fury. He wants to be one of the first celebs to travel to space. Yes, we'd quite like you to go to space at the same time. They did a programme on him the other day. Have you seen it? It's Tyson Fury, and he wears these peculiar clothes. Honestly, what is it about people who've got a bit of money? You know, and to be honest with you, for somebody with quite a bit of money, the house I thought was very average. Very average, very disappointing. Philip Green's Arcadia Group in all the papers today. It's gone bust, risking 13,000 jobs. So I don't know how this is running now. They've got 444 stores in this country, 22 overseas, and 9,500 employees are currently on furlough. No redundancies are being announced yet, and stores will continue to trade. So I'm assuming the money comes in, and that will go to pay people's wages. That's the way I think it's going to work. Steve, you'd have to find 2,000 banks to put £85,000 each in to be sure of the government safety scheme if a bank goes bust. I think, actually, I'd be with... If I was going to go with a bank, I'd go with Coutts. Because that's part of my bank anyway, and Drummond's and all these other ones. But I quite fancy going in there just to sort of just to check on your money. I think that'd be nice. Johnny in Watford says, just looked at the Christmas clock, not sure, but sent the link to the wife, Simona, and waiting for her opinion. Our young kids will like it, but we want to play with it. It'll be broken in 5 minutes. Johnny, you're absolutely right. It'll be broken in 5 minutes. And it's 80 quid's worth. That's a lot. That's a lot. Chris in Brentwood says, told Corey I've just seen somewhere he could buy for £250,000 in Chelsea, not far from work, and it's listed on night... It's not 250,000. He said it's listed on Knight Frank underneath the St Mark's Chapel entry. It's a parking space in an underground car park for 250,000. So you could have to take a sleeping bag down there, and then you could put little pots around the outside with plants in and stuff like that. And you could live in your car space. Well, it's underneath the chapel that we looked at, apparently. So it's a parking space for 250. Am I facing the wrong way or something? I'm just so ungrateful. Seriously, it's a parking space in London. Parking is at a premium. £250,000 is very good value. Very good value for a parking space. Because you're so ungrateful. You just don't understand how the money thing works. I have a car park. I rent you a space. You sleep in it, I kick you out. I keep the money. That's how it works. No idea. It's like people criticising Philip Green. To be honest with you, the amount of money he's ended up with, he's obviously a very astute businessman. Very astute. Let's have a check on the company. It's Tuesday morning, 1st of December. It's the day that you can legitimately, apparently, go out and buy a Christmas tree and decorate it, because all the towns have got them up. We've got them up in London, and you can light them today. If you haven't lit them up until now, you don't have to. You just do it in your own time. I don't think it's any hard. They're not going to come around and bang on your door and take your lights away. Worry not. The BBC could launch another inquest after Neil Razor Ruddock promoted a willy pump on Radio 2. Under strict guidelines, they will examine whether the former footballer's plug for this willy pump was editorially justified, with no undue prominence of the product. Naughty Neil, well, a bit stupid actually, you should know on the BBC, can't do anything like this, plugged it by naming it twice on Ryland Clark Neil's show. An editorial guideline states audience everywhere must be able to trust the BBC. Not in this case. Who wants to hear stuff like that? That's just disgusting. It really is awful. But there you go. That's Razor Ruddock for you. Plus, who's this? Mosi Mabuse shifts away from judging strictly to talk social justice. Diane Buswell is eyeing up a stint in the Aussie home soap Home and Away. I love Home and Away. I think it's great. Home and Away. And also, Colleen Nolan expected Shane Ritchie to lose his cool. He's her ex, by the way. They were married for 9 years, had 2 sons together. They remain friends, and the TV presenter has been following his castle adventures closely. Speaking to her son, Shane Jr., she said, "Can I just say how proud I am of your dad? He's doing brilliantly, very funny, and has kept his cool." The bad news was, who was it the other day? You know, the BBC have got an early morning programme. It's not, don't waste your time, seriously. It's not very good. It's got Kim Marsh on it. I mean, who's not very good. And then at one point she said, and for the first time, the Nolan sisters give an interview. I thought, what do you mean for the first? They've been out on tour. What do you mean the first time they've done? In fact, they actually popped up on Loose Women when they went out on their last tour. They did every programme under the sun. Obviously, Kim Marsh doesn't keep up with the ever-changing ways of show business. Steve, apparently Gemma Collins is going back to her initially formed. She'll probably end up being bigger. The only way to lose weight, says Dean, is diet. Well, she's not. She's taking injections. And I've said before, highly dangerous to take injections. What you have to do, it's so simple. Little and often. That's all it is. Little and often. You know, so in other words, if you want little mini Kievs, you just do a couple of them. And then you have, you know, another 2 later on in the day. So it's little and often. And that way you will... You don't need to buy any special drinks or fizzy this or fizzy that or, you know, put this tablet with it. You don't need to do any of that. Nothing at all. You just need to do little and often. Robbie Williams is apparently working on a film about his life. Oh, God. Can we cope with that? But rather than releasing a biopic, he said he's making a movie that will follow his time at home with the actress Ada Field during lockdown. Sounds boring already, doesn't it? Because they must have either filmed it or they're going to dummy up what they're going to be doing.
Also, Dolly Parton, Robbie Williams and Kylie Minogue are taking part in a special Christmas series. The radio stars also included Sir Cliff and Gary Barlow speaking to local community heroes. They will join broadcaster Owen Wynne-Evans for a week of programmes on local radio. That's nice. Chris Burns, head of the audio and digital, said, "This Christmas, our local stations will be there for their listeners." Yeah, but there's hardly anybody listening to them now. They want to listen to something a lot better. Lot better. Steve, says Roger, 250,000 for a parking space in Chelsea? Or for the same amount, you could buy a row of houses in Cumbria. Yeah, you can. A row of houses in Cumbria. Ross Kemp apparently played the Scrooge very well, says Nick. No. I'm sure he was lovely. I'm sure he was absolutely lovely. But no, Alistair Sim was definitely the best one. Definitely the best one. Monty Python's legendary "'Tis But a Scratch" Black Knight sketch has stood the test of time. Experts say it's 620 years old. Good Lord. It sees John Cleese's knight referred to the removal of his arms by King Arthur as "'tis but a scratch" and "'tis just a flesh wound," while continuing to fight Graham Chapman's King Arthur. In the Sherborne Missal from 1399, an image in the margin shows two hairy wild men fighting each other, one using a severed leg as a sword and the other holding his decapitated head as a shield. It's all a bit gruesome, isn't it? Very, very gruesome. I don't like things like that. Let's move on and find something which is going to make us laugh. Kim Jong-un was a loner, scared of girls at school, claims his former classmates. Oh, God, don't reveal yourself. Author Anna Field discovered that Supreme Leader Kim, now 36 and married, refused to go to any parties and never touched a drop of booze. And Anna talked to loads of people who knew him at school, and it's called The Great Successor, The Secret Rise and Rule of Kim Jong-un. At the time, when teenagers are usually pushing boundaries, Kim Jong-un was no party animal or playboy in training. He didn't go to school, camp, parties or discos, and he didn't touch a drop of alcohol. He was a loner and didn't share anything about his private life. That's how some people are, isn't it? You don't have to drink. Don't have to drink. Jodie Comer is not interested. She's from Killing Eve, by the way. Not interested in having a host of celebrity pals. Oh, are you taking the emails off? I forgot to ask you. You are? You're not, are you? I can tell. Do you want the code? Do you have the code? Or has it changed? Neil sent me a thing. Young Mr. Neil says, "I shared a roulette table in the Luxor, Las Vegas, with Gary Bushell 19 years ago. Remember the Titanic exhibition? Yes, I went to it. I died. Similar to Tom Cruise." We love you, Steve. Thank you. I know we did go to that. We had a very good person with us. I can't remember who he was. Well, I can actually. But he was very good at getting free tickets for anything. We didn't pay for anything. Seriously, we went to the Luxor exhibition and of the Titanic, and they had a piece of ice and a piece of the actual ship. It's called the Big Piece. Big, it's huge. Huge. You know, if you tacked it up to the rest of the ship, you could just float away. Amazing. And they had cutlery and bed linen and all sorts of things. It was very, very good. But they give you a card when you go in, and then on the way out, you check your name on a list. I died. So you've been through the whole of the exit. It was very good, though. Very good. Very, very good. One of the shortest poems ever written is a couplet called "Lines on the Antiquity of Microbes," known simply as fleas. Sorry? I know, we've already done it, yeah. Adam had 'em, says Perdita. She was obviously having a day filming or something and doesn't remember that particular show. I quite like it. Adam had 'em. I think that's quite good, actually. It's still amusing Corey. Seriously, you could dredge up old Christmas cracker jokes from 30 or 40 years ago, and he'd still be going, ha, 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 ha. So, well, it didn't laugh like that. That would have him committed. He's sort of like, ha, ha, ha. During the long lockdown, Talking Pictures showed all the original black and white Richard Green 1950s series. They also screened Sir Lancelot and William Tell, real budget stuff, and in most of them, you can see the scenery moving, says Frank in Bristol. Took me back to my boyhood. Oh, listen, I spend my life living in the world of nostalgia. I love it. I do love it. They always say it's not like it used to be, is it? And Colette says, "I know you like Christmas lights. Saw this house when out running, but I haven't got the picture." Corey's got the picture. Okay, can we see the picture? This is a house that's got lots of lights on it. I love these houses. Oh, and we've got the music as well. Oh, good Lord, that's a lot of lights, isn't it? Their electricity bill they never get to sleep. Never get to sleep. But very nice.
Thank you very much indeed, Colette. Fancy sort of running and then stopping to take a picture just for moi. I'm very grateful. Listen, news at 6 is approaching at a pace. Apparently, Mag says, pinch punch, first day of the month. And no returns back. Merry Crimbo. Merry Crimbo. What was that song? Was it... Morning, every 1st of December. Pinch and a punch for the first day of the month and no returns. Thank you very much indeed. But today you can officially go out and buy the tree. You should have ordered the turkey because most of the butchers now and fish shops will be taking orders. And then they get to that. We just lost 10,500 turkeys, didn't we? And I think something like 10, 15,000 chickens because they picked up this avian flu. So I think really you need to get as many things done today because otherwise it's going to whiz by. And before you know what's happened, we'll have finished Christmas and we won't have ordered the turkey or put the tree up. And the trees are looking good this year. There's some quite nice shapes out there, and Christmas wreaths, which are always very popular in cemeteries because they look nice on the grave. You can buy these handmade wreaths now, which are just holly leaves and berries and things like that for about £6. You shouldn't pay any more than about £6 or £7 for them, and they look quite nice. And you can put those there and order the tree. They're roughly working out at, I think you'll find a sort of 5 foot, 6 foot tree works out about £40. And then the next size up from that will go probably £50. But you should be paying for an average Christmas tree, for an average size place, around about £40. That's what they run at down here. And I seem to have remembered, as I checked the other day, that across the country, they're all roughly the same kind of prices, unless you're lucky enough to have your own forest, in which case you can cut one down. Or if you buy one that's in a pot, there are 2 pots. One is a pot where the tree has been grown in it, and the other pot is a tree that's been grown out of the pot and then they put it in the pot, so it's got all its root system. But to be honest with you, the difference is about £5. I'm quite an expert on Christmas trees, as you can probably discover. But so what you have to do is buy the tree that was grown in the pot. Then when it's finished at Christmas, it won't go anywhere. Plant it in the garden. Make sure these things grow huge. I warn you now. And then next year it'll have grown a foot and then another foot. So put it in a place where you think it, work out for the next 10 years where you think it's going to go. OK, that'll be good. Steve, surely Michael Caine must be the finest Scrooge from Muppet Christmas Carol. I thought Muppet Christmas Carol was very good. I did think it was very good. When you consider the art of the puppeteer is so clever. So clever. Joseph in Bethlehem, 23 days, 17 hours and 50-something minutes until Christmas. So there you go. Tony from Malta says, what about the Christmas song Sing Out, Shout with Joy by the Liverpool Spinners? Liverpool Spinners, good Lord, they're not even still going, are they? The Spinners? I remember the Spinners from ages ago. And he says, it's a lovely song, many enjoy singing. Incidentally, one of the Spinners, namely Mike Groves, is a friend of mine who I met in Malta, and he and his family were here for a holiday together with the Brennans, other friends of mine from Merseyside, long time ago. Yeah, but that's the good thing about being a long time ago. It doesn't make any difference. I think this is going to be the year, please God, this is going to be the year that we're going to appreciate everybody. I'm going to have to be nice to the boys. It's going to break my heart, but I'm going to try, even if it's only for a day. And, sorry? No, I'm not going to be nice. I've just changed my mind, actually. I've just thought about it. I thought, don't be so ridiculous, Steve. What's the point of being nice? Who cares? Compliments? Yeah, you do a job, you get paid for it. What do you want? I mean, you can't give somebody compliments, because it's purely geared to me. Okay, the entire show is geared to me, whether you like it or not. It's a case of, if people like what they hear, they listen. If they really like what they hear, then they tell their friends to listen. And then if they really, really like the person who's on the radio, then all of their friends listen. And before you know where you are, you have a programme. And then no, you're not going to be disgruntled. I mean, no. I mean, I've always, as you know, because you went to one of the shows, and I had to mention you, mainly because of legal reasons, and it's a case of, people always say that, don't they? They always say, oh, and thanks to my team and all that kind of thing, because without your happy, smiling little faces, and God knows it gets on your wick all the time, that's how we do laugh a lot, actually. I mean, to be honest with you, I think, actually, for most programmes, we're not sort of predominantly known for laughing, but sometimes we just laugh. Sometimes it's when I've stood up and taken my clothes off, and then we all have a bit of a laugh, ha, 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 and then, again, Steve, it's not big and it's not clever, put your clothes back on again, and then we do that. But we seem to have a nice time, and that's why,
You voted for us for the umpteenth year. Yes, in tests, 8 out of 10 cats said that they wanted to hear Steve Allen on Christmas Day and Boxing Day. And so exactly that's what you're going to be getting. Steve, at Christmas Day morning, 7 till 10. If you don't have any, if you haven't done all your turkey stuffing and all the rest of it, we can try and sort out the problems for you, which is good. And, Steve, looks like it's just going to be me and the other half for Christmas and Boxing Day. Do you think 12 bottles of Prosecco will do? Or should I make it 20? Oh, Mike, 24 bottles. Always have more than you need. You don't want to run out because you'll be in a very bad mood. Very bad mood. Steve in Aberdeen just waited to go offshore for 3 weeks. Listened to a few podcasts on the long drive up yesterday. That's Phil from Teesside, but he's in chilly Aberdeen. Think of the money. Think of the money. I say that to everybody at this time of year because actually, this is terrible. So you've just been paid, most of you, I'm hoping. And then also we think the people from Arcadia might get paid because they're not going to be working for free, are they? 13,000 people out there. I mean, it's not a great start to the new year. If ever we needed to make sure that we don't start passing this coronavirus around, the happier everybody will be. And the more relevant it will be. Because as I've said to you a million times before, this time for next year, in fact, well before this time next year, I want to be going out to Joe Allen's and to Little Italy with all my friends and going out for lunches and stuff like that. That's what I want to do. And if we all pull together in the same direction, it'll happen. You can go back to the theatres. You know, once we've all got this vaccine, and they're also saying people who don't have the vaccine, they're not going to admit you to restaurants and things. I wouldn't want to go out to a restaurant if there's somebody there who's deliberately, you know, flouting it and saying, oh, I'm not having a vaccine. What's the name of the mince pies with whiskey? Walker's. It's Glenfiddich. Glenfiddich. Very nice. Very nice they are too, especially if they're warmed up with either custard, cream or ice cream. You could put a big dollop of double cream on there, couldn't you, really? That's a bit... I mean, that sends me through the roof. Seriously, I don't know, I'm getting worse and worse. I can't get it down this time round. I'm really stupid. I don't know why. I've not... I did have a mince pie before the programme, only because I thought, oh, you've got to. It's Christmas. But, dear, very bad. Don't think I have to bother telling you about it. Just in case my doctor's listening. Won't be too thrilled at that one. We're in double figures. Yes, we're not good at all. Also... somebody else giving a vote for Michael Caine in the Muppet Christmas Carol. Very good, very good, and enjoying your messages and pictures of Christmas lights. And my friend Lily, Steve, gave me a Prosecco glass yesterday, so thank you to her. Says Liz in Colborough. I love the glass, and I'm saving it for Christmas. Well, I hope it's going to last a lot longer than Christmas, a lot longer. Albert Finney as Scrooge. The music for that. Who wrote the music for Scrooge with Albert Finney? Leslie Brickus. I'm just checked, but I'm 99.9% certain. Such a talented man. Such a talented man. Absolutely amazing. I love his, but you can spot his music. Yeah, the overture, Leslie Brickus, Christmas Carol. I hate people. He did everything, actually. He was fantastic. I like life. Life likes me. Dun, 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 dun. It's really all by Leslie Brickus. What a talented man. He came in, there was a book out about him, and he came in, and I remember thinking, you're so clever. You're so clever. You've written all these fantastic tunes. He also did all the music for Petula Clark when she was in... I can't remember what the film was now. But, again, it had Brickus written all over it. So good. Beautiful orchestrations, beautiful everything, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So here he is. The police dog, deemed too friendly for frontline duty, has found a new role, soothing stressed-out officers, of which they have many. Black Labrador Dexter faced the axe after he was ruled too sociable to tackle drug dealers and gangsters as a sniffer dog. And so now... he just goes round and meets people. He was destined to be a drugs dog. Unfortunately for them, unfortunately for us, he didn't make it. He's got a very good nose on him, but he just wasn't very good. So they've decided that they're not going to have him as that. He's going to go around and help people, you know, and be sort of one of those sort of nice dogs where you go... They take them around old people's homes. Have you seen those ones? Pat dogs, I think they're called. Pat dogs. And they take them round because they're very therapeutic dogs. I mean, I don't think the same works for pussycats, but I'm quite sure that somebody somewhere will tell me, they do pussycats as well. But the pat dogs I've seen, they take them into a home and then they can sit by a person and the person can pat rabbits I've seen. as well. You know, people like things like that. And dogs as well, because many of these elderly people in homes, especially at this precise moment in time, might have had pets earlier on in their life, and they're now missing pets because you can't take pets in, but they can bring them in to just make the people feel a bit better, and that's a nice idea. I think that's fantastic. I think everybody should be encouraged to get pat dogs and to take them round, and then they can be wonderful. I'm trying to find this story, actually, and I'm blowed if I can find it. I know it's in one of the papers, and when I find it, you're going to be going, interesting. It's a story that the BBC have decided to get rid of a lot of male presenters, leaving the woman in the job. And it's very interesting because all the women are terribly attractive, but the men are all old and grey, as it were. So there's a whole list of these people who've been given their life, like 30 years and stuff like that. Then all of a sudden sort of turfed out, and it becomes a one-person effort, which, I can see more and more happening, provided somebody can hold it all together. Debbie Company. Chris in Brentwood says, do you remember Steve Tom Thumb from 1958, starring Russ Tamblyn, Peter Sellers, Terry Thomas and Peter Butterworth? I don't. A great Christmas classic and way ahead of its time. Perhaps it's black and white, is it? I might have seen it on television. That is entirely possible. And from Carol says, one of my favourite Scrooges is George C. Scott in the movie A Christmas Carol, also featuring the late Roger Rees as his nephew Fred. Honourable mentions to Mr. Magoo in the delightful animated Mr. Magoo's Christmas Carol, 1962. I don't think you can beat a good Christmas movie, and I can watch them time and time again and enjoy every bit of it. For some reason, I think I've got something to do today, and I actually haven't got anything to do today because I did it yesterday, which I thought was quite good of me, actually. I've just got to hope that Hillary's in today. I'm sure she is. Yes, Steve, for once incorrect. My two cats, Peanut and Buster, idolise me, says Matthew. And so here we go. Wait a minute. What are we looking at? Oh, Leslie Brickus. So he did... that's right. Here we go. Listen to this. Listen to this lineup of... this man is just so brilliant. Stop the World, I Want to Get Off with Anthony Newley in 61, which includes Once in a Lifetime and What Kind of Fool Am I? Pickwick, 1963. Roar of the Grease Paint with Newley again. Dr. Dolittle, including Talk to the Animals. Goodbye, Mr. Chips. Loved Mr. Chips. Scrooge with Ian Fraser. 1970 includes Thank You Very Much. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory with Anthony Newley. Beyond the Rainbow, lyrics only. The Good Old Bad Old Days with Newley. Did a lot with Newley. Peter Pan with Newley. Victor Victoria with Henry Mancini. Sherlock Holmes the Musical. Hook with John Williams. Jekyll and Hyde. Scrooge. Victor Victoria. Dr. Dolittle. Cyrano and Sammy. 2009. And, the songs, the cast list goes on and on and on. I liked Candyman and Pure Imagination, which were good. Talk to the Animals. I feel like doing every morning in here. I could talk to the animal. What kind of fool am I? Goldfinger, he wrote as well, with John Barry. Such a talented man. He's had awards and everything else. The Goodbye Mr. Chips, Fill the World with Love, originally sung by Petula Clark, and also popularised by Richard Harris. And You and I from Goodbye Mr. Chips, 1968 with Petula Clark. It's such a good film. She's so good in it. She's a soubrette, and she's fabulous. It's a really, really good film. So the most popular item in Marks and Spencer's is donut chicken. Donut chicken. They're in they get 8 of them, I think, for a £5, and they've shifted about 70,000 boxes. They're hoping for 1 million. I think they'll probably do it, actually. I haven't tried them yet, and it's a donut. It's chicken made inside it. I don't know how it works either. I'm trying to work out that. Is it sort of liquid chicken then or something? It's a bit odd, isn't it? It's not pieces of chicken. Can't be. Like a nugget? Oh, you sure? Well, I don't like the sound of that either. I'm wanting it to be sort of piped into the actual donut, like you would pipe in jam or something like that, would you? Well, chicken liver pate is only the same sort of thing, isn't it? You could do that, could you not? I'm just doing, Ashley in Brighton, I hope so. The BBC Woman's story is in Mail Online. I found it actually in the Mail today. It's a very interesting story because the BBC were telling us ages ago they need to save money because they waste money phenomenally. And so what they've done is they're being forced to make these deep cuts. They should do because we're paying for it. It's not like somebody else is paying for it, but a coincidence that almost every on-screen departure is a white, older man, while so many glamorous female presenters survive. And so, just picking at random, BBC Scotland's correspondent, Revel Anderson, has left. He was 67. Mark Shardlow departed Midlands today after 30 years. Somerset's Clinton Rogers left Points West after 40 years. BBC Scotland correspondent Keith MacDonald is to leave. Northern Ireland political editor Mark Devonport started in 1986. I mean, there's a whole list of all these people. I mean, some of them, you know, Look East chief reporter Kim Riley, who's 70, has clocked up 38 years. Amazing. Kevin McGee did 32 years as Northern Ireland's investigations man. Mervyn Jess joined in 1988, and Stuart Flinders did nearly 30 years on BBC North Wales. And then presumably they go, we don't need two people, we just need one person. Now, some programmes do need two people. In the case of Paul Steph's programme, Steph McGovern, I mean, she needs like an army of people, and it still hasn't improved. And everybody said exactly the same. It's going no further after this. It's terrible. It's absolutely awful. There's also an office manager. In the paper today, there's got to be an office manager somewhere. This one stole thousands of pounds to fund a drug habit. She walked free from court because she's just had a baby. And apparently that gets you out of going to prison now. So she gave birth to her first child as the police were about to charge her. And she said, I'm not going to have you separated from the child. So she was given an 8-month prison sentence, suspended for 2 years after admitting fraud by deception. I mean, she only took, I say only took, it's, £7,000. If it's a small company, you're suffering quite badly. But because she had a child, they didn't separate her from them. So it kind of opens the door, doesn't it, to all sorts of people who are abusing the system. Have you got an elf on the shelf? I haven't. No, I haven't. Quite like one. I'm sure I shall find one, actually. Steve was on holiday in Norfolk, and we met a magician who claimed to be in the magic circle. And he told us he worked with you and Stephen Mulhern. I believe his name was Scott Chegg. Any truth in his claim? I don't know the name. Mind you, Stephen Mulhern will probably bump into loads more people than I would. Loads more people. I'm an honorary member of the Magic Circle now. What am I talking about? Goodness gracious me. I should know, I suppose, but I don't know the name. I can get somebody to check it out later on today. The Heathrow staff are going on a strike in the run-up to Christmas. 350 baggage handlers, engineers, firemen and security staff walking out. Further strikes December 14, 17 and 18. Oh, for goodness. Hello, kick us when we're down, why don't you? We'll lay on our back, shall we? Tickle our tummy at the same time. Really? It's not good. The dispute centres on pay cuts of up to £8,000 for high-earning staff in the pandemic. Well, better to have an £8,000 cut than no work, I would have thought. But, the trouble is it doesn't affect anybody else apart from the people who have been saving up to go travelling and to go and do something quite nice. I've just seen Guy Steiner in this year's Christmas film, The Loss Adjuster, very heartwarming. And Matthew says, you got me going with this donut chicken. Yeah, they're only small. I think they're basically, you get a sauce to dip it in as well. Like a barbecue-type sauce, which sounds delightful, doesn't it? Sounds delightful. And Ingrid says, I love the version of A Christmas Carol with Ross Kemp. He plays a heartless moneylender on an estate. Have you seen it? I haven't, no. I like Ross Kemp. He's very nice. Very nice. But I haven't seen it. I suppose it's a modern twist on it, isn't it? On the, you boy, is that turkey still available in the shop on the corner? What, the turkey as big as me? That's what he does, and he gives them money. He says, there's £half a crown. £half a crown, honestly. And he went out and he bought all these toys for all of Bob Cratchit's children. They were all excited. And he looked after Tiny Tim so that Tiny Tim didn't die in the end. And as Tiny Tim says to this very day, God bless us, everyone. Always a winning line, I think. Almost a winning line, which is good. Steve, that last call I was doing a wind-up about the magician, he said they were Scotch. No, still didn't get me. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because somebody's asked me about a comedy called Ever-Decreasing Circles in the 80s. Yeah, I've got it. Penelope Wilson, Richard Briers, Peter Egan. Yes, always very good at Christmas and acting at its best. We were just very good at doing those sort of things. Sorry? Yeah. Yeah. It's a joke. Yes, I know it is. Yeah, it says Scotch egg. Scotch egg. It's a joke. Bar him. OK? Bar him straight away. We won't have anything like that happening on the programme in future. I should cocoa. Here's a photo of Scott Chegg. You got caught. Don't you start, Neil. Don't you start. I can have people dropped off this station. Your life would never be the same ever again. Goodness. There you go. Somebody else has done it. Nick, he's barred too. He's bar him. You've been scammed. Scott Chegg. It refers to Scott Chegg. Don't start. I'm very vulnerable at the moment. We're in the festive season. Chickens round my way and turkeys are looking a bit nervous. They know that there's something about to happen, but nobody's told them what it is. All their relatives from last year haven't come back and told them. They said, well, you go through this door here. And they go, oh, yeah, what happens? They go, I don't know. They never came back. You wait till they discover it's like a giant fun fair in there. Richard said it wouldn't be Christmas without baggage handlers going on strike and underground tube staff coming out as well. Oh, God, I do hope not. I do hope not. Somebody says, axe Steph's lunch programme and bring back Pebble Mill at 1. We could probably get 3 Pebble Mills. For the money they must be wasting on this thing. All those people who've got cars coming in and everything. It's just a horrible, horrible mess. Mind you, flip over the other side and you've got, what's-her-face who just quit Loose Women, sobbing her into her handkerchief. You know, she's been there for 13 years. I mean, you know, does it make any difference? No. Of course it doesn't. It's a gig. She's decided. Well, they always have to say that, don't they? Just in case somebody finds out that they've maybe been shoved a little bit sideways. And she said, no, my decision, I want to try something new. She said, I'm asking myself the question, which the boys ask me every day, have I done enough for the show, Steve? Could I do any more? Could I help in any way, shape or form? How much do we spend on your Christmas present? You know, little things like that come into it. And I always go, listen, yes, you can always do more. And the amount that you're doing on the Christmas present is probably about 50 quid. OK? It's not enough to worry about it. You know, if you played your cards right, you probably made that, you know, over and above in the course of the year. So, but I never ask for anything for myself. I'm quite a selfless person. I'd rather other people enjoyed the benefit. And for this year, Luke will be having his sort of usual Christmas nut roast, which will be very exciting as they sort of cram round a tea light, which is very good indeed. I have got some information for you in a moment about the Global Player. I do not want you to miss it. Let's have the news first. 40% chance of rain on Saturday, but no snow. But I reckon if she says there's going to be snow in St Albans, she's probably quite right. We won't get it here in London. If we do, we get just a few little drifty bits, which doesn't look quite as good, does it? Which is a shame, really, because I like seeing snow. I just don't want to go out in it. Don't want to go out in it. So we've got, it's basically rain. It's basically rain next week. Saturday, it's all rain, isn't it? Freezing rain. But it's not freezing rain for snow, is it? No. So the precipitation is 40%, he says. Not having the faintest idea what that means. Precipitation. Humidity 87%, wind 6 miles an hour. Freezing rain on Saturday. Oh, gosh. Never mind, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I must get my car in to be cleaned. And, Steve, in 1972, says Maxine, I was, I've lost it. Wait a minute. It's gone. Honestly, I was a dresser on the good old bad old days at the Prince of Wales Theatre. Anthony Newley starred alongside the fabulous Bill Kerr and Keith Chegwin. Paddy Stone was the choreographer. Great days, says Maxine. Oh, I bet. I saw, actually, at the Prince of Wales Theatre, Danny LaRue. I saw him there, and I waited outside the stage door to get an autograph as well. Steve, having bought 2 Prosecco glasses and sent to my daughter in Sao Paulo, and 2 for my parents' Christmas presents, I've just bought 1 for me, says Conrad. I shall save it for Christmas Day. Yes, Christmas Day we will be sort of celebrating with a glass, and we'll sort of sort you out properly. Steve, things must be bad. I heard 2 turkeys talking the other day. They said how worried they were about the future of the pubs this Christmas. You know, I quite like the idea. Did you ever interview the dear ladies, Hinge and Brackett, says Bill? I knew them. Yes. We lost one. Dame Evadne Hinge. And we've still got the other one. We lost Hilda Brackett, didn't we? And we've still got Dr. Hinge, who, with his partner, has a gîte over in France. And, appeared on the programme many, many times. Steve, we had the M&S chicken donuts at the weekend. It's like a chicken nugget with a crumble coating. But the Kievs are nice. Yeah, the Kievs are lovely. Oh, if it's just a chicken nugget. You see, I thought it would be like piped. See, that's why we all get confused. Do you remember once I ordered a heart-shaped sausage
for Valentine's Day, and it in the box it looked like a heart. I went everywhere to find this blooming thing, and it turned out it wasn't a heart-shaped sausage at all. It was 2 sausages at an angle, and they'd done a heart in the middle of the box to make it look as though it was. I felt so cheated. And if this is what you see, because somebody else had told me that it's a chicken nugget with a crumble coating. You see, I'm looking forward to it being a donut, and you bite into it, and it's got, a chicken filling. Like, they do a chicken thing for sandwiches, a deli filler. They do... I'm wasting time talking to you. You obviously... It's like chicken paste, yeah. What? That's what it is. It's like that. And then you'd have to pipe it in, wouldn't you? Pipe it into the thing. Yeah, the battered sausages sound nicer. Yeah, I actually prefer, given the choice out of all of them, the chicken Kievs. They are actually quite nice. Very nice. My phone says snow for Friday and Saturday, Steve, says Jackie in Watford. It'll be a happy day, won't it, in the world when all our phones agree on one thing. Steve, my morning drive into work would not be the same without you chatting away. So many people say it's not Christmas till you hear a Salvation Army band playing carols on the streets, and the money raised goes to help those in need. So all the very best to you and your groovy gang, says Jill. Oh, they're so thrilled, honestly. They hardly get any mentions, as you know, on the programme. So, and I'm no doubt over the festive season when I'm here slaving away, the boys will be sort of, imbibing, having more drink, and then take, here's all our family, goes Corey, all of us sitting in the hot tub. Things like that. This is me granny. This is... Oh, dear me, honestly. All that dead skin. Steve, Scott Chegg is going to be working up and down the country, serving up substantial meals at pubs. Thank you, you're barred. Steve, even if we don't behave ourselves, Matt Hancock will invent a Tier 4. I expect that to be as much fun as coming back from the vet with a couple of items missing. Steve says Tier 2... Daffyd, you're moaning about no snow in London, but it'll come to a standstill with one snowflake hitting the ground. We'll give you our snow in exchange for your Tier 2. Not having it. Not having it, Daffyd. Not happening. It's ours, okay? It's your... Listen, you've made your bed. You lie in it. Trying to get us on our COVID too. We're not having it. Not having it at all. I just want it to be normal again next year. Don't you all want the same? To be able to go out to a pub without them going, I'm sorry, could you socially distance? What? And the bar person standing there with a mask on and everything else. We just want these inoculations, the vaccines. Please. Please, please, please. Steve, what will happen if the infection rate rises after Christmas? Oh, God, don't even go there. I have a feeling it might. But let's just pray. Pray that we don't. And pray that we don't get that. Steve. Nadia says the chicken donut recipe was hers. It's in her new book. Well, I should imagine the whole idea of putting a chicken nugget into a piece of donut can't be that complicated. I don't think you can copyright that. I don't think you can copyright, that's like putting, it's like me doing asparagus, and I'm really eating a lot of asparagus, putting asparagus out and then pouring butter on it and then putting it in a recipe book and somebody going, excuse me, I do clarified butter over, and it cooks really quickly in my little grill thing. It's very good. Very, very good. Corey was debating whether to buy a halogen oven the other week. So I showed him my scars and he's kind of gone off the idea. So, that's only the ones you can see. I mean, Lord, I don't want to go there at all. 1990. What happened? On this day in 1990, I tell you, the Channel Tunnel construction workers broke through the final wall of rock to join the British and French halves, connecting the UK to Europe for the first time since the Ice Age. Good Lord above. Also, Bill Clinton, 1995, twice extended the hand of friendship to Gerry Adams. Bette Midler was born on this day. She's 75. Hits with The Rose and The Wind Beneath My Wings. Starred in Beaches and The First Wives Club. Midler's mother named her after Betty Davis and pronounced it with one syllable because she said that was how she thought Davis said it. Lee Trevino is 81 today. The American golfer of Mexican ancestry grew up in a home without electricity or plumbing and was working in the cotton fields by the time he was 5. Wow, he became the first person to win the US, British and Canadian Opens in the same year. 1975, he was almost killed when he was struck by lightning, but returned to the sport after surgery. And in 1993, Pablo Escobar
passed on. You know him as the Colombian drug lord. Started out selling forged school diplomas and stealing tombstones, but he went on to smuggle so much cocaine that he became a billionaire. In 93, he was shot dead by police on a roof. They don't last long, these people, do they? They really don't last long. Steve. I've decided I wasn't a tote bag. Are they still available, please? No, they're not, Matt. No, they've all gone. But we had a few that came up a short while ago when we started selling the glasses, and then they went. In fact, I didn't even know they were on there. They popped up. We had about 50, I think, or 150, and they went within minutes. Even Corey was surprised because he didn't get his hands on one. Which is a shame, and he still owes me a Steve Allen Prosecco glass. But I mean, I don't want to make a big deal about it. I'm not one of these people who dwells on past dilemmas, but it is just a little bit of a scratching post for me. Just a little bit. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but I'm sure we'll be giving it back. Do you know, I'm looking at all these houses on the television. You can win a house. And then you look at where they've shoved Ant and Dec in this, what can be described as a porter cabin. I've never seen anything look so plain. And they go, it's £1,000 a week. Who does that programme appeal to? Is it people who really haven't got the faintest idea of what you pay for rentals? £1,000 a week. If you were renting during Wimbledon or something like that, that could be 15,000, 20,000 a day. It's as simple as that. LBC News. One of the papers today on things to do for the festive. They're always constantly looking after our health and food and how we manage to get through. They make it sound as though it's an absolute ordeal. Easy peasy. Turn off all the lights. Double, bank and block the back door and the front door and just sit there watching. Don't bother doing anything at all. What's the point? We're here all the time. They do say ditch your slippers when you're indoors. Now, I don't know anybody who sort of sits down watching television, because that's what we do mainly, isn't it, over the festive season, with slippers on. You take them off, but they say when you're indoors, stay barefooted. A number of studies show the benefits can be felt at any age. A study showed in 2018 that habitually barefoot children are noticeably better at jumping and balancing compared with children who wear shoes all the time. You're not a child, but you might want to do some jumping, mightn't you? You could laughingly call it exercise. That'd be quite good, wouldn't it? Learn to limber up, it says. No chance of you limbering up, is there? I mean, seriously. You're just never going to... It's just not going to be happening. It really isn't. But they say it's well known that yoga and stretching can ease aches and pains. His whole body is an ache and pain, isn't it? You can't do it. Exercise causes him grief. Buy a 2021 diary and then start writing. Does anybody keep a diary? Come on. Keep it. I mean, I've had a few given to me over the years, but I never actually keep them. I never actually write down in my diary, today... Corey annoyed me. Today Luke did this. I don't do that. There was no point. I was basically writing a diary to me. But it turned out I didn't do anything. I just came into work. I don't do a planner either. No, I do worry about planning. I do have to, even when the doctor has, I said, you need to send me a thing to remind me. I'll never remember anything. Memory like a sieve. Put a plant in your bedroom. They're very, very good. They don't just brighten home, they can have health benefits as well. Also, imagine it's summer. Put on sunscreen and dark glasses when you go out, because you can get a tan, even in winter. Smile at a stranger. I wouldn't recommend this one in London. It's maybe not the best thing to do. Count to 25 before a treat. Little and often, you see. Little and often, which is how people should be dieting. Make a start on a family tree. See the light. Sit by a window. So that's that sort of exotic picture. Somebody's sitting there and you think, me, I'd just fall off. I'd just fall off. Also, spend 10 minutes checking your body for moles, it says. Checking your body for moles. And it says here, a 2015 study by the British Journal of Dermatology found that having more than 11 moles on your right arm could be a sign that you've got more than 100 across your body. Which is not good, is it? Don't want things like that. Also, reorganise your kitchen supplies. One of the most hilarious picture of the week was the posed picture of Victoria Beckham joking and showing us a full larder. And I don't think she knows how to cook one iota. I don't think any of them know how to cook. They've got all this stuff in there, but most of the jars look brand new. They didn't look as though that was a proper larder for somebody. I think what they're doing is trying to move themselves up the social scale, and it's not working. They bought this place down in the country, haven't they? But they seem to be whizzing about all over the place anyway. And they've sort of got to that stage where they go, let's pretend that Victoria cooks. Yeah, we've never seen any evidence of this. No evidence whatsoever that the family cook. Unless it's Harper, in which case you can probably throw together a banquet. The Royal Variety, stars of stage and screens. It was from the Blackpool Opera House. And Sheridan Smith wowed, which was good. Hosting the evening, Jason Manford. He welcomed the NHS staff and healthcare workers and even cracked jokes about the unique evening. Gary Barlow, first on stage, followed by Melanie C. Celeste and Steps were also in the mix, Captain Sir Tom Moore and Michael Ball. It was just basically all singers. It was all singers. The annual event staged in age of the Royal Variety charity. Money raised goes to help support people from the world of entertainment. Sadly, they have a few houses. And I've been to Brinsworth. Been to Brinsworth loads of times. Loads of times. I think they're fantastic. The story about Lawrence Fox and people shouting at him. Gary Lineker celebrating his 60th birthday. And the celebrities lined up to see him. Unfortunately, they didn't actually tell you which celebrities were there. They just said Piers Morgan got the first strike in with an early birthday message. Well, he would. He has to get up early. And he got his four sons there, including brother Wayne, who's on a show at the moment. I mean, seriously, how you can get two more chalk and cheese people, I've got no idea. But he won 80 England caps. And here's the sons, George, Harry, Tobias and Angus. George is sort of the one who said, we weren't really sure what George did. Actually, I don't think anybody was sure what George did. Not even George. Vanessa talks about Posh's pantry, the source of envy, if, of course, it's genuine. I don't see her getting down on her hands and knees, picking stuff out of the larder. I really don't. Far too complicated for her. Plus, a decline in volunteering numbers. This is the community spirit that saw millions of Britons volunteering for the NHS at the beginning of the pandemic is fading. More than 18 million people in England helped the elderly and vulnerable with tasks like shopping and dog walking. 6 million fewer people volunteered during the current lockdown. That's not good, is it? That's not good. We want to change that. Also, Strictly history maker Harvey says he's desperate to reach the show's final to delight his grandparents on the night of their diamond wedding anniversary. And he looks about 12, doesn't he? Seriously, I've never known anybody look so young. So young. And Bake Off presenter Noel Fielding is exhibiting his latest paintings, a study of his hero David Bowie. Unfortunately, poor old Noel Fielding is 47 but looks about 70. And they are possibly the worst pictures that you'll ever see in your entire life. They say Noel trained at the Croydon Art College. Yes, I don't think we'll bother with that one anymore. Tearful Andrea quits Loose Women on Air. She's not going till the new year, so I don't know why she's telling you now. And staff who survive redundancy could be crippled by trauma from seeing colleagues leaving. And oh dear, we're having a very bad hair day. This is stags in Bushy Park. They love Bushy Park, don't they? They've got to take pictures of stags and everything else up there. Sadly, that's it for today. So we shall be back with you tomorrow morning. Yes, we will be back with you tomorrow morning from 4. Please go to the LBC website. I keep mentioning the fact that if you go there, you've got everything to learn about downloading and inputting all the information, and it's fantastic. Today on my free Little Bit Extra podcast, Rita Ora apologises for breaking lockdown rules for a birthday party. Don't apologise, dear, just stop putting out dreary music, much easier. And by the way, £10,000, that was cheap publicity, wasn't it? Very cheap. All she had to do was go, sorry. Angela McLean cries as she announced she's leaving Loose Women, but she says she's sticking around for a few more weeks. No need. You can go now, dear. And I looked through the list of the biggest divas. I'm not on there. How can this be possible?